Hey guys, it's Users from BDS.
It's Jonah from G2.
Hello, I'm Gandraketi from the Wylde R6 team.
Is it Shinka from Wylde?
I'm Leon Gibbs from Fnatic, and today we're going to be playing Drone in the Under.
I have literally no idea what this is.
It looks so familiar.
Actually, maybe Bank. I'm going for Bank.
I was about to say Nighthaven, but these flower pots are not in Nighthaven. These round ones, I think.
It's Consulate.
Oh, it was Consulate. It's admin.
Well, I think I'm gonna go with Consulate. I'm pretty sure I've seen a lot of papers and flyers in that map.
I'm thinking maybe in the admin room, they're looking after each other and making sure they get the right things done.
Outside? Okay, yeah.
Surprise!
A skyscraper. I can see from the wood on the right, and the little house. But I have no idea what that is. That's in spawn, I think. The tower spawn.
It's Sky and outside of the stairs that goes into two windows to the building.
Yes, finally.
I never spawned here, so I didn't even know there was these stairs.
It might be on skyscraper, I think, or maybe Bank. I think it's skyscraper, but where exactly I don't know.
I don't even know. That's a guess, to be honest. It could be any map. But I'm guessing skyscraper.
Oh, it is. It's Geisha.
Yeah, I'm a complete genius. I knew it was skyscraper all along. I mean, I want to say Billy, but it's just not, because it has to be comp map.
Which the border?
I'm guessing Chalet then.
I saw at the end. I saw the wooden plank that we see on the right. It was like, it's crap.
Oh dear. That's actually poor from me.
Thanks for watching, guys, and enjoy your stream.
was playing a lot on Counter-Strike and I was studying in university, and they came to us and said, maybe you want to try to compete in our first Moscow tournament of Rainbow Six Siege with your Counter-Strike roster.
I met a group of people on DayZ who switched over to Siege and were like, you should get Siege, you should get Siege.
I was playing only for fun at the beginning, and then my friend Blaz, and he said, hey, I'm being paid to play Rainbow Six Siege. I was like, no, you're kidding. He sent me the proof, and I was like, how?
And there is the confinement because of the COVID, so I start playing more Rainbow Six as the competitive part, and then I played the French League.
I was inspired to play in the top level when I used to watch the Brazilian League back in the days. There was players like Nesk, Gohan, Astro. These guys motivated me to like buy a PC and just like play Siege on PC.
There is not one thing that made me become a pro player. It's like on everything, the atmosphere, the game as well. Like just everything made me feel like I need to be a pro player.
I think my big moment before becoming pro was Challenger League. We beat ENCE, and in Challenger League we beat them. Like that was a big opponent, and I was so happy to beat them. Like it was really a big moment. I wanted so much to be pro at this moment.
I think right now there's a lot of stuff for new players to like training their map knowledge.
I think if you want to become a pro these days, you have to watch a lot of VODs. Rewatching the same VOD, you are gonna understand like how the meta is being played.
Don't be able to like give in so easily. I was in Challenger League for like 5 seasons, right? Like I failed a lot.
Never stop the grind. Always like watching VODs of pro team, watching your VOD to see your mistakes.
Grind the game first of all, get good people around you, always have a good mentality in a team or work ethic.
As long as you have like the determination and the passion to carry on, you should always trust your gut and back yourself in those situations.
Cameraman be the hero now. He'll need to be. G with the line of sight and with a glance on the block. To push them to not.
Welcome to Blast R6 Europe League, all the way from Copenhagen in our brand new studio, where we are so excited to get our new competitive year started. I am Fastan, I'll be your host for today, and joining me on the analyst desk, 2 familiar faces, Fresh and Fabian. A brand new studio, Europe League starts again. What a day this is.
It's an amazing day. I'm so excited to work in the studio. Honestly, it's such a step up for us, and I'm so happy to be here. It's been amazing so far.
Fabian's winning in all forms of competition at the minute, but we're winning with this new studio. It's absolutely amazing. I'm loving it being here.
It's looking very good, of course. And to recap what happened prior to this, we just had one of our biggest events in the history of Rainbow Six Esports. Unfortunately for us Europeans, there's no longer that copium that we can hold on to, that we have the current reigning world champions. But how did EU do at aside?
I mean, we did get 2 teams in the top 4. Obviously, G2 and VP. Relatively for the region, we did well. We don't talk about Wolves' performance there, though.
It was Brazil's event to win. They did. Home crowd. Brazil wanted it. They got it.
they get the celebration. We, of course, start again to try and get our teams towards the major. And we'll start with that today with our 4 best of ones, because we have 9 teams in Europe League. That means, of course, that we have 1 team with an off day. Today, that will be Virtus Pro. They are not playing today, but we'll start today with ENCE versus Secret. 2 teams that are no strangers to each other, as they have faced off against each other quite a few times in the last few months. Then we'll have ITB taken on Wolves, the new look ITB. Very excited to see how they will perform today. Then our third game of the day is Fnatic taken on G2. Of course, some changes for Fnatic coming in as well. And we'll end the day with Wylde taken on BDS. And we have said it about BDS on former tournaments, the new look EU super team. Some very exciting things coming in there too.
Yeah, there's super teams, there's super orgs, there's changes. It's all going to be amazing to watch.
It's just so many changes that we've had that make so much sense too. It's not just that they've changed teams. All of it makes sense, and I think that all teams in the league have literally taken one step up.
Some more changes in the way how we qualify to the major, because we have to take a look at that as well. Some things are going different in Europe League than they have been going last year. And the main 2 differences are that where last year we had 2 groups, we now have 1 group still with that best of 1 round robin. And the other main difference is that we send 3 teams directly into stage 2, whereas we only send 1 team into stage 1. We of course have those open qualifiers on the very left as well. 2 of those have already happened over the last few weekends, where 86 and Into the Breach Academy came out victorious, but there is still 1 in the upcoming weekend. Maybe something for Fresh and Friends?
Maybe. I mean, all of our players have ended up in tier 1, so maybe not. But what I will say about the open qualifiers is get in them, get amongst them, because, you know, one of the teams that we're seeing here in ENCE, ultimately last year, they were a team that had to play through those open qualifiers, did make the LCQs, and it helped cement them a spot into tier 1 this year. So, you know, the dream can start with an open qualifier.
I mean, that has been the dream for so many years. That's how I came up and how every single player in the professional community came up. They formed a team with their friends, and then somehow they stood out. So why couldn't it be you?
You have a lot of eyes on you in case with that open qualifier. But ever since we, of course, had our last tournament, there have been some changes in the meta. We've had a new season come out with some changes, specifically coming towards the scopes and towards the shields as well. So we'll focus our attention onto that. The scopes to begin with, no more 1.5. I'm personally very sad about that.
Oh, you're very sad, Anne. I'm very, very happy because the 1.5 times scope merchants, they're gone. They're gone. Players now have to make a choice between a 1-time scope or an ACOG 2.5 times magnification. There is also a telescopic 3 times magnification as well. Alongside that, there have been various different changes with attachments and barrels and speed and ADS speed, as you can see highlighted here by our wonderful observers. I think these scope changes are very good.
And not only what they are, but how it will play out, which is we're going to see what I think a little bit more of a favor for the defenders here, because the ADS speed that we have gotten the change to will slow down the attackers. They aren't able to make all of these really aggressive individual plays. It will also kind of nerf the defenders to a certain extent, because what we saw a lot before is that one roamer or the one guy who's really mechanically talented, he would just jiggle peek the door on ADS, and then all of a sudden he sees a guy, instant ADS, instant headshots because they are just that good. We're not going to see as much of that anymore. So it's going to actually change way more than people believe.
Another change we touched upon slightly is the shield changes as well. In my opinion, it makes shields a lot more scary to play against. We have some really good shield players in Europe League. What is changing for them?
So obviously now you can sprint and have the shield in front of you on every single operator. You can no longer hip fire, which then again, that was just an RNG lottery, right? You shouldn't be rewarded for something like that. But overall, the operators, I think that it's both a buff and a nerf at the same time. It's going to be very interesting to see how it plays out in the long term. Just overall, I think shields are very, very strong, as you said, Anne, and I'm really excited to see what we can see from them.
I think the players that are good with shields, their skill ceiling is going to go through the roof.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, you know, your Pack Bulls, Pengu back in the day. We've got some, insanely talented shield players. There's not just 2, I promise you. But, you know, especially Monty. I think Monty will be the big operator that every team looks to.
That you can throw your Gladius now without removing the shield to the side. It's such a good thing. That you can melee without actually moving away, like so that you have to have so much exposure. It's all gone. Shields are very strong, and I don't know yet if it's a buff or a nerf. I mean, Now the feet are a little bit more visible, so it's easier to kill too.
Hopefully we'll see some of that today in the Europe League, of course. Maybe some changes coming in with that. Something else that has changed is Azami, and I feel like that was definitely something that was necessary. She was a very, very strong defender. What has changed about her?
Yeah, 36 bullets to break her barrier from an AR, 11 from a DMR, and 3 shotgun shells is all that you need right now to kill the barriers.
Yeah, I think it was a nerf that had to come in. I think she was one of the power operators. It means that every attacker ultimately can find a way to break her shield, but also from range. Previously, you had to melee them if you didn't have explosives. Every attacker can now do that.
And it's not only a nerf, it's also a buff. Because once you start mag dumping into that Asami barrier, if you're a smart Asami player, you'll peak.
Our new operator as well, Damus, an operator that's been added with that new season, coming in with a deathmark tracker. A very exciting change to this attacking roster, I'd say.
Yeah, a very balanced operator. 2 speed, 2 health, and his big target is you have to ping out an enemy, and then you use his deathmark trackers, and you can see exactly where that enemy is as it will come up here. But the counter to that is that the enemy can also see you. So I think in terms of professional play, we might not see him too much because obviously the coordination that we already have within professional play. But I think as a solo queue operator, very fun. And that pistol, by the way, it absolutely shreds.
What we will see with this operator is when you have that +1 role where you don't actually need a specific operator and someone just loves either the AK or the pistol. The pistol is nuts, like it's absolutely insane. So we'll see it as a +1, that's for sure.
The pistol is indeed absolutely crazy. It's so fun to play with. But turning back to the teams that we have in Europe League, we have 9 of them. As we mentioned, some familiar faces, some new faces as well, some returning orgs, but also some new ones. I mean, I say new. We have ENCE, of course, returning since 2019 when they were no longer in competitive play, and now they're back. We, of course, have Fnatic as well, joining us from when they previously played in that APAC region, now in Europe. And then, of course, some other familiar faces which we've seen before.
Yeah, lots of, I suppose, officially welcoming ENCE and Fnatic, and then there are a few teams that haven't made the changes in terms of player changes, so we'll rock through them first. That will be G2, that will be Virtus Pro, and that will be Wolves, the 3 teams, of course, that recently attended SI 2 weeks ago, so that's no surprise, I don't think.
Yeah, it didn't have enough time really to change too much, so I think that they're sticking through it. They know their strengths and their weaknesses, otherwise they wouldn't have made it so far. I mean, would it make sense for G2 and Virtus Pro to make changes with as far they went it in? No, it wouldn't really. Wolves perhaps, but well, they came back with the same roster. Must have worked something.
There are some teams that have made a lot of changes though coming into stage 1, and we do have a graphic showing all the changes with the 6 teams that have made these roster moves. And I'm seeing some teams turn fully green. What's happening here?
Yeah, so we'll start left to right. We'll start with Secret, and I'm a proud dad today because one of my good friends, Adrian, has made it to professional play. He, if you don't know him, he only turned 18 very recently, but is an entry fragger that has been picked up by Secret, and they've picked up one of the most talented players in the league of Doom, which gives them an incredible amount of firepower now.
I think a step up on both the players from who they replaced. It's going to be incredible to see them play. It's just the fragging power that they possess. It's absolutely nuts. If we move over to Fnatic, obviously not all 5 players are new to this roster. We have Jigsaw, we have Deepek, and we have Leon Gids being the old core from Koi/Rogue. They've also picked up Tyrant from M&M and Jegs from Wylde. They have also added on so much firepower.
Yeah, I think specifically balance on that team. There's a lot of balance in terms of the players that they have added. I think they're going to look very good.
They're going to look very good, of course. And I mean, we have these rosters coming in. 2 of them that we'll be focusing on in that first match is going to be ENCE and Secret. How are you feeling about those roster changes?
Well, if we look at ENCE as a team, right, they have just completely got a new roster because they used to be a tier 2 team. So they have stepped up and they've gotten 5 players. Well, they actually have 6 players because Jax that you see on here on the roster on the second row for ENCE in the far right, well, that's actually not the player who's going to play today. So we're seeing 6-man roster, which is not been heard of since year 2 when it was for Penta. And that was because we couldn't get a player to boot camp because his parents wanted him to work.
Yeah, so it's a curious one seeing a team, brand new to the league. Obviously, this team previously known as Team Valor, then running with a 6-man roster. It's like, I don't know if they know who their best roster is. And I guess only time will tell on that.
Time will tell, but luckily if we have them in our very first match of today. Just quick on those 6 teams that have made those roster changes. Any team in particular that you're super excited to see, maybe other than ENCE, or is it ENCE?
I'm excited for all of them, to be fair. As I said before, they're all a step up. But Creeds and Adrian, for me, I mean, you know them even better. But I've taken like steps where I've played rank with them and then taken a break and then played with them again. And just seeing the development that they've had over a long time where they one by one have just taken step after step after step.
Well, let's zoom in on them a little bit further. Of course, Adrian being on Secret. We'll start out with that team for today. Fresh, we're seeing something from Malta. They've had a pretty decent performance there. Eventually finished third in the tournament. Have things changed after that?
Yeah, I think so. I think we saw them in the Malta tournament, the preseason tournament that most of our EUL teams attended. And I think they looked good. And this is the premise of that, is that they looked good. They finished third in the tournament behind G2 and BDS. Who wouldn't be happy with that? However, they came in for a lot of criticism because of their roles in Malta, in the fact that they picked up an entry fragger in Adrian and they put him on a hard support role where he was playing Shields and Breach. And then they also picked up Doom and he was on like a very flexible role. Now, that's not taken away from the players, but the roles looked a little bit mishmashed. And I'm kind of wondering if they'll change that going into UL, because as we say, this team's added a lot of firepower. They just need to utilize it well.
Yeah, you can't pick up those players that you know what they're good for and you know what they've done previously in the tournament and then put them on something that they're not comfortable with. Because when you are a core, you know how those three players work around, but you don't understand how the new guys will feel in the group. So you need to put them on their comfortable roles. It didn't look like Secret did that.
Well, their opponents for today are all new players in Tier 1, as we touched upon before. ENCE coming in, and he said a 6-man roster. They got here together, they got picked together. That's really good for them as a team, Fabian.
Yeah, that's something that you don't get very easily. They have a brotherhood that is very, very, very hard to break apart because they all came together. How often do you see that? Often you see one player or two player being picked up from the second tier and they fighting for their lives. These guys are fighting for each other's lives, and because they've been fighting to get here to begin with, they all have this loyalty and this bond that is so hard to break. That's how every single team that's like really exploded, they have a super strong bond, and I think ENCE have that.
And these guys have a lot of talent as well.
Yeah.
You know, it's not just the individual players, and they have some exceptionally gifted individual players. You know, Skies, for example, has been a player that's on the radar of a lot of the French teams as we need to get him. They've not got him because ENCE have taken them into Pro League as a unit, but they also have extremely good team play. They have extremely good fundamentals. They won the South Breach tournament with EUL teams in it, beating out Tier 1 teams to win a tournament. That's no mean feat.
Now, for these two teams, we've said that they played against each other quite a few times. They've played a best-of-5 against each other. They played 2 best-of-3s against each other. And today, they're playing a best-of-1 against each other. So let's have a look at the map veto and see which map we are going to out of our 9-map pool. So our very first map of R6 Europe League Stage 1 in 2024 will be Clubhouse. Things never change.
Yeah, some things never change. And I think this isn't so much a surprise. We said these two teams have played each other. They've played each other in 2 best-of-3s and a best-of-5. In all those times, the decider map would have been Clubhouse. They didn't get there a couple of times. When they have played on Clubhouse, it was the one that Valor, as they were then known, or ENCE, they actually beat Secret 7-1. So it's a map they've got history on and know each other on. And it makes sense, right? If you're a new team coming into the league, you want to be on a very fundamentally sound map. Also, it's a benefit that you've played and beaten your opponent on that map.
Yeah, but the biggest thing I think for ENCE right now, they start defense. Coming into the league as the newcomers and then starting on the way more comfortable side where you don't have to make too many decisions. Most of your decisions are pre-planned reactions to the pushes that your opponent will make. So it's super comfortable position for ENCE to be in. I think it's looked really good for them.
I know you have a lot of information on what happened previously between these teams, like who won what specific matchup. But for today, what are the predictions between these two for this matchup?
I have a feeling Secret will take this. I think recency bias from the Malta games would kind of tell you that Secret would take this. However, there'll be a huge caveat. Both games in Malta went to overtime. That could have very easily been a 2-0 to ENCE as well. So I think Secret have, in theory, the better firepower, a little bit more of an established team in this level. And then if they sort the roles out, I think they've got higher potential at the minute as well.
I think the nerves will be there for ENCE. I still believe in them though, just because they have come as a 5 or as a 6 even. I believe in ENCE here. I think that they have the side that they want to start on. They're comfortable. They've played with each other for so long. Secret aren't as comfortable, I think, because they haven't played with each other for so long. And also, as you say, roles might have changed. So it's a lot of new things for a lot of players in Secret, while nothing is new for the players in ENCE.
That is true. And of course, if we talk about ENCE as well, them being new to Europe League, it means that we haven't really seen these players before if you haven't kept track of them in these other tournaments. Fabian, which are the players that we need to focus on when it comes to the main fragging department?
I mean, I think that Skies and Rykos are outstanding players here. Even back when I was coaching G2, I was looking at these players as potential replacements because you always scout players when you're working as a coach. That doesn't mean that I was going to replace all the G2 players. It means that I was looking for what if someone gets taken out of the team or someone doesn't want to play here anymore? What do we have as replacements? And both of those players stood out massively even back then. And if I can look at them as players that potentially could go into, well, world champions at that point, how good can they actually be? Like, they have the fragging power, they have the individual intelligence when it comes to playing their roles. So they're outstanding players, and I think that they will have a really good game today.
It's the 6-man roster for me that's really intriguing. I'll be honest, is we don't see it every day. We see teams that have brought in substitutes, you know, for if a player oversleeps or something like that, but we don't see an active 6-man roster. And it actually makes me wonder whether, you know, Azox will be in or out depending on maps or opponents, and Jax will be in or out depending on maps or opponents. In theory, if you explore that idea, it could mean that you have a lot of strengths where you've got a player that, you know, might be a little bit more supportive if you're playing a map like Clubhouse or Skyscraper, where you need a player that's more focused on breaching, that type of stuff. Or if you need a player that's more fragging and you're on more fragging map, then you put that player in. But it's a very weird dynamic that we don't usually see in Siege.
There's one thing they have to watch out for, and this is actually a rule that was created because back in year 2, season 1, when I played with a 6-man roster in Penta, we were actually swapping players in between maps in best of 3. So if ENCE makes it that far, they've actually changed the rules. You're no longer allowed to have changes between players between maps, which means that if they make it to best of 3s, they need to decide the 5 rather than the map who plays what.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of questions that needs to be asked here. I think they kind of need to decide on a 5 because I also think that, well, you're missing practice with one player all the time, so you never get a feel of every single map with that player. You kind of have to cement the 5 eventually. Maybe they're not that comfortable with that yet.
Yeah, it's worth saying. We spoke to them. We asked them, is this a sub situation or a 6-man roster? They said 6-man roster, but didn't provide a lot of additional detail. So we're kind of just going to have to wait and see what happens over the course of the league.
Maybe they want to keep some secrets for us coming into this league, but we should have our very first game ready. And our casters for today are Ace and Des. And it's so good to see you two. How are you feeling today on the very first day of Europe League?
Absolutely fantastic being back with EU. Just feels like, it feels right? The world's getting back to a good place again. Can't wait for today to get underway.
Yeah, it's going to be good. This is where we want to be. This is, some of the pinnacle of Siege that we're going to see over the next few weeks, and we get to enjoy it all firsthand.
We got a wonderful game to start out, of course, as well. ENCE versus Secret. That'll be yours to take. Good luck and have fun.
I'm sure we will, and we always do our very, very best to make sure it's an enjoyable time. Hello, everyone. Welcome over to the virtual casting desk at this point. My name's Des. This is Tim. Tim, I've already had that conversation, but how are you feeling today, buddy?
I'm good, Des. Absolutely bounced out of bed, as I always do on an EUL play day. A lot of excitement today. A lot of new players, new orgs, just everything going on. But not a new map, Des. A nice old one for us.
Well, the funny thing is, we've cast Japan all weekend, and the only map we didn't cast in Japan was Clubhouse. So now in our first 9 maps of the 2024 Siege calendar, we've cast every single map, which feels absolutely brilliant. We haven't even done the same map twice so far, which feels a little bit mental, but I'm here for it.
Absolutely. I'm here for a bit of Clubhouse then between ENCE and Secret. ENCE, of course, an organisation that a lot of the older eSport fans are going to remember. It's already been touched upon. It was, back in the days where we had Wilkie as the captain, we had Boonsey, Gonfi, we had Sleben, we had Shate. It was... I used to love watching ENCE, so it was an org that I'm really excited to see get back into Siege. And we'll see how they get on with their first matchup today. As they've touched on the desk, a roster that's already seen some success in South Breach, going in there, beating Secret. So there's a lot to play for today.
There is. I mean, if nothing else, we said the same thing about the Japan League on Saturday. It's that first day when everything can go just a little bit pear-shaped for a couple of teams, and there's plenty of times to get things course corrected, especially when there are things like roster changes coming on through. And I think, as Fresh said, he feels like a proud dad today, right? Adrian stepping in, getting his chance up here as well. Yes, seen him put on a couple of mixed roles previously, but stepping up into the European League feels like a little bit of a different conversation. It's a different ball game altogether, and this, I'm hoping, is where he'll really get to shine. Bans are coming on through thick and fast, though. Seeing the Ying taken away completely unsurprisingly there, Tim. I was looking back at the last time these two teams played, and on this exact map, we saw Ying and Solus banned away by ENCE, then known as Team Valor. Nothing has changed from that last matchup. However, for Secret, both of their bans have changed.
see the impact that it has then. The Ram ban being slightly less popular than maybe some other attackers, but anywhere that you're going to use verticality, which there's a bit more than verticality at stake here on Clubhouse. Yes, especially if you're attacking onto Church, you're going to use a lot of those verticals. It's really the only site realistically we're going to see, because we're not likely to see bar and stock, which would be the other one that you could use the verticals on. But the thing is, a lot of those verticals can be accessed from windows, from doors, basically risk-free. So the Ram allows you to just launch in that boogie drone through the window, through the door, say, you know, into kitchen corridor, for example, can be done external to the map. Inside a kitchen can be done from the window, just inside a freezer. It makes it pretty safe and pretty free to open them all up. So by taking away the Ram, you're sort of forcing the buck as well. You're forcing the sledge. You're making them come into a little bit of danger. You can get those nitros up there. Maybe you find something.
Completely agree. I mean, it's one thing I always look at when I see a Ram band away and just think, you know, is it worth it? Because as you say, the buck and the sledge are a thing. Yes, they're more risky to play, but buck can do a lot of the same sort of things that you see the Ram do, arguably even more, because he can bring along those hard breach gadgets, only the smokes and the stuns available in the back pocket of Ram. So it really does come down, I think, to that safety element, but also not ignoring the ridiculous amount of noise that we see those boogies making at the same time. In case you're wondering what's going on, I think we all saw at the very, very start there, didn't get every single player into the service, so getting that sorted out, and then we'll be able to get things underway with this game. But Tim, I guess the nice thing that we've got as a bit of a blessing, like mentioned earlier on, is we've cast the Japan League all weekend. We've seen some wonderful stuff so far after this new season has got underway, of course, with Deadly Omen really coming in. We saw a little bit of Deimos. We've seen a lot of Shield play for some very good players. And as the guys in the desk touched on, I'm really keen to see how many teams have not so much mastered, but really taken up that mantle of becoming real experts with these new shields and pushing them to their max potential.
Yeah, I think the shield change is going to be something that we will see a bit more of than maybe Deimos. As you said, over in Japan, we did actually see some Deimos bans as well, but not too much of an impact. It's an interesting, you know, alternative option that we saw used on Deimos, which is something you might see brought in to pro play elsewhere, was that because the Vendetta is so good as a pistol, you can take gunfights with it on its own. They're actually bringing the shotgun as the primary and sort of using him as like a bit of a makeshift buck, but then with this other ability of being able to track people. It was like the sort of buck jackal combo, almost, you know, not doing either of the jobs perfectly, but rolling them into one. So yeah, it was a fascinating one. It's one that we might see, we might not. It's always an interesting thing with International Siege, how things travel from region to region, or, you know, some regions just don't bother with things where others will give it a go. So we'll see if that comes out, but we don't have any Deimos on the board to worry about right now.
Not right now, but give it a few more rounds and you may well find someone start speeding their chance. And I think very fairly so, as Fresh pointed out, there's a little bit of criticism levied in towards Secret. Why would you pick up a player like Adrian and then force him onto hard support or into shield-based roles? Well, it turns out they're sticking by their guns for now. He is going to be on the Ossa in this first round. And as you say, that buck coming along, no surprises at all with the Ram band away.
Just going to have Groovy applying that little bit of pressure in through Jacuzzi, wanting to take that top floor quickly. Only 50 seconds in, and ENCE are being forced back slowly but surely. We can see Skies dropping down to the bottom of main. June getting in and doing some work on the hatches. So this is really good so far from Team Secret. They're making a lot of progress and they're making it quickly. What they need to do is make sure that they're also paying attention to those danger areas like the top of main stairs. Skies, you can see, is absolutely itching on there to go up and have a pop at somebody inside a kitchen corridor.
And really playing at long range here as well, Savage. See sometimes that you'll have defenders playing up there and looking to keep the hatch closed up and forcing the attackers to have to go and take top floor. For a while, I was looking in towards, say, Frenchie, and I think it was out towards Azox as well. I'm wondering whereabouts they were trying to play. They were looking to be more actually up on the level rather than so much downstairs. At this point, I think they are fully back out towards blue here, got themselves dug in. And that really gives us now half the round where Secret can have all of their focus going down onto the sites themselves and not having to worry about would-be roamers. And I say that, they're still being mindful potentially of that oil ladder, just being respectful in case someone is trying to get a little bit cheeky to get towards the last 60.
You see them just trying to deal with that wall and the mirror window. Yeah, you've got to get that Ash absolutely spot on. I actually had it happen against me today. If it catches the soft wall, the mirror window will stay intact. It has to drill into the glass. For anybody who hasn't seen that change, it's fairly recent. Any drilling gadget, which would basically be Kali and Ash, are able to shatter the mirror windows. So there you go. As you can see, much the same if you walk up and melee it from the other side, you're going to get that same effect. So that's mirror window dealt with, but the Nitro is in hand for Rykos.
It is. I'll tell you what, he's got the right sort of idea as well. A good step away by Jube, I believe that was, up on the hatch. I'm looking at that small bit over the top of the wall and thinking you can fit a C4 through there. It'll normally always catch, but Adrian is in. The main stairs push has come on through, and we've got that plant going down to him. It's a 4v4 in the post plan.
Yeah, Adrian successfully gets that one down, is able to play from behind the Talon shield, but here comes ENCE. They are on the retake. Adrian is just going to be using that little bit of safety that he's got, and what a beautiful headshot as he peeks around. Can he find himself a second? It's going to a ring around the roses. He gets his man though. That's a double for Adrian. Can he make it a triple? He knows where the last one is. Going to try and hold him off, but down to him versus Neko.
And at this point, Nako's got no impacts to make use of either as well. This shield stays put. And at this point, with only 10 seconds to go, he's got to get a kill right here and right now. But Adrian, that's what you want to see. Doesn't matter what you chuck him on, Tim, he's still going to find himself a multi-kill in round one.
Yeah, a nice triple there. Great to kick things off for Secret. Just using that Talon shield perfectly. First of all, to create the cover to allow the diffuser to go down without any real threat, and then uses it in the post plant. It can always be a little bit risky sitting on top of your diffuser because that's where the most pressure is going to come from. But Adrian choosing that wisely. It was the perfect spot given that he had that shield to cover him, and he used it beautifully with the rotate. Excellent play. Secret 1-0.
Yeah, really good start. Really like how they approached the round as well itself. It looked a little bit tentative at points. A lot of focus around kitchen, a lot around main stairs. 3 or 4 players all grouped up. And on this side, particularly where you're looking at a moto drop, a main stairs push, potentially pushing in through kitchen. Someone stabbing down the back through blue as well. There are normally these multi-point pushes that you get on towards this site, but a very focused one coming out from Team Secret, and one that very clearly has rewarded them. Instead, relying on those angles, relying on the, I wouldn't quite call them crossfires, but just making sure they've got the spots held down so Adrian could just run from the bottom of main stairs, straight in through the wall, get the plant down, and the rest, as they say, is history. But now then we go to the top floor. Going to see ourselves in gym and bedroom on this next bench team, and naturally we're going to see this extension out towards the east side of the map. Attackers really want control of this part of the map so they can get control of the CC west window that looks over on that south balcony. Without it, you are just always under threat from defenders, and it removes a major part of the attack onto this site for the attackers unless you get it cleared out and establish control of it.
Yep, going to be a big fight over top red, given the CCTV wall has been opened quickly. I like that from the attackers. If nothing else, it prevents the defenders from playing inside of CCTV. Even if you don't manage to claim the ground, it makes it a big risk for them to peek onto those windows. So it's a good sort of half step, but they now need to push forward and really clear out top red so they can do it completely securely and move on through to construction. Neko is still going to be in position with the frost, with the shield. Can't find the kill though. Is going to challenge, but is going to be taken down. It's Adrian once again, carries on his 3, makes it a 4 over 2 rounds, and that is a great entry for Secret. Starts them just moving across the top floor of that map. They can start now pressuring Skies. He's going to dip away, knows that it's time to play his life and not to challenge that one too hard. So Team Secret can now get control of cash and think about construction.
And a pretty good spot over here, it seems. Admittedly, that big push in there, getting rid of that frost playing at top red starts to make things feel very, very fragile on the extended hold coming out for ENCE. Somewhat expected though, and like remarked earlier on, this now gives control of that south balcony to start pressuring their way into sight from these windows, both sides as well, both the master and the gym window now available for them to play. And you can see through the back end of your screen there, all 4 players otherwise stacked over towards the east. But you'll see that slowly start to encroach in towards construction here as they start eyeing up a plant.
Adrian just going to be sending in the utility through the drone hole. There's a little bit of burn, I think, as all part of trying to get this wall open. They had such a good start, did TNT's career. Really quick, got red stairs locked down, moved into cash, and took that map control. But since then, it's all just slowed down a little bit. We can see now that the wall is likely to be open, but at 50 seconds, not sure if that has actually happened. Nope, it's been tricked out. So off Adrian goes, and they're going to have to go back to the drawing board, Team Secret.
Yeah, this is really not ideal. They were relying, I think, on that for the backstab into this attack to upset the back line. Instead, they've got plan number 2 coming out here, though, Tim. Looking for this book on the push-up main stairs. Got to be careful. There's the Fnatic right there by the feet as well. And at this point, being held so tight to sprint away. Should know about this one. Azox should know he's coming up, and Savage hits the deck. Can't find anyone. A double kill for himself in the round 2. Only one left standing. It's Adrian to bring the lot, but Skies, he's onto a 3K in the round, Tim.
Yeah, unlikely here for Adrian. 1 versus 3. Does get shut down by Skies at the top of main. A big ask of the Thermite there at the end. Just for me, Secret didn't have enough, plans in place to deal with that gym wall. They didn't get it open. They were out there on Jacuzzi for a good minute after, like I said, that great early progress. You want that double-sided push. Yes, get yourself CCTV. Yes, get yourself into cash. But that has to allow you and facilitate you to open Jacuzzi wall and start applying pressure from the other side. Otherwise, they're just going to front you up like they did.
Absolutely. I mean, again, let's not take it away from him. Sky's a big 4K in the round 2, just really locking down that site and giving absolutely nothing over to the other side. I think obviously now think about it, actually, Azol's got the 2K. Sky's got the 4 at the very last as well. So one of those kills would have been onto a down player. It would have been Savage probably on those main stairs. But either way, big round coming out from the 2 of them there to keep things up 1-on-1. And now we're going to see a repeat of that downstairs site, Tim. Can't imagine Secret will try the same thing again. However, you never know, and it's going to be on ENCE to be the ones to adapt. I'd like to see them getting out around the map a little bit more here, at least in the early round. If nothing else, to chew out a few of those drones and then flick back to site once we're about 60 seconds, 90 seconds into the round. Because last time round, there was a lot of control given over very early to the side of Secret that let them get set up for that execute.
Yeah, I think they've got to take a little bit of confidence from that last round. You know, they stood up to them well. They held on to the Jacuzzi breach. They got the kills on main stairs and inside of site. And like that, get you your confidence. Let that grow a little bit. And like you say, just get up in the faces of Secret. You know, don't give them too much respect here. Don't let them have that time to move through the map so quickly. I think it took them about a minute last time, and Secret was starting to open hatches. They're doing it exactly the same. Groovy went in through Jacuzzi last time. We'll have the Hibana opening stock hatching about 20 seconds if it's the same. So yeah, for me, ENCE need to be a little bit more disruptive to this attack.
Do. At least to begin with. Azok's keeping himself poking up around lounge. Right sort of idea. You can see Secret really, at least Miracle up here on the top floor with June running around on the outside. Probably get a little bit of threat on towards the window here as well. So Azox gets forced to step back. He gets a bit too cheeky about this one. Could find himself in trouble. June at least being respectful of the threat as well. Drone following him down those blue stairs, and June knows now that his target is long gone, so he can go back to whatever he was doing before.
Echo just going to be playing that role underneath Moto hatch, electrical in hand, ready for the sound cue that's going to tell him that he can deploy it and try to get the trick onto the ex-Kairos pellets. But for the time being, see how that goes. It is going to be activated. The Thatcher really should be able to deal with this, but we just thought the electrical was taken off just before. Don't think it's been employed in time. There's a second EMP comes in, that gets the job done, and that's good attention to fundamentals from Team Secret.
It is, yeah. If they didn't use the second EMP there, they were going to be absolutely toast. I mean, I guess the thing would have been they still have 2 EMPs left, and Adrian has got a lot of those ex-Kairos still in back pocket. So they would have had a second bite at the cherry to really make that work out. I'll also give it over to Nakio as well. Really good spot to be in where he drew it off the wall immediately and instantly redeployed it, just dancing around that EMP. It's a good awareness from him as well to play it so actively.
Miracle getting down to the bottom now. The line of sight that we often see opened up in Moto. Out comes the Nitro, though. If you're going to play default, you've got to expect default. And that's exactly what that Nitro is. Brilliantly thrown there. Catches his man. 5 versus 4. Savage battling for his life on the Moto door. But he can't keep it. It's Skies. Who else? He's going to swing around and slam Savage in Moto. 5 versus 3. And ENCE are looking much better on this Church Arsenal defense than last time, but here comes Secret.
Specifically, Adrian stepping his way through has already managed to find Skies. He's the man of the moment to get rid of. Finds the kill. Maybe he gets the plant down as well here. And Groovy's in a great spot to make this work. Are they aware that he's laid down, tucked in? I think they have the right sort of idea as Adrian now hits the deck. It's Groovy and Doom to win it out against 3 Tim.
Yeah, not going to be easy. They're up against the Maestro, the clutch machine in the Outer. Of course, we know once that's reloaded, they really don't need to take any chances to put more bullets in. There it is, the second kill that they needed. 1v1, it's going to be Groovy that's left alone to try and sort this out. 11 seconds left to go. Azox is the man who's going to have to just try and bait this. Groovy comes in. It's an easy mop-up. And Team Secret, they managed to get themselves a second successful attack on the basement.
Real patience being shown by Groovy there as well. I mean, I'll give it over to Frenchy on the Maestro. Rather than trying to use the rotate in towards Church and taking a direct challenge, instead rounding his way in towards Arsenal through main corridor to then take a challenge. Really smart, because I think he didn't realize where the Ashe was, and it was a massive risk for him to go swinging onto a blind corner without the real knowledge of where she was. So it was good adaptation from him, but Groovy played it so well, hyper patient, and just said, look, guys, I'm not going to spring into action, look for a kill. I'll wait here. I've got a great angle. The minibar's been blown up. I can see the diffuser where it sits, and things become nice and easy to close from there. This was that initial push that came through to open things up for them to get the plant down as well. Again, a good bit of work being done by Adrian. Is pushing towards right there to first get the kill and then second get the plant down itself. But again, man of the moment for me was Groovy there.
Well, we've got two very evenly matched teams by the looks of things at the minute. ENCE have been unable to get it done down in the basement. Top floor more successful. So we'll see whether that trend continues as they're going to be playing in CCTV and Cash this time around. Secret, I think, you know, this is a big round for Secret. You feel like if they can get this one done, and there is always the opportunity for a pretty default attack here. If you get the breach wall, get top garage catwalk sorted, you should generally be able to get a diffuser plant down. So there is an opportunity for Team Secret here. They don't need to overcomplicate this. Win a couple of gunfights and you're going to be in. You're going to be getting the round wrapped up, and then all of a sudden it's not 2-1, it's 3-1. You've got then that little bit of breathing space.
Exactly what you're looking for. Anyway, Secret are up to one, and they've got those two attacks maybe they're looking for in this half. They don't want him to convert far more with the sort of start they've had so far. And in this round, Tim, cannot ignore those heavy execution-focused tools. They've got 6 hard breach gadgets in back pocket, admittedly. Might be a tickle overkill. However, you'll take it. You've got the Capitao and the Grim on side. Those are really the two key operators for this execute. So keep a close eye most likely on Adrian, who's probably brought along the Capitao here to help get control of Garage itself, try and force guys back. This is why you see things like the Wamai getting brought along here to help catch out those firebolts. So it's going to take a little bit of team coordination from Secret here, get the flashes in, burn through the magnets, and then have the firebolts coming onto the skies immediately off the back of that. Might have just ignored it though, Tim, and said, you know what, forget about that. Direct for sight.
It certainly could be an option with the smoke bolts that the Capitao brings, but this is the problem you get when you don't deal with catwalks, guys. Steps down the stairs and takes Savage out of the round. That Skies onto Savage twice in a row now that he's come out on top. The bees from Grim are just going to hold him. They're not going to hold him in place. Skies is getting a little bit confident. He's willing to take these fights even when he's pinged out, and he's going to hold his position. There comes the Capitao bolt. Surely his days are numbered. Dealt with pretty well in the end by Secret, but it's taken quite a lot of time, and they haven't really got a very clean breach to deal with either.
And they lost Savage in the process as well, which is a real stinger there. There'll be question marks around how the hell he has managed to get his way up the stairs in the first place, sorry, down the stairs to take that challenge onto Savage, who pushed him below. But they've still got a spot here, Tim. 4v4 with a whole minute left to play. That's a lot of time to make this execute work. They've had the breach all this time as well. Adrian has actually moved over here and taken this spot. So forget about trying to look in through the breach. Instead, they've got Groovy watching that spot. It's lining up for a classic execute here. Miracles in below, finds one, but they missed the trade as well from main door.
Yeah, they've got to be picking that one up, because whilst Miracle's around underneath, it means they can't play inside a lounge, and this is exactly what they wanted. Frenchy going underneath, opening up that default plant spot and making it dangerous. June goes in, but he is going to be visible. There you go. Easy as that. And that's why you've got to clear and control lounge. It's not enough to just get a kill in there. Frenchy with a double on the round and doing big work for ENCE. Rykos cuts down the final man. ENCE pick up round 4, and it's 2-2.
Not enough, Tim, to have two French-dominated teams in EU that are pretty damn good, because we're seeing the same out of ENCE on some of these defenses. I know it's so early on, But it looks like we're going to have 3 potentially French teams competing up towards that top end of competition. Really good start from them on the defense so far as well. Liked how they handled that, both around playing Garage itself, but also the way they played out the round end, even with a couple of things getting a bit messy, like Miracle getting that first kill and missing the trade from Lounge too. Just overall good, solid gameplay from both teams. I think although we've seen the right sort of idea coming out, at least on the attacking side as well, a couple of things we'll be asking questions around, such as when they're trying to push in towards Garage there at the start of the round, Savage just a little bit disconnected from the rest of the team. Like I said here, freely swung on, so we'll be asking questions like, guys, like, come on, there's 2 of you outside the door. What's going on?
As you can see there, the work that French is doing down underneath as well, just key to keeping that round. Drop the man trying to make the plant and just made life really, really difficult for Team Secret. So we move on then to round 5. It's going to be back over to Gym and Bedroom this time around. It was ENCE that won this site back in round 2, and it was really a lack of ability to get that Jacuzzi breach, I think, which really hurt Secret. It left them trying to push up main stairs to get that other angle of attack to mean that they weren't just pushing from construction, you know, in sort of completion, and it was difficult for them. They lost the fight on there. Azox was able with support to hold them off, and I think Team Secret definitely need to have an answer to that Jacuzzi wall this time and really stretch ENCE a little bit more.
They do. I really like the objective focus that we've seen so far. Admittedly, Clubhouse does bring in that style of play where, you know, getting the plant down is a big focus, but every single round that has been ENCE's go-to. Really kind of seen the chaos unfold around that end of round plant 2. Or some of the maps, sometimes you'll see potentially 10 rounds go by and barely a plant goes down. It's much more about the scraps that ensue around the bomb sites itself. And maybe that speaks a little bit into the more defensive style that we've seen coming out of ENCE. This wall here could go on through. They've tried to get the trick on through, but it's simply not going to happen. 3 players all working in tandem there, Tim, to ensure that this wall gets opened up.
Yeah, much better. And that's basically Team Secret recognizing, hey, that was a big problem last time around and we struggled because of it. So this time making sure that they've absolutely got it sorted. The question is, have they sorted the cash side? And the answer right now is no. ENCE are still lodged inside of there. That means they can't play onto the windows because they have the threat of Neko managing to get out onto there and cause them some problems. The breach in CC should help them, but Doom cannot hold this angle forever. He's going to have to move off at a point.
And for now, at least, he'll hold it for as long as he can, Tim. Just move through hope. Oh, the impatience pays, as we've seen so many times, and he almost gets it. There's been a good few almost kills across this game so far, and sadly, Tim, that is another, but 2 kills fly on through for the side of Secret.
Yeah, big kills there that might just help power them through. However, they need to think about CCTV. Gruby is playing on the windows, is low health, and could potentially be cut down, but ENCE very unlikely to have an opportunity to try to get anybody back in there now. They're just going to be playing sort of backs to the wall inside a site. Skies, however, is alive. 7 and 3 so far on the day. Going big for ENCE, and a great debut from him. He's got Azox backing him up. 35 seconds left to go. Secret have got numbers, but they've also taken a lot of damage along the way. Adrian, however, spots his opportunity. He gets in and starts putting that diffuser down.
Oh, Skies, I was going to say, if he manages to get the kill onto Gruby here, it would have been huge, but didn't quite manage to find it. And now Azox has got it all to do by himself against 3 players with diffuser down, in sight of the window, not too far away from the breach. This one is one of those that you need a real stroke of God's luck here to get this over the line.
Yeah, I think very unlikely for Azox at this point. Comes around. Oh, what a beautiful shot he hits. That was absolutely fantastic reactions. Goes to find Adrian. Cannot quite pick him up on the angle, but Azox at least does get his one on his way out, but it wasn't quite enough. And Secret take another attacking round. It's 3-2.
At least Adrian's hair looked happy about that, given I couldn't see any of his face. One of them people that like to eat his monitor while he's playing, it seems. Pixel sniffing, as we call it sometimes. But yeah, another good round coming out on the attacking side of things. That was definitely one of the more, I'm not going to say chaotic, but aggressive rounds coming out of ENCE on the defense. You know, the fights weren't really taking place around the actual diffuser going down. It was in these rooms that are perimeter rooms to the actual site itself. It was around construction. It was around Logi. It was around the breach. And it was only when we got down to that sort of 3 versus 2 situation that we saw the diffuser finally getting put down. But it was enough. They've got themselves a real good position here, Tim, I think, going into that second half of this game.
We see Twister in the background there. Of course, the Team Secret coach just giving the shoulders a little rub, encouraging his players on. And they're going well so far. I think he'll be happy with what he's seen. A 4-2 half would be ideal for them. ENCE are certainly keeping themselves in this. They're keeping it difficult for Secret, but they are back down to that basement site. They've tried to hold on to it twice. It's been unsuccessful both times. Secret have been able to get it done. It is fair to say the second attempt, I think, was a little bit closer from ENCE, but still, Team Secret have actually planted both times that they've been on this site. Adrian, first of all, inside of Armory, then behind black boxes in Church, playing Oster and Hibana, so it kind of doesn't really matter who he's on. He's still managing to get that diffuser down in the basement, so that's something ENCE definitely need to deal with. You know, they've gone for a similar lineup. I'm just wondering how they're going to stop that plan.
Yeah, I think the big thing to really observe here is a change. What it feels like a minor one is that leaning towards the Mozzie being brought in alongside Mute. And many old school fan will recall the SSG roam on this map that consisted of Vigil, Castle, Mute, and Mozzie. And then normally a variable, sometimes a smoke, playing actually down in the basement itself. Whereas here, you've got a bit of a variant of it coming along, where the Legion is on side to stop any of those fast pushes coming on through. The Benry much the same, but it's about getting out and being active around the map and looking to stop down the attackers, so they're forced into making mistakes later in the round. But as far as things have started, Tim, Mozzie's offline, Rykos shut down early on. Good start for Secret once again.
Yeah, Secret have done a great job there, so that's going to lock those Mozzie pests. Well, anything that was captured by Mozzie pests, rather, if he's picked up any drones, it's going to lock them in place. They can't be moved, they can't be relocated now, and they're at the mercy of Secret finding them and taking them out. That's if any were captured. Quite often the Mozzie is more used just to create black spots at a pro level. You know, you don't expect the players to be sort of running their drones into those pests too often, but it does prevent them, of course, getting them into areas, so they then have to face check. So that's not going to be the case now, as they're fairly comfortable. I think that they've got the space that they need. Neko's going to be shut down. No, it's Sky's actually taken down by June. Neko's still fighting inside a bar. But again, this is something that we've seen a number of times from ENCE. There's just those missed opportunities for trades.
Again, there's been so many of these almost kills coming out as well. It's a little bit heartbreaking to see, you know, a couple of bullets connect, but the other player doesn't fall down. Whereas at least in this round, Secret are hitting every single shot that they're coming into. They go with the right sort of idea that there is a player trying to push on through. Miracle losing half his HP to that impact as well, 60 damage. If you get a nice clean hit, one more will be enough to get the finish. And there we go, the Goo Mine coming in big, shotgun out, but sadly, Rotero just forcing him a little bit too far wide there, and Miracle brings him down.
Yeah, he's done some great work up there in bar as the Legion, to be fair. The question is, has it burnt enough time? 3 versus 2. Can Frenchie and Azox hold on downstairs? You know, they're really going to have their work cut out here. We've seen Secret do late attacks on here and come away with the win. That's a bold move, getting that reinforced. It just reduces a little bit of the pressure that's potentially going to come in from Moto Hatch. Azox just being moved along there by that Rotero drone, but 10 seconds left to go. It's going to come down to a bloodbath. Here comes the flood, and Frenchie goes with a big swing, but can't find the second. It's 1v2. Savage has to try and stick this. The cover is in place. Need to win this fight. Frenchie takes the peek, knows exactly where he is, but cannot hit his shots, and it's going to be Doom to pick up that final kill. Secret, they take another late round win in Church and Arsenal. 3 for 3, and they're going to be happy with that 4-2 half.
Absolutely mega to pick up 4 rounds on your first go at attacking here on Club at the very start of EUL. Absolute dream territory, and maybe suggests again that we're going to see a particularly strong Secret coming into the rest of this competition. But as said, they'll be absolutely delighted with that first half as well. Big objective focus. I think some questions will maybe come around ENCE that it was a little too late coming out in that game in terms of getting out in the map and looking to keep busy. I know they whiffed a few shots and didn't quite connect onto the kills that they were looking for, of which Secret were more than happy to capitalize. But I think overall, you can see that this is heading a Secret way. However, Tim, I always say it, 2 halves to a game of Siege. Things could look very, very different in these next 6 rounds.
Yeah, there certainly is, and it's not, you know, always too much of a surprise to see attackers having wins on Clubhouse. It is something that happens. If there's anything that ENCE can really improve, and I think we see it a little bit there. You know, it's just hitting those shots when the opportunity's there. And I know that, you know, you probably sat there thinking, you know, you're not fit to clean these players' mice, you know, and you'd probably be right with me personally. But, you know, you're in Pro League, you're in EUL, you're not going to get more than half a second of a chance before somebody like Doom is just going to slam you, headshot, shut down, job done. So when those sniffs of chances come along, you got to be taking them. And we've seen ENCE a couple of times just missing the opportunity for trades. The timing maybe not quite going their way. You know, that second shot's just moving around the corner as they come around. You know, they just need a little bit more luck and to take the chances with the gunfights.
They do. Well, let's see how things build out from here. At least to start with, got the Kaid holding up nice and close. Miracle. Expecting something to happen, but I don't really imagine you can see too much focus on the dirt tunnel, at least to kick things off. Instead of much more of a focus, in fact, to say that now, here he is ready to go. EMP coming on through as well. Feels to me like they've read into the strap book a little bit there. They know what to expect here coming out from ENCE, because rather than starting their way inside the map, but a couple of players, the Thatcher included, starting outside of it instead.
Yep, good progress from ENCE so far. Started burning through those impact nades, just getting the X-Kairos pellets on the hatch 2 by 2 because they know they're going to get shot off, they're going to get impacted off. There's going to be all sorts of stuff going on to prevent them getting that breach, but they will continue plugging away at that, no doubt, to try and get it done. 12 still left in pocket for Skies, so certainly no panic yet. However, Savage is up on the top floor in cash, and I'm a little bit concerned that ENCE might not have picked him up.
All right, well, for now at least, ENCE probably got to worry much more about thinking about this execute, and that's exactly going to be the thing that comes back to bite them. Still 2 EMPs left, so they'll have the chance to get the bar hatch opened up. But like you say to me, if he manages to stab him in the back as this round goes on, they're in trouble. Now they'll heal too much coming out here as well. A second EMP comes on through, which means this will get done. Not going to retrieve either of them as well. This is pretty much done, but at this point, they're not going to be of too much use to you. Away they back into church, abandoning both of those electricals, and Savage Tim, he's on the hunt.
It certainly is. It depends just how well the flank drones have been set up, but with nobody dead at this point, it can be a little bit difficult sometimes to keep people on them constantly to know it's coming. Here comes Savage, almost certainly going to get a freebie. There it is onto Skies. I think Skies actually knew he was going, maybe heard him, was looking for that challenge, but Savage was just way more ready for it. And not only that, he disappears off back into the map. So with 30 seconds left to go, ENCE need to worry about where Savage is going to reappear. And where does he reappear? On the hatches that they've opened. Fantastic play from Secret. And ENCE just falling down on the information game a little bit. Find themselves now 1 versus 4. It becomes 1 versus 3 with 15 seconds.
If only that one moment from Skies had come down to a win for him rather than a win for Savage, there wouldn't have been a 2K to Savage's name in this round. But Naquo has got no time left him. 3 players left. All the discipline you'd ask for being shown by Team Secret to let this round end comfortably in favor of Team Secret. Up to 5-2 they go.
Yep, starting to just cruise a little bit now, finding their feet and looking very good, Team Secret. I think there's a couple of lessons for ENCE to learn there, and that's obviously thoroughness of droning. It has to be there. If you haven't drawn something, if there's something preventing you, you got to go in and face check it. You just can't leave it alone. You found out exactly why. Savage comes down main, like you say, if that gunfight goes the other way, and funnily enough, as I picked up on at the end of the previous round, as coming into this half, I said, you know, it's the gunfights a little bit. They're just missing those opportunities. And I know that it sounds hypercritical. Savage has pretty much pre-fired him as he comes around the corner. He knew the swing was coming. So yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult to win, but it just mounts up the more and more of those fights where you look and think, oh, if they get that, then the round goes differently. And it just feels like a lot of those are going against ENCE at the minute, and they need to try and turn that around.
That's exactly why this timeout here is the thing, Tim, to help them try and get themselves back on the wagon and get them back into fighting form, because some of the early rounds back in the first half as well weren't particularly against them. They were picking up the entry in at least half of those rounds and going good. But the problem was then conversion into the winning rounds. 2 of the rounds where they got the entry, they would still go on to lose, which tells you a little bit about ENCE, but also quite a bit about Secret and their ability to get things done, even having lost one of their early players in the round. This one here, I think, as we both touched on a few times now, it does come down to Savage not being sniffed out. It looks like they had him on a flank drone, but just simply could not control him, and he really spoilt the round for them. In round 8, we go towards gym and bedroom, and sadly, Tim, I think with how things are going so far, it doesn't look like we'll have what we had in Japan for all but 2 of the games, which is 12 rounds of regulation or overtime guaranteed.
Yeah, we saw an awful lot of action in Japan with some very, very even matches, but like you say, this one so far at least past has been a little bit of a landslide in Secret's direction. However, I'm going to back ENCE to make a little bit of a comeback into this. I think, you know, they're now moving away from that primary site. They're going on to attacking the top floor, and I think there's definitely rounds that they can win. What I want to see here is some good fundamentals. If you're not having the, you know, the luck of the draw with those gunfights, if you're just losing out by half a second of time in each time, then let's get everything else right. Let's give yourself those advantageous positions to try and make it difficult for Team Secret to win them. So I want to see CCTV open, which they're working on now. Let's get Jacuzzi breach done. Logistics hatch open. Let's make it really difficult for Secret to play where they want to play.
Then the thing is, Tim, the exact opposite is happening because you're seeing castle barricades going in downstairs, Fnatic seemingly everywhere down there as well. Just everything that, by the looks of it, Secret can do to slow ENCE down. And where ENCE's game plan was more leaning in towards the Mute and the Mozzie to deny the information, the heavy roam here, for the most part, Secret said, you know what, like, we don't actually want to play that too far away from site. Enough that they can, of course, play out towards the extended hold, as we often see in Groovy, looking more than prepared to go for a challenge here as well. But again, they just look like they're quite happy to play relatively in close proximity to the site itself, and then worry about denying them as the round wears on.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the lineup here for ENCE as well, 4 hard breachers on site pretty much. I'll put Buck sort of half in the category. He's got the hard breach gadgets, but, you know, primarily a soft breacher. But other than that, they've got Hibana, they've got Maverick, they've got Thermite. There is absolutely no excuse whatsoever for not opening up every single site of this bomb site, and it looks like they've done that. They've got Logi Hatch, they've got construction wall, CC wall, Jacuzzi wall. Right now, the site is looking like a piece of Swiss cheese, and ENCE just need to get in and start taking a few bites there. So I want to find, you know, they want to see a couple of kills now, give themselves the man advantage and a real chance to win this one.
Again, it's the hurdles that keep getting put up, though. Just run that clock closer down to the ground. Same with the Flores as well, has now finally worked his way through all those Roteros. And now you've got to deal with the next round of utility, which is 2 C4s in the back pocket. You've probably got Fnats to chew through, as you can still see 2 of those are active around the map here too. There's just still more walls for them to work on through. Anjun playing on the downstairs, but Rykos with a critical kill will remove the castle on the downstairs, and that's one less threat to worry about. But this C4 tip, it could be the one. Nalio! And it goes and finds one. Miracle on a swing for the second. Rounds for main stairs, but the site concedes all that he can see. And now Rykos has got it to do against 2. Groovy and Adrian stand in his way, and a match point is abound.
It's not just 2, it's 2 people that have really been finding their shots so far today. He hasn't bothered to pick up the diffuser. That tells us one thing. Rykos is going for kills, and flashing himself is certainly not going to help the situation. Goes in, tries to take out the mirror, will do. Prevent its use at least. Sees one move behind Logistics' desk. Is he going to find either of them? Yes, no. One. Cannot find the second as Adrian stands tall for Team Secret once again and closes out a round, sending them now onto match point. It's 6-2.
Adrian ain't gonna lose that. He ain't gonna lose that while he's playing like he is today. Absolutely nuclear at the start of the game and bringing up big at a time when it looked like Rykos might be able to pull out the 1 versus 4, but denied at the bitter end of things. Unfortunate, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. That Secret Tim up to 6-2, and things are looking a little bit hilly, shall we say, for the side of ENCE to now climb.
Understandably, the ENCE players just looking a little bit sullen there. Just, you know, you can see the weight of the game is sitting on them. This is beautiful from Miracle. Gets the first, gets the second. It's such a difficult one because I want to look at that and say, you know, the Nitros come over the top. The focus is still on smashing the mirror window. You're not ready for the fight that's, you know, likely going to come after it. But at the same time, if you don't smash the mirror window, then Miracle's swinging with a clear view of what he's coming into. He can pre-aim it, pre-fire it. So there's not really, it's a lose-lose situation for ENCE there. You know, I really thought they might have another round or 2 in them, but at this point, I'm not too sure. They sort of did everything right there. They got all the walls open. They got the opening kill. They took down Doom. They, you know, did everything they needed to. But then it's just these moments coming out of Secret, the Miracle double that, you know, in that case, just turned it on its head, and they always seem to have an answer at the minute.
All right, well, now we get to see Nako. Tell you what, his name is really throwing me. I know it's Nako, but I keep going to say Nako, and I know it's wrong, but it keeps on getting me. It'll stick in eventually, Tim. I'm sure it's not require a few more games or maybe a few more rounds. He's on the Maestro coming in for this round. Maestro. What's wrong with me? On the Monty in this round coming out. We saw a lot of this being brought along out in Japan. Salty, formerly of Reject, now absolutely dominating teams on Skyscraper back on day one with that operator. I feel when you see a multiplayer again that has really taken time to get used to the new changes, he's even more oppressive than he was before, Tim.
It certainly is. Of course, anybody not familiar with those new changes, Monty is able to look around behind the shield without moving his body. He can just move his POV now to feed information without sort of exposing his flanks. He also has the ability to sprint with his shield a bit more like how Blitz used to do or can do. So it just gives him a few different options, can reload behind his shield as well, so doesn't need to drop it for the reload. Interesting changes. The way that I sort of categorized it was, I think a good multiplayer becomes an even better one, but you know, moderate multiplayer is probably going to struggle a little bit. They are, you know, sort of changes that work in both directions.
I wonder if you're going to go as far as saying they'll now be terrible. But at this point, Nako has got to try and deal with these Kiva barriers on the step up forwards. Good work so far. Managed to get just in front and Groovy realizing, oh God, I'm now in danger. The thing is that when he drops the big shield is he does expose his feet. However, the burn comes on through. The shield is out and Groovy is toast him. Absolutely cooks up here on Catwalk, and that will start to open things up for the side of ENCE as we get into the final 60 seconds.
Great fundamentals from ENCE there, taking Catwalk. Savage, however, once again is the man to step up and start causing problems. Taking that long angle out of Cash, finds a great kill onto Skies, but there should be potentially an opportunity to get this diffuser down. The only thing I'm concerned about for ENCE is they're not controlling Lounge at the minute. There isn't anybody down there, so it might be fine. We see the smoke canister bouncing back off the shield there. Not too often we see that.
He's down to 160. I was really worried which way he was going. And Savage, I tell you what, just punishing them for anything they tried to do in this round, has got himself onto a second. Adrian makes it number 3, Doom number 4. Frenchie with it all to do, but they're going to have to raise that white flag, I'm afraid. That's a Team Secret win, Tim, and a decisive one at that.
Yeah, Team Secret looking great there. ENCE, you know, a few things to go away and work on, I'm sure, but I think, you know, there was an element of it not being their day as well. But Team Secret have just taken advantage of every single mistake that was made. You'll love to see it. They've been hitting their shots. They looked electric so far today. Impressive stuff from Team Secret. And some of the players, you know, Adrian particularly on his debut there as well. Miracle having a great game. Sort of everybody stepping up for Secret.
Absolutely. I mean, again, a strong performance. I thought maybe we'd see one a little bit closer than that, but it feels, Tim, like at this stage, there's going to be a little bit of a rivalry forming between those two. We mentioned about the number of times they faced up last year. 9 maps, I believe the count was last time around. Just absolutely crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's much more quicker than we expected. Secret really dominating and sending a message ahead of themselves.
Indeed. Well, I believe we've got a quick break coming up, and then the desk will break it down for you. So catch you guys in a little bit.
No break, luckily, because we're back here ready to analyze this game and what happened. Thank you so much, Ace and Des, for casting that very first game. But for Secret, a very smooth start to their Europe League in 2024, which started out as a very close game, ended up being a really dominant from them, but it was definitely Adrian standing out a lot there.
Yeah, it's what you wanted to see from Team Secret. I think that was the challenge to them. Are Team Secret going to take the step up in 2024? If they were going to, they had to come out with a dominating victory. That is exactly what they did.
Yeah, they dominated that game really well. And Adrian stood out so massively as well. He was super, super talented. But it was not only Adrian. Like, looking at the entire team, there was nobody who's like really exceptionally stood out or carried them today. They had a team effort. That's not something we usually used to see from Team Secret.
With a team effort, how are the process looking like so far in Secret? It's early days, but what are we seeing?
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Obviously, in the pre-match, we kind of questioned roles that we saw in terms of Malta. However, in the match itself, because of the map that they were playing Clubhouse. In Clubhouse, there's very little room to have fraggers and supports. Everybody's got some kind of utility role to offer. Even the Ash with Mira being open and Maestro being on the board, that type of stuff, right? So everybody's got some kind of supporting role on Clubhouse. So we don't yet know if they've changed their roles since Malta. However, their performance, their teamwork, their discipline, everything was excellent from Secret today. There really is no kind of faults that you can find.
No, there were no gaps. There were no opportunities for ENCE players to actually make any aggressive plays, for example, flanking or anything like this. Secret had everything under cover. They had all the control of the map in the world, and they also played it very well in their gunfights. The only fights that they really allowed ENCE to have were one-on-ones, fair fights, which then again, they aren't fair because as an attacker, you have a much better gun. So honestly, Secret's attack half, that was what impressed me the most. I think they completely outplayed ENCE. ENCE played a better team today.
Yeah. I think even the 2 rounds they lost, right?
Yeah.
The 2 rounds they lost is where they fumbled the bag a little bit trying to deal with a player in catwalk, which happens from time to time, and then playing for a plant a little bit late in the round. That's all. Very good performance.
And Sky is 4K. Obviously, you can't look away from something like that, right? So it's, yeah, when one player has that one of a round, you can't do much about it.
Further on to ENCE, Fabian, their start to Europe League so far. How is it looking? How are we feeling?
Honestly, they just played a really, really good team today. I saw a Secret that I didn't expect to be at the level that they were. So I don't think that ENCE has too much to worry about so far. I mean, we need to have more consistency from the players. In round 2, Sky's got a 4K. After that, we didn't see that much happening from him, and we need more to happen from these players. Because those star fraggers, because I mentioned Raikos and Sky's first, right? They didn't shine today.
I think ENCE have kind of been operating at this like tier 1.5 level, right? Where the tier 1 teams hadn't really shown them the respect they deserved over the last 6 to 9 months, but they were far better than the tier 3 teams. Now they've hit the big leagues. Now they've hit EUL. Teams will be showing them that respect. They will be preparing for them, and they will be putting in solid performances. And I think ENCE kind of suffered with that today. You know, fell down a little bit. Obviously, they've lost to Secret the last couple of times they've played them when they've been taken a little bit more seriously.
They need to find that strategical depth where they don't rely on the same thing over and over. As you say, Jack, once they get started once, they will always be broken apart. More strategic depth, and I think we can see a much better team.
We talked about it at the very beginning of this post-game desk, but Adrian, a player that really stood out in this specific game.
Yeah, and it's mostly about how he comes in here and he puts on a new debut, right? He comes in and he plays incredible. First round, he drops a triple kill in one-on-one clutches on top of that. That is something you don't see very often, especially not from a new guy on the block, right? Usually you feel all that pressure in the world. You're gonna be struggling a little bit, but once you have that triple kill to start the game off with, all that pressure that you have and all of that nervousness, it just drops away. And when you have a game like that, honestly, just all of Secret played amazingly. I'm super, super happy for Adrian. And just anything that he does, he was really, really good of game. Couldn't have a better debut.
Definitely looks strong for him today on his very first game here. We have moved over to our screen here because we should have an interview lined up, and that should be with none other than Savage from Secret. Savage, it's good to speak to you. How are you feeling after this very first victory in 2024?
Hello, good to speak to you guys again as well. It's a good first victory. Quite calm one, not out of game. So yeah, I'm happy with the team performance. We came in with a good game plan. We executed it well. No one felt like under any pressure. We were able to play very well. So that's why you need to win the games. Come in with a good plan and execute it.
Savage, the 2 players that you've picked up, Adrian and Joom, tell me a little bit about them and why you picked up those 2 players specifically.
Right. So Joom has been under my radar, so to say, for a while now, especially playing against him in FPL. And he has that kind of very unique play style that is just so annoying to play against. Every time I played against him, I felt so annoying to play against, where he's always on your feet. He's always like switching it up. One round he'll hide, one round he'll play for super aggressive. And that's just his individual skill that he showed on the majors and everything. Obviously, he's a great player. And as soon as we knew that we could get him on the board, like he wasn't, like without 2 doubts, we just was going to get him. While Adrian on the other side was a player that was obviously being talked about in the tier 2 scene quite recently. And once we got to trial him, we saw a good potential for another role that we weren't expecting to be able to. That was the more support kind of role for his really good execution of everything. He's very cautious with everything he does, and he's very perfectionist kind of player. And he has really good comms, especially for a young player. It was just like he has no flaws, you know. He's got a real individual skill. He's got good comms, and he's got like the characteristics of a support player. So we were like, let's try him on that. And even on Charles, he played very well on it. And we're like, okay, that looks like a perfect fit for us. And so far, it's been like that. with still some adjustments to do. Maybe take some weight off his shoulders with some other kind of operators because he's new. We want him to also feel comfortable. And obviously, there's some roles on this game that are very not rewarding, and it can be hard mentally for some players. And obviously, with a very strong mentality, I don't think that'll be a problem. But obviously, we don't want to make it too, too much for him. So yeah, it's just about finding a balance. Like this map was perfect showing of him. Great performance individual by him, getting the bomb down again, like just how he did in our last tournament in Malta, and still getting the kills, getting the clutches, getting everything. Amazing pickup.
Nice.
Both of them.
You know, I like this tactic as well. This player is so annoying to play against. Let's pick him up on our team so we don't have to play against him anymore in the near future. But when we talk about the near future for your team, of course, tomorrow you have the off day, and then after that you play Virtus Pro. How are you feeling about that?
I think it'll be a similar game plan to this kind of a good individual skill like players, but slow team that plays for execute. So again, just playing for our winning conditions, coming in with a game plan, execute again, and happy for ourselves. Obviously, can't disclose too much on that, but on the game plan. But yeah, hopefully we can do the same as today.
Understand, you don't want to be giving away too much on the very first day, but thank you so much for willing to talk to us, a very detailed explanation about the two pickups. Thank you so much, and of course we hope to speak to you again very soon.
Thank you. Hopefully I can speak to you guys again soon as well. See you guys later.
All right, and with that, we will be sending it to a break because that was only our first best of one of the day. We have 3 more, and we'll talk about that second one right after a break.
Dia Sao Paulo! You have waited 5 long years for Siege to come back to Brazil. Now, the Ginásio do Ibirapuera is the home to the Hammer as we get set to write the next chapter in R6 Esports history. This is the 6th Invitational 2024. Vamos fazer barulho! Virtus Pro versus W7M!
To tail can be told they continue to push, they continue to seek, and they charge into the finals of 6th Invitational 2024.
The 6th Invitational 2024 starts right now. Face Clan W7M. Vamos fazer barulho!
That it's all falling apart for W7M once again, but it is happening for FaZe. 1 round away from cementing themselves as world champions. From 6-1 down.
Can W7M respond?
You wanted to find him, and he finds you. Comes, he makes it. We cannot. We know we can't. Into red time. He can't finish it. He's own brother. Infinite own Overtime is upon us! We get it! We get it! This is how legends are created! Is this the moment where we can crown a new champion, a new dynasty to be created? And yes, we will! Yes, we will! W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Welcome back to the desk of Europe League, and we're just about to get stuck into our second best of one of the day. We mentioned, of course, that it'll be between Wolves and Into the Breach. Now, one of these two teams has been making some changes over the last few months coming into this tournament. We're, of course, talking about Into the Breach. A team has made some changes. I think you'd like to talk about them.
I would love to talk about them, man. I think, if we look at the roster, they've added in 2 new players. They've added in Creed, the second player on your left, and they've added in Oscar, the player on your far right. Now, I'm continuing my proud dad moment because I was very proud of Adrian making it to Tier 1. Then he was the MVP. Creeds is the second person I'm the proud dad of. Obviously, Adrian and Creeds, if you didn't previously know, came up through kind of Tier 4 together. They were on the most recent roster together called G2, who did beat G2 once. And yeah, they've been added into Pro League. Now, Creeds and Oscar, I think, are both very, very sensible pickups for ICB. This was a team that was going in the right places, that had really turned the ship around Stage 2 last year. Noah Ayres became the best player on Earth after having a horrid stage.
Yeah.
They've added now more firepower, right? And I think that's the one thing that they were maybe lacking. They got so close to the Atlanta Major through the LCQs, a little bit more firepower. they could have made that.
And I mean, Oscar, he was supposed to get his chance a long time ago. He should have gone to SI23. Visa just put a stop to that. And honestly, these two players, they're not only just better firepower, they're also, in my eyes, more intelligent players, like individually more intelligent players. So I think they've taken a step up on everything. Again, as we said before, all these teams we see today, they've made improvements in the roster, and all of them make so much sense. They're such improvements, and just they have the staff to really change and shape these players, because both of them are fairly young. So you have still so much potential in shaping them into being better players. And Kenny, who is a better developer of players in Europe than him? I don't think that we have one, because he's managed so many players go from Challenger League to EUL and then be very good players there.
He manages to like extract all the potential and 30% out of every player he coaches. It's incredible.
And then talking about the development within this team, of course, last year, stage 1, 9th, second stage, 6th. We're looking for them to keep continuing that upwards trajectory.
And I mean, that's the trajectory that they're going to be heading on. I'm not expecting anything less today. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, like, yeah, Wolves were at SI in every major. But I think that right now, Into the Breach is probably the better team.
Wow.
Yeah, I stand for that.
Really?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Talking about their opponent for today, Wolves. And now I don't like to be a negative Nancy here, but their recent track record isn't looking all that good. Got eliminated from SI by Bliss, got eliminated from the Malta Cyber Series by 86. What do we want to see from Wolves coming into Europe League?
You never want to start on a negative, but we've just got to have to. Is the last 2 events that they've played, they've been eliminated, as you say, by opponents that on paper are far weaker opponents. And it's another thing, a continuation of the story of Wolves suffering at LAN events. Obviously, they've made no changes because they've only played like 2 tournaments in the last 3 weeks, right? No time to do so. However, I've got to wonder what the mentality is like within that Wolves camp, because it is continual failure after continual failure for this roster.
And not only that, we've seen them voice its frustration on social media. And if you're a healthy and happy team, this is why I said that I think that ITB might be the better team. They haven't been voicing healthy thoughts. And if you have these internal issues, it doesn't matter who you go up against. It can be Team 86, who, by the way, they're not a bad team.
Yeah.
However, Wolves shouldn't lose to them. They should never lose to them. In a best of 3 as that, no chance at all. They did. Now they go up against what I would say even a better team than Team 86, and maybe I'm stretching a bit, because Bliss made it far in SI, maybe a better team than Bliss too. Should they win against them?
It's not just the results as well. I think that's the most frustrating thing for Wolves. It's the performances inside of those results. We know they've got it. At SI, they were one of the only team, if not the only team, that beat W7M, that actually beat the champions, the Dynasty. Wolves beat them. They've got that capability. They can be all the way up here. But then also they go and lose to absolute, not nobodies, but teams that they should be all the way down here. And they just don't have that consistency at the minute, it seems.
Eventually that will fail. Like, that mental will break completely.
But there are some positive things. I mean, looking at their performance further in history, they've made majors consistently ever since Charlotte. So that's looking good. But then in the back of their mind, they're not getting these results out of those majors that they would want to get.
And I think the problem with that is the consistency. I think if you look at Mowgli, he's an exceptionally gifted player. He really is. But the inconsistency that he shows, well, who's behind him if he has a bad game? Okay, Deadshot that can step up. Again, another inconsistent player. And then after that, you're really struggling to find the people that will step up and find those kills. You look at some of the other rosters across the world and across the EU. If we take the world champions, every single player on that W7M/Now Fury roster can do that. With Wolves, it doesn't feel like that.
And it's like, if you look at the players in the background there, like Shinka, P4, and Bibo, right? Shinka, we see awesome clutches from. Like, don't get me wrong, we praised so much Wolves last season and last stage. They looked incredibly good. But all of these things will just slowly but surely grind you down.
That's the thing, is the constant, the fact it will grind away and it will take them down and down the longer this goes on.
And the mental, that's like, you will start building walls between your teammates. That's what I'm fearing at this point. Like, you start building something that is very negative and you guys don't like each other.
We'll say something nice about
Now, before we start to spiral down into negatives, because it's only the very first day, okay? Maybe they've had this week to take some time off and to reset themselves mentally. Hopefully. But of course, we're going to have to see what battleground we're picking for our best of 1 as well. We still have, of course, that 9-map pool, and our map pick for today will be Consulate. First thoughts on that?
Yeah, so Consulate is a map that me and Fabian know Wolves very well on. The one thing that I will say for both of these teams, the Consulate is very high preference according to their preferences from last stage, and then Wolves SI as well. However, both teams have got a pretty bad recent record on it. ITB in the LCQs for Atlanta, they lost to Secret. They were 7-0'd on this map. And Wolves, it's one of the maps that they lost to Bliss. It was the deciding map that they lost to Bliss, and they also lost it a couple of times before that in SI. So both teams like it, but have mixed results on it.
You know, Oscar played with us in Fresh and Friends against them, so he has all the internals, and if he can almost beat them with me and Jack on that roster, he definitely will beat them with the players he has on his side now, because they are a few, or like an entire skyscraper above us in level.
Just a little bit better than
All right, they're slightly better than us. They're like golds and we're like silvers, and that's the only difference between them and us.
But to summarize that kind of says that, you know, Wolves are comfortable on this map. They like this map, but for Into the Breach, especially considering their roster changes and the fact that it's been a few months since we've seen them on this map, a lot could have changed.
It's definitely much more of an unknown for Into the Breach, and it's very hard to know whether they'll be good or bad at this map, whether they like this map either or not, because they've made 2 roster changes, and the last time that we saw them in Tier 1 competition was genuinely like October time, right? So it's been 5 months until we've seen them. So they could have developed new strats. Obviously, a whole host of new operators have come out since then that they can be working with as well. And I would have expected them to do so.
They definitely have. I mean, 2 players in itself, that changes everything and every way you play.
It does change a lot, but we should have our match soon, very soon. We have Ace and Des joining us again for the second best of 1. Guys, I'm going to throw you under the bus or put you on the spot for this one. Predictions for our best of 1 between Wolves and Into the Breach.
My head really wants to say Wolves, but Wolves just have a real strange habit of bottling it at the worst times. And day 1 admittedly isn't the worst time to bottle it, but I just feel like day 1 is the day to trip them up if you're going to trip them up, to be honest. I don't know about you, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, why not? It's you start as you mean to go on, right?
That's my take anyway.
We'll, of course, have to wait and see what's going to happen between us. Whether Wolves do have that mental reset ever since last week, and if they can win this game out, or if Into the Breach have a very good start to their Europe League. But it is Consulate, and you two can take it away for that.
Indeed, Michelle. Thank you very much for that one. And here we are for day 2, for game 2. Day 1, game 2. Well, it's really hard today, Tim, it turns out. One of those, again, that I think everyone's been looking at and asking, as we ask every single stage, as we have done for the last 3, if not 4 years, what Wolves are we going to see in the build-up to that major? You're pretty much expecting to be getting to these big events, but to do that, they've got to best out some incredibly strong teams coming into the 2024 season of EUL. Are they going to find themselves bested on day 1 and fighting uphill from there, or do they bring out a strong performance? Only one way to find out, and that is through getting into the game.
Yep, here we go. It's another one where we've got a few new names to check out. We've got a slightly new map. We don't, we haven't had the reworked version of Consulate in the map pool for all too long. So we're going to see a little bit of that as well. Always a fun map, I think. It can be a tough one for the attackers working their way through the labyrinth of tiny rooms and clearing it out. But we'll see how ITB get on with that, as they're going to be on the attacking side to kick things off. Wolves going to take out the Monty to start us on the band.
Sure. Honestly, I do think at least with how things stack up, I'd probably do favour Wolves coming into it. But Into the Breach, new look, new roster. There's been plenty of surprises over the last few days across both Japan and Europe, Tim. So heaven knows as things will keep on stepping on forward. Grim going to be banned away. A strong one for this map, admittedly, especially on the top 4 executes, often using that Grim to completely flood rooms with information. No one can step into the danger zone, or they are revealed for all to see. Makes attacks that little bit easier when going for an execute. And Solus, no surprise, plenty of little, dare I say, rat corners and hidey holes that a Solus can run away to here on Consulate. So not at all surprised to see that one taken away. And our last ban is going to be the Goyo coming out for Wolves, looking to let themselves flood in towards the site, for example, without having to worry about being slowed down by that pesky fire.
Here we go then, let's get into things. Round 1 it will be. Just having a quick look across that defensive lineup. Nothing stands out as being too wild. Still seeing quite a bit of the Azami play here in EU. We've seen it drop off a little bit in other regions, of course. We've had those changes to the Keeper barricades, so they can now be taken down with bullets at range. They can just be shot. The number of bullets required varies depending on whether it's a DMR or a rifle, for example. The shotguns have a different number as well. So depending on how much damage is done, they will then crumble away and will need to be replaced, or you'll see that Azami rotating away. But it doesn't seem to have changed things too much, at least in game 1. Plenty of Azami players still present. We'll see if that's the same here for Wolves. They're at least picking her up in round 1.
Whew. All right, in we go. Of course, wait for the hovers of the attackers to be locked in the next 5 seconds or so on that defensive side. Yeah, much more of a leaning towards the stock standard. Valkyrie, Fenrir, Azami. 3 of those big, powerful ones that we're going to see picked up time and time again. And Azza is going to stick in on the Amaru here as well. Normally, if you want it for this, you're looking to go for an upstairs site of some kind. But I imagine here, because we're on the downstairs, it's much more about getting fast control into the top of the map, hoping to catch someone out. Sure enough, Azza's looking ready and waiting, maybe hoping to catch someone inside a piano, but more likely to see this going upstairs, I'd expect.
Deadshot is going to be returning. Well, not returning, going to be heading up to the top floor to support P4, who is up there. So it's going to be about that top floor clearance. Breach is going to be made into Closet straight away, but more phantom pressure than anything as the IQ gets back up onto the rooftop. Noah going to be just relocating, looks pressure from elsewhere. The Amaru of Azza is kind of ready to go here. Got the Gara hook out and is looking to push and pressure. Mowgli going to do a little bit of damage, but yeah, Azza goes in.
Nice pre-cam, guys.
Just taking map control, just getting in there, getting that presence. And they've done pretty well here. Deadshot's been forced back. I think he's going to drop down the stairs at this point. P4 all the way back over there as well. So, yeah, RTB taking good, quick control.
Oh, indeed. Of course, shout out as well to our observers. Blue, we've got both medics and easy for this one, which is always nice to know. Covering things out for us here on the first playdate. Always a pleasure, gentlemen. Thank you for your efforts as always. And I say a nice little catch on the free cam as well of the Amaru zipping up that stairs, just in case there's someone to be caught out off the back of that call coming in from Kendrew. Now, on the step forward we go. They were halfway into the round at this point, Tim. They've done a lot of the work they need to get control on the top floor. However, P4 has slipped the net, dare we say, working his way across from towards admin, looking in towards this west side of the map. And if these boys aren't careful, they haven't got those flank drones down, they are in trouble. Creed's on the hunt with his own drone, but will he catch out the mute here? I imagine he will on that cross, but P4, I think Noah's got his number.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
P4 moving around. I don't think he's quite aware. No, strays in, and Noah is going to pick up an easy kill. But Deadshot is there for the trade. We saw him moving up to support P4, and that is exactly what he was in position to do. Mowgli finds Kendrew, and that is going to leave us now in a 4 versus 3. Azza's trying to level things up here, but with the verticals above him, this is going to be very, very difficult. They have to move Deadshot, or this final attacking push, relying on that presence in piano, is going to be super difficult.
All around the map except for the sites itself, but now Azza's got himself down here looking to make a little bit of impact. But those keeper barriers, even though you can shoot them out, you just know they're going to find themselves getting replaced. A couple of kills coming in the way for ITB. Creed's the last one left alive. 2 players to get it done by as he goes on 3 goo mines, Tim. That's a lot of chunking, and Wolves win out round 1.
Yeah, going to make it very difficult, just in terms of, you know, when they know where there's 3 or 4 goo mans stacked up. So when they hear, you know, 4 of them triggering, they're going to know that Creed's has pushed in from bottom yellow. And again, it was those verticals. It was the fact that Deadshot was, you know, left to play above. Yes, they cleared out P4, but it's not necessarily a criticism of RTB. Ultimately, you've got to make a choice. You know, you've spent 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes trying to clear that top floor down. It hasn't worked. You've got to go for sight at some point. You've just got to do it. Sometimes you can leave the roamers out in the cold a little bit, get yourself established, get a couple of kills on site. All of a sudden, they've got to play back in. But realistically, on this map, not usually going to be the case because, as you can see, so many verticals opened up that the defenders could use that without having cleared them, it was very unlikely to be a successful attack.
Absolutely. I mean, good start as well. I mentioned about the whole scrap around the entire map. Wolves are kind of doing what we saw a little bit back on Clubhouse not too long ago. We were talking about it back then when really it was Savage out on the roam on the mute, just causing absolute havoc from above. When they were trying to attack in towards the downstairs site, you've seen a very similar thing coming out there from the side of Wolves. All that goal again of wasting a little bit of time, even when ITB are doing their due diligence. They've got the Amaru on side for this exact reason, the DKB, making sure they can get on through. And ITB's response in round 2 is saying, right, we're playing that kind of game. I hear you. Here's Nomad. Here's Gridlock. Very rare you see those 2 coming out as a combo, but the goal 100% is going to be to try and keep Wolves penned in. But the thing is, Tim, those Wolves have got teeth.
Yeah, they certainly do, and they know how to use them, Des. They're not going to be certainly letting them get away with anything. Deadshot, again, we saw Deadshot have a fantastic few performances at SI particularly. Had some real standout moments where he was putting up big numbers, and it looks like he's carried forward in EUL. He's going to come out with another big kill there, picking up the opener this time, leaving us 5 versus 4, and Azza off the board, goes around. This time is shut down, but Mowgli manages to cut down Kenny as we go, and it leaves us 3 versus 3 very quickly. Only 50 seconds in.
That's it. Beautiful start and much better handled. Yes, I mean, it's come down to both sides losing 2 members, but it has been that little bit more pacey. It hasn't been so I suppose, cautious on the side of ITB. They've got themselves into some early engagement, some early scraps. Problem is, though, as we always say, Tim, for attackers, that starts to wear on them. As the defenders, you don't mind so much losing a Valkyrie. A Black Eyes are already out. Maybe a C4 has already been used. But for the attackers, who've got all these gadgets still to use, you're looking at the 4 tracks in the back pocket of Noah, for example, the Roteros, the juices coming out from Finca, everything. They don't have a full, complete picture here to make this execute work. P4, if only he knew a spray through the window frame would probably turn to be enough, but no. Neither player taking some chance shots there. No one being injured. Still half the round to play.
P4's actually done a great job there of keeping himself in position. Noah's going to go underneath and it'll likely clear him out from the desk. You got to hold this position if you want to plant on CEO window. You can keep the man from behind desk and you can prevent pressure from the hatch, pressure from underneath inside a piano. So definitely needs to be there, but P4 still hasn't been dealt with. He's playing this position fantastically. He's hopping back and forward to keep himself out of the sights, but it might not be enough because his teammates are falling down around him. Bibu, the latest one to be cut out of the round, and that's going to leave us now 2 versus 3. Creed is creeping up here. Shinka's got the shotgun and he should win this engagement every time at the short range. There you go, easy as that. 2 versus 2.
Dealing with it again. The 2 teams just going neck and neck though. Every single kill being traded in response. Noah has found his way in upstairs, and now Shinka, a clutch master, has got it all to do. A C4 in back pocket will definitely help, but they're looking out for that information. Take some shots, and Noah's not going to miss those ones, Tim. Round 2 going the way of ITB.
Yeah, much better getting the job done. They were a little bit wobbly in the mid-round. Like I said, didn't really deal with P4 very well. Didn't give themselves an opportunity to put the plant down, but it didn't matter. They went in there and got the kills and got the job done. So good stuff from them to level things up 1-1 and not allow Wolves to get too far ahead. That's going to be important here. Wolves are a very experienced team and they know what to do with a lead, and if you give it to them, they'll keep on running. So ITB definitely good to get one on the board now. Just settle things down a little bit. Obviously, you know, they've got players like Creed's first EUL performance. Just, I think we saw some nerves on the side of ENCE, you know, and a few of their players. So just settle things down a little bit, get around on the board, get some kills in there. And I think, you know, yeah, it could be a close contest as we go now.
I don't think chaos will necessarily be a bad thing in the eyes of Wolves there, right? They've been there 1,000,001 times. You know, this roster pretty stable over time. Yes, we saw the change of Rise being switched out and Deadshot coming in, for example, but outside of that, quite stable for a long time. And they've dealt with some of those more chaotic games and equally much slower and more stable games. And I'd expect to some degree, they probably thrive in the chaos a little bit when they know how each of the plays, where they're located to be, how they're going to play maps like this. I'd expect that they are the ones who are looking at teams that are relying on a little bit more structure, a little bit more of a breathing space throughout the round, as ITB might expect, given their new look. They probably quite like the chaos as it unfolds. Getting our way back into things now in a second as well. Quick few replays from that round, some including that shotgun pump on yellow stairs.
Just a nice long shot there. P4 got away with playing around that desk for so long, but he just sort of just played it perfectly. It was like the gridlock went in and started opening up behind desk, which, yeah, absolutely, that's what you would do to clear that position, and he hops over the desk, and then as soon as the gridlock's gone, he goes back, and he was just absolutely having none of leaving. But we're going to have a piano defense for the next round. Not going to go back there again, Wolves. The setup will look very similar to you, but that's because they're going to be holding on to that top floor. They want to keep those verticals. The hatch in particular can be important. Gives a great view down into sight, but Wolves are going to have to stack numbers up there because ITB, by contrast, they're going to want to get hold of that area.
Yeah, and given how they've played it so far, I would not be shocked at all if we see Wolves being very, very happy to go and play up on that top four. And in fact, you can see just that. 2, 3, 4 of them playing upstairs to begin with, all with the goal of falling back down to sight when the pressure does start to build up from the side of ITB. It will open up questions, though, for ITB here is how much time, how much resource, how much investment are you really looking to make in clearing out that top floor? Because as we've seen, when they've gone to try and seek for those kills, they've always lost the same number of men back in response. So, are you prepared to lose potentially your Buck, your Ying, for example, even your Nomad? And really, the Nomad there is going to be the one that makes sure that top floor stays in control once they've got it. So now at least making sure that the bottom floor can't be used. So it really is a battle across every single floor of Consulate right now, Tim.
Yeah, they're just concerned about any roamers potentially dipping down into the basement. Because you're on that mid floor, like you said, you want the vertical to hold on to site directly, but the basement is a really good opportunity to rotate and get a flank potentially. So, yeah, get the double air jab there, prevent any push-up yellow stairs. That tells us a little bit as well about where the attack is going to come in from. It's going going to look to get a plant down inside of Piano more than likely because they're concerned about those yellow stairs, which is going to be your immediate point. Mowgli just can't find his shot, come down and runs headlong into Azza without a clue that he's there. And that's going to be 5 versus 4 with another entry going over to ITB.
All sprint took the yellow stairs from Azra as well, so must have been a great call coming in that there was someone challenging on that near window. Good response, and Legion taken offline as well. The rechargeable gadget removed from the round, but most critically, Mowgli, who's been going pretty good at this game so far, tied for kills alongside Deadshot. Not too surprising given they are the 2 entry players for this team. But again, him being offline makes it a hell of a lot easier for ITB. And you hear those Candelas coming out, Tim, that means it's go time.
Certainly does, and Wolves are there to stop them, Des. There's Deadshot, P4, Biboo, 1 kill apiece, Deadshot with the Nitro, and Wolves collapse in style all over ITB, finding 3 kills in a heartbeat there and closing out the round. Fantastic stuff from Wolves to hold on to that Piano site. That's going to leave us 2-on.
Beautiful stuff, and a real good kind of like crush from them as well. It was a great attempt by ITB, you know, dunking all the gadgets in. You've got that numbers advantage, really looking to overwhelm Wolves, which is quite funny because when I think about Wolves, when they first had this new look, they first got picked up by Wolves. One of the first games that we cast them on was actually on Clubhouse. And I remember seeing a really good top-down execute of them executing into Washington bedroom. And what we likened it to at the time was that they were like a pack of wolves, quite literally. They spent half the round droning things out, figuring out what was going on, and then at the snap of their fingers, everyone was inside a site, bursting in from different windows, different entry points, completely overwhelming the defenders. And ITB have just tried to do the same onto Wolves. But like I said earlier on, Wolves are used to this kind of gameplay. They've been at it for years now. And so they've got the composure, they've got the experience to deal with those slightly more chaotic moments when comms aren't really all that effective because there's so much going on. Just a really good reaction.
You see there, it was just that couple of seconds from Wolves, just absolutely decimated the round. They were absolutely ready for it. And yeah, just fantastic, fantastic hold of the top floor there. So we move on. It's going to be round 4, and we're going to see Wolves continuing. They're going to be happy, I think, with 2 successful defenses so far. And ITB going to be looking to maybe try and do a little bit better in this next quarter, these next 3 rounds before they move on to the defense. And look at this from Hazza, got himself straight inside using that Amaru, going to be coming down yellow stairs, but it looks like Wolves might just be stacked up and ready.
Absolutely, it depends if you can get away with it. You know, round 1 they tried to do the very best at the back of the phone call coming on through, so it is a repeat of what we've seen before. It's about capitalizing at the same time as well. No one really yet to be found, and got to hunt down those roamers, as you say, Tim. They're the ones that gave them a little bit of a headache back in round 1. It's a similar sort of setup, so ITB should have made the necessary changes here to their game plan to deal with this.
Trying to spot out those gadgets, take a few out through the floorboards if possible with the IQ, but if not, at least ping them out. We saw this success from the top floor roam last time around. It wasn't really dealt with, and Deadshot is up there once again. So how will ITB deal with this differently? No Nomad on site. They're having to just watch the flanks physically at the minute. Who comes away with the win here? It's shotgun versus shotgun this time, and P4 is not going to have any joy. Azza takes him down. 5 versus 4, a good entry once again for ITB. 2 in a row for Azza now.
One of those games where I spoke about it back on Club, how everything was focused around the plan. On this game, at least, everything feels more about chasing players around the map. Wolves have been really aggressive. 2 coming in behind as well. He's about to get pinched here. There's 4 players on him, Tim. There's no way he gets out alive. Down he goes. Azza claims his 2nd victim of the round. Really good roam clear so far by ITB, but Tim, they've spent 2 minutes doing it, and Mowgli is still out here along with Shinka, coming in behind him too. And really trying to push in aggressively. Do not want to give them a chance to even think about the execute.
No, exactly that. 4 versus 2 as Noah manages to cut down Shinka. Shinka been pretty quiet so far this game. Biboo steps up, manages to find one onto Oscar. It's 2 versus 3, and Wolves have potentially a chance to hold on here, but Mowgli takes a ton of damage, and that's just going to make him a little bit more tentative to get into those gunfights because he's a breath away from death. And ITB are certainly going to be looking to deliver that if possible. 30 seconds, just less to go. Wolves trying to hold on. They get the burst that they need. Mowgli making the use of what hit points he's got left. He finds a double to make it 3 in the round. And all of a sudden, it's a swing of fate. And it's 1 versus 2. And it's Mowgli with a fraction of health, cutting them all down. One after another, and Wolves take another defense.
A little bit of a missing at the end there as well. The push onto Mowgli came in before the first flashes had come out, which just meant for him it was a straight up shootout and one that he came out on top. In fact, I think it was the pillar player, the one intended to be flashed, but Mowgli had the long angle, just weren't quite, I think, aware of exactly where he was holding inside of second sight with the soft angle opened up through towards yellow door, and ultimately they paid the price for it. But I mentioned it in the middle of the round, Tim. Wolves are just determined to force absolutely every gunfight to be happening off the site here. Even when they were down to a 3 versus 5, still going out around the map, looking to get aggressive, and it really all started from here. It was Shinka and Mowgli looking to retake that middle floor and just stop them getting set up for the execute. Everything is about running the clock down, and everything is about interrupting ITB's game plan, and they're doing a brilliant job of it so far.
Yeah, it's really working for them, and I kind of feel for ITB a little bit because, you know, in that last round, it's a good example. They got in there, they got a couple of kills. They were 3 versus 2, but then they came to that final 30 seconds, that execute. That's where the problem seems to be a lot of the time for them. They get down there, they maybe even man count, maybe have an advantage, and they sort of try to step foot in, they try to go for it, and it just doesn't work. They stall out at that last hurdle, and Mowgli doing some fantastic work there to keep Wolves in it and to win them the round ultimately. 3-1 Wolves then, and the French side looking very good at the minute.
Well, Tim, I imagine this is what many viewers are really here for. It's seeing a Deimos being brought along as well. Oscar is on the hunt here, seeing who he can find. Of course, a reminder, you do have to find the operators first. You can scan their gadget, you can see them, whatever it might be. As long as they are revealed, Deimos is then able to start a hunt against them where he gets the real-time ping on where that player is. They get one every couple of seconds as to where he is to know if he's getting close or not. And we had a little bit in the pre-show about this as well. Jack, Fabian, and Anne going through this, talking about, I never called him Jack on a broadcast before. Fresh, Fabian and Anne going through this a little bit as well, and just saying you're not going to see too much of it in pro play. We've seen it brought out a couple of times, I think, in each of the regions so far, but certainly not a staple part of any team's wheelhouse.
No, I think as Fabian touched on, it's one of those operators. If you've got everything else you need utility-wise, if nothing else, he's got a great gun. He's got the AK. It's fantastic. So, you know, he's going to just be useful in a fragger's hands anyways. So I think, yeah, bring him along, get a bit of intel as well. Mowgli just getting a bit brave there, stepping out, taking the silver. He knows that somebody's in there with him, and they're going to cut him down. It's 4v4 as Creeds manages to get on in, but Bibu's there for a big double, and he breaks the back of another RTB attack.
Just, again, Wolves keep on breaking ITB down when it feels like they might make a little bit of progress. Wolves just bite back time and time and time again. ITB, I imagine, will be kicking themselves after this game at how many times it feels like they've been in such a commanding spot to really take the charge in a round. And instead, it just all crumbles away. Oscar and Azza with it all to do against these remaining 4 players.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of work ahead of them. They've got time on their side. That's one thing. They can get on the drones. They can see what's going on. And they've got a minute to work with. But the thing is, every bit of noise that they make, every bit of clue that they give Wolves of where they're coming from, they've got power positions to play against. The shield on Venom with Bibu in behind there. I can only imagine he's got FNATs ahead of him as well. Going to be really difficult. Oscar is going to be one that has to try and push forward into this. 30 seconds left to go, and time is starting to wear thin now for ITB. It's now or never. You got to push. Bibu pops up, manages to get one. Can he find the second? No. Shinka's there in support. Triple in the round for Captain Bibu, and that's going to be Wolves taking another.
Just feel like they're playing with their food a little bit at points here, Tim, doesn't it? ITV at points really being chewed up and spat out throughout these rounds. And again, I come back to it earlier on. We spoke about the fact that for this roster, yeah, sure, there are a couple of changes that have come in. There's going to be a little bit of gelling time, whereas Wolves have been together for a long time now. They're just on point with this sort of thing, and they know how to play out these round ends. But it feels like their playground at the minute and Consulate, and all we're seeing is ITB just being run into the meat grinder round after round.
Oh yeah, it's definitely, you can see it on a few of the faces. Obviously, you know, paying attention into the tactical timeout as well. But ITB, the pressure is on, backs to the wall. They're coming out against a very good Wolves side here. Wolves certainly seem to have really settled into this one quickly. It's like you say, they're not even really playing on site too much. They're just challenging ITB wherever they want to come into the building. It's not worked out perfectly for Wolves every single time, but even then they still seem to, you know, on that back line have a way of getting the round done. Mowgli it's a little bit over aggressive that time, but it didn't matter because it just baited them into the opportunity for Bibu to pick up that big double. So yeah, Wolves, whether things go right or wrong, just seem to be finding a way to come out on top of every situation.
Do. And now they've got one more round to come out on top. ITB after the back of that tack timeout, you're hoping we'll come in here with a bit of a game plan to get just one more round on the board. Going into that second half, 4-2 on your attacking half, or 2-4 on your attacking half, you won't feel so hard done by knowing you're coming up against, again, a team that has really brought their A game so far today. Then maybe you find yourself getting some good defensive rounds on the board here on Consulate. But I feel if they go down 5-1, Tim, it's going to be a bit of a mountain to climb back that they simply won't be able to scale.
Yeah, it feels like a bit of a slippery slope at that point, doesn't it? You know, they've got new players coming in that the team's having to settle, and then have it really the teams that come back from your 5-1 deficits. That was difficult to get out.
Sorry, mate, being new today. Words
your 5-1 deficits.
I don't want to do it or anything.
Just because W7M manage it, you know, that's a team that a roster that have been together for a long time, have had a lot of success, and so you don't have all those issues to deal with as well. So yeah, I think coming back from a 5-1 is going to be a big ask. Not impossible, but a big ask for ITB. So yeah, for me, very, very important round for them to win here on the attack.
For starters, well, a lot of work being done by the Roteros. A little bit of a slower start here. Not seeing Azza across on that Amaru this time round either. Things looking a little bit more safe and composed, making use of the Flores to make sure that they can chew through bulletproof cameras, for example, the Maestro Evil Eyes that might be out there. You've got Azza on the Nomad to deal again with the Roamers, so we've already seen them try and make use of both Nomad and Gridlock in one of the rounds, even at the same time, and just not quite getting the success that they were looking for. But I'm hoping the combo here of the Nomad alongside the DKB, I mean, it hasn't been previously, but you're hoping it's the combo that's going to work out for them.
As they're just working his way back up to the top of the stairs there. The Rotero drone will go in and likely clear out some utility ahead of him, but also give a little bit of information as well. Flashbang goes in, and you feel like Azza knows that there's likely a challenge going to come, manages to take down the Fnat. And Kendra just watching those rear stairs there. Azza, the peak, just not. I'm in favouring him there. Bibu manages to find him on a beautiful look at the reverse angle. Mowgli manages to find Kenny as well. That yellow stairs opened up, and once again, Wolves are just in the driving seat here. Oscar can't find his man. P4's there on the cover. They always seem to have the answer.
Again, like I said it earlier on, but ITB really are just being chewed up and spat out on this map. It's Wolves' domain. It's their play park. And there's nothing simply to be found for them. Creed's going to try and do what he can here to bring this round to something for them in the last 60 seconds. But it goes to tell you, Tim, that in every single round, no entry kill has come after the 130 mark, except for in round number 1. Everything has been otherwise down to this absolute slugfest that has been a punishment for them in the early parts of the round. The roam game coming up from Wolves has paid absolute dividends for them, and they'll be rewarded with a very, very comfortable 5-1 lead going into the second half.
Yeah, Mowgli's playing really well as well. He's always a dangerous player if he gets himself rolling. Always going to make life very, very difficult. So at the half, we will switch sides then. ITB will move on to the defense. Maybe they'll find a little bit more comfort here. They should have the setups ready. They should be prepared. You know, everybody knows what they're going to do. Everybody knows where they're going to play. I think the main difficulty at the minute is that they've started losing the gunfights. In the first couple of rounds, they were going in there and getting a couple down and finding themselves maybe in 3 versus 3s, whereas over the last couple of rounds, Wolves have just stretched their legs a little bit more and it seems to have found another gear. So for me, RTB, they need to just dampen that down a little bit, go out there, win a couple of gunfights, give themselves a man advantage on defense, and make Wolves do some thinking now.
And that's the thing. Can you really make them think? We always say it, Tim, 2 halves to a game of Siege. It could be a very different ball game now as we step into round 7, but for me, again, I just feel that There's always a difference of like when a team is clearly just really kind of like coming up against it and the team has got much stronger defenses than the other team do attacks. But there's other times when a team really is just having the run of things, and given it hasn't become down to setups as such, it's more been down to Wolves just again treating it like a little bit of a ball game for them and running through ITB. I think when it comes down to those gunfights, you're still going to see them coming out on top. Like Bivu's 7-1, Mowgli's at 10-4. They really have had the run of things.
They're just waiting with that nitro in hand. Of course, you can open up across the top of the wall there. So he just wants the call or the sound cue to say that somebody is inside of admin, and he will launch that over there and see if he can pick anybody up with it. But for the time being, Wolves not looking like they're going to be playing directly into that. Noah, again, just peeking onto closet there, see if the wall's been opened. He will hear that it is now. And so pressure will start to mount very quickly inside of sight here for ITB.
There's a nice little stat in the top left corner, probably been sourced out by Fresh, that one. Wolves have played by far the most rounds out of any EU team in official competitions last year, with 701 rounds spanning EUL, Majors, and a 6 Invitational. The EUL average was almost half of that at 368. Like I said, Tim, these guys have played a lot of Siege. It's great to see 4 over the top, but Mowgli's just ready.
Going to be scanning there as well. Make sure that there's no cams in there that are going to hurt them. There is no Valkyrie on the board, but they may not be aware of that if they haven't scanned out everybody yet. So just making sure that there's nothing that's going to be causing them a problem. And Noah just holding this tight angle here, not choosing to play down by the vending machine, a little bit more aggressive here, and picks up a nice nitro onto Mowgli to get things going. That's what I said I wanted from ITB. Get out there, get some kills, and just force Wolves to do a bit of thinking, and that might just slow them down a bit.
You know, completely given as well. 2 really good C4s coming out. I know the first one was shot out, but if not for Mowgli's reactions, it would have been 1 kill, and that second one a comfortable second. So good start for ITB. Again, trying to slow Wolves down here, keeping them at bay somewhat. Noah trying to do his very best here, getting pressure inside a break and up towards Copy itself. And Nate coming in from below at the same time. The red indicator disappears, and he's pushing downstairs here, Tim. Will he find his man? Rounds the corner, and Bivu simply can't win it. Noah's into a second in the round, looks for a third, but he's getting pinched on.
Gotta wonder about the drone that was just ahead of Noah there. We saw it down in the drone hole. It looked to me like it was lit up, so I'm not sure if Bivu had that information to hand that he was swinging into Noah or not, but he did seem a little underprepared for it. There wasn't really much of a pre-fire, and Noah able to win it out. Did fantastically well. Better from ITB, but Shinka has got in a position to put the diffuser down. As it pops up, manages to find one. Kenny onto Shinka to stop that diffuser going down with a second as well. ITB get themselves that first defense, and that is really important. You just think that it might steady the ship for them.
Hoping so. I mean, again, such big work being done by Noah at the very start, under a lot of pressure as well. Push from Visa, a player swung in from Coffin. He had a player inside a break. He had one coming in through Copy. Wolves were really determined to get him out, but he still finds himself a double kill, gets the C4. They almost found Mowgli at round start as well. So far, a really good defense being put up. Now, how long Wolves will take that for, I don't know, because again, coming back to what I said, I felt like they were really the dominant ones in that first half in terms of not just the overall like gunfights they were taking, but overall the mental game looked to be solely in their favor as well. I imagine you find them losing a couple of rounds here. Lilian will step in and say, right guys, chill. We absolutely stand them first half. More of the same. Stop being so nervous about it. Let's really try and make this close out now. I mean, the other side of it is they did really try, you know, a lot of nades being thrown up there. They were pushing in for pincers. They did all they could. No, it was just better.
Yeah, I think so. It was a really important round for ITB to win. As I said, coming in, they don't want to be facing 6-1. They want to get that first defense on the board. This, for me, now is the big test, round 8, because they're not on that top floor. And I've said this about top floor sites before. You're sort of playing on a more limited space. You don't have to worry about the rest of the map quite as much. You know, yeah, there's a potential for maybe a buck underneath, causing some, you know, chaos vertically. But generally speaking, you can just hold that one level. Now they're in the basement, they've got a lot more work to do because they want to keep hold of Piano. They want to keep hold of Expo. They want to keep hold of those positions. So they're going to be spread thinner. And that's when those fights are going to become more difficult to win, going to become more critical, because there's not necessarily always going to be somebody else there to impact on their death should they lose a gunfight. So more important round coming up for ITB.
3 C4s in this round as well being brought out. I think after the success of the last couple, I know one was obviously shot out, but was going to find its target otherwise. Really doubling down on it. And we were having a good chat in like a little talent group chat we've got actually between the games about, you know, the indicators. Now we don't see it on the observer side of things, but players do have that ability to line up these C4s, guarantee they're going over a wall, for example. And it was that question of, you know, should pros have that or not? And realistically, I think maybe until a decision is made around that, or until teams just get more used to expecting it, C4s and the like will become even more powerful compared to what they were before.
Yeah, you know, exactly. Like you say, if you're able to use that, it's going to give you, you know, a much higher sort of degree of accuracy, you know, in making sure that they land sort of on point. So, yeah, definitely something teams are going to have to be aware of, you know, being prepared to combat that. We will see how that develops. But for now, the round is developing. 1 minute 30. RTB are actually doing really well. 5 versus 5. Half of the round has been burnt out. They've still got players out in the map. We can see here Creed, I think he was supported by Oscar as well. He's going to be taken down though, Mowgli, and this is where ITB need to improve. Creed gets taken down, and this is what I said, if you remember. On this site, there's going to be less opportunity to impact on each other's deaths because she's spread thinner. So now Wolves get the kill, but also solidify that manpower advantage because there is no trade coming in.
Isn't just yet, but here we go. The call comes in and they bolt it off down those stairs. Tim, as soon as you're sitting there, they've disappeared back into the shadows once again. So good attempt from Wolves to get a little more control in the early round, as you say, with Creed's being taken offline. It's a good start, and also with the call coming through, it's going to force these members of ITB back. So it does feel like Wolves have found themselves at least a little bit of breathing room in this round where they have slowed things down. However, it's all about actually closing out the rounds from here.
Yeah, that's it. They've still got to get onto site and think about getting that diffuser down. They've got a lot to play into there. There's Kiba barricades creating a lot of dangerous angles that RTB can use. So whilst, yes, they didn't manage to impact or trade Creed's death, they've still burnt a ton of time. And Noah picking up that one. Mowgli is huge. Oscar, Azza managed to pick up one apiece, and Wolves have been caught slipping. They drop the hatch in the final 15 seconds. P4 taken down, and it's 3 versus 1. Deadshot almost certainly going to be losing this round. He's just trying to find a kill, cannot see anybody, and that was a great flank from Azza and Oscar there, really pushing that round over the line for ITB. 2 in a row, and they're starting to get some momentum. 5-3 now to Wolves.
It's almost like an exact replica of what we saw back in the first half. 2 halves to a game of Siege, really coming into its own here, Tim. Didn't expect it, but the rounds are playing out in a very similar way. As mentioned, ITB this time around being the ones that are getting those late round flanks onto Wolves. Exactly the kind of stuff that was stinging ITB, when they had the man advantage in several of those first half rounds and still found themselves slipping and losing out to the side of Wolves. 5-3 then. That 5-1, Tim, is suddenly not starting to look so advantageous, is it?
No, exactly that, and it just feels like it's slipping a little bit. As I said, I expected maybe just that little bit of extra comfort from ITB when they're playing in their setup. You know, as a newish team, that's the bit that you can focus on, is the defensive strategy. Attacking-wise, you can do your VOD prep, you can look at what teams are doing, but we're coming into a slightly new meta, new operators, and there is the potential for things changing, so you're always going to have to react on the fly a little bit. And the longer that you play together, the more plans you're going to stock up, you know, the more different attacks, plan A, B, C, that you're going to be able to roll through. But for the time being, you know, it may be that on the attack it's a little bit limited for ITB. However, on the defense, they know what they want to do. They know what the setup is, and Wolves are having to play into it. And right now, ITB are doing fantastically well in the first 2 defenses.
Well, here's a real screw you comp coming out from Wolves here. Seeing that blitz, the DKB and the Ying on. Makes you feel sick just looking at it, to be honest with you, Tim. It will have to start out a little bit slow, especially if they want Mowgli to get some work done with those Roteros. And it's always that question of, like, does the team want to go fast? Does it want to go slow? The answer here really is slow, I imagine. You know, Shinka being on the Ying as well, normally one of the backline players of the team. There's going to be a little bit of prep work first, and I imagine they storm their way through. Hang on a second, though. Hold that phone. 40 seconds in, and a Candela's ready to get some room, Tim.
Rotero drone just being used as soft breach as well, just to create any angles that are needed, like you say, and Candela is ready to go, and you just feel that Wolves are waiting for a little bit of information here or a little bit of movement before it's going to be 3, 2, 1, go. Shinka sends one in, and there we go. The drop comes into yellow. Bibu is bullying with the blitz, but it's not going to work as Noah and Kenny, they stand tall. Azza manages to find one as well, and all of a sudden, blink of an eye, it's 5 versus 1, and Wolves are facing a potentially flawless defeat in round 9.
Oh dear, Tim. It's all crumbled. They can't make a slow attack work. They can't make this fast one work either. ITB have just had the answer, and I wouldn't be surprised if this turns to be a bit of an unofficial timeout into an official one here. Half the round still to play. P4 up on the roof. No one can get him unless there's a magical C4 that comes out from Noah. But they may just find themselves using this time for a little bit of a conversation here about how they fix the situation they're in. It's going to be 5-4. It's going to be 3 rounds on the bounce to ITB. And I mentioned it earlier, I wouldn't be shocked if Leland calls an attack timeout here just to reset the boys' mental here, because they cannot find a way through.
Yeah, I think you're right. At this point, it's getting to a stage where it's going to need a little word. 5-4 from 5-1. It's not looking pretty for them. And the thing is as well, round after round that they're able to collect. Beautiful shot from P4. I'll just stop to say that, but Noah's there for the collection. It was a bit meaningless, but a nice shot nonetheless. You know, the more rounds that ITB get, I spoke about that confidence potentially. You know, you've got players that are really settling in now. And the first couple of rounds, you think, oh, wow, you know, debut in EUL, sorry, I'm getting into this. But now, that's long forgotten. This is just another game of Siege now, I'll tell you that. And they're really starting to find their feet and do well. So ITB, yep, certainly looking dangerous.
I mean, they're going at this point, questions to ask. Can they do it? If it's starting to feel like it's going that way, Bibu's back. Probably gone outside his room there and just gone into the hallway and just gone, ah! And then come and sat back down again. That's it, yeah, just get things back on because it is falling off track very rapidly. Here we go. Let's see if they can change things up once again as we find ourselves back on that top floor, Tim. No crazy ranky style executes coming out here by the looks of it, but fully expect they're going to have something in their back pocket to get this one over the line. They only need the one to get themselves through to overtime. I didn't see who starts on overtime, defense or attack, but at this point, I imagine both teams are praying that they are on the defense when it comes to overtime.
Bomb located by attackers. 5 seconds
Here
left.
we go then, round 10. Will the ITB train continue rolling? Or are Wolves there ready to derail them? We'll see over the next few minutes. Az is going to be banditing that wall out again, which is what we saw previously. Obviously just doing all that they can to try and keep them out of admin. This was the first round that, the first site, sorry, that ITB were able to get the win on. It went well for them. They were able to get a little bit aggressive. And Nitro went in through to copy and got a kill onto Mowgli. And from there on, it just kept rolling for ITB. Wolves, are they going to have a solution? Closet is going to be opened immediately by Shinka. That's going to be the first order of business. Upside down rappel just to see if he can pick up any cheap freebies maybe, but otherwise he'll likely be up to roof and off to help elsewhere.
I had the dulcet tones of Easy in my ears telling me that ITB start on the defense, Tim. Things are going to start to sound a little bit peachy if we get towards that point in the game. Still, we've got to get ourselves through regulation. Still a few more rounds to go yet. I feel like we're at a bit of an overtime, to be honest with you, Tim. Wouldn't mind that on day 1 of EUL.
Exactly that. Here we go. As again, pressure mounting, but they didn't really deal with this position too well last time either. He was supported, of course, by Noah getting that opening. But again, nearly a minute and a half before Azza has to leave there, and they still haven't made any real progress past that area in towards vending. Going to be very, very difficult again for Wolves. They really are pushing from this side. They've not considered CEO window or top yellow by the looks of things, and they obviously believe that they can get it done from here.
And you hope it's so.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
But ITB looking unbothered in this round, a much slower one compared to what we've seen for most of them. I mentioned earlier on that stat that very few of our rounds have kind of gone past the 130 mark. This is one of them that is slowly whittling down to be our slowest round so far in terms of the entry. In fact, we're just passing the 113 mark, and that's exactly what it is. But the action is now going to spring in with about a minute still to play. Mobley's in and looking for his man. He's going to find Kenny. Have they found their way through? No, because immediately there is a response. T4 on the underside as well. P4 is ready and waiting. There was the fire burns out in front of him. He's pinned here for a second, and Noah is the man that you want in his position, Tim. He's an absolute demon under pressure.
Yeah, absolutely that. Just watching for P4 taking the opportunity maybe to try and put that diffuser down. We'll see whether he does or not. He's just waiting for the support to come along that he needs. Bibu knows that there is somebody underneath, like you say, just needs that to be dealt with, and then P4 will be ready to press the button. Azza does manage to find Deadshot. Big Nitro from him, and that leaves us now 4 versus 3, 30 seconds, and Wolves are scrambling here, just trying to take those long-range fights. Azza, he's got the kit in front of him. Surely there's no way. Bibu manages to pick up Noah, but Creeds is there to mop up, and ITB, they are on the comeback trail, Des.
Aren't they just? That was Bibu's first kill, by the way, of this entire half. He was 7-1 coming into it. But it just goes to show Wolves are really struggling to make themselves be heard in this half. ITB are absolutely charging through their opponents on day one. And what a start this would be for Creeds here in EU.
Yeah, it really would. There's some big numbers being put up. I'm looking forward to getting back into game here, and A, for the action, but B, for a look at that updated scoreboard just to see how a few are doing. Az has just gone fantastically well in that round. Big nitro kill, puts the diffuser down on the ground as well. Like you say, Creeds, I know, saw him on, I think, 5 or 6 earlier, so he could be getting up towards sort of double figures, which is a great opening performance from him as well. So, yeah, very much impressing so far, and ITB really sending a message from the defensive side here. Yes, the attack was a struggle, but right now, I'm not sure I'd put it past them, Des, to actually go one better than Wolves here.
I think they can.
Go for the 6-0 and win it in regulation.
Like, Wolves haven't really looked close, has been the thing. Like, I'm looking back at how many players have survived every round for Into the Breach. There have been no less than 3 players alive at the end of every single one of these defensive rounds. It hasn't come down to a 1v1 clutch. It hasn't come down to something mental to close the round, like, I don't know, a C4 to close things out at the end. They've dominated Wolves throughout the entirety of this half, and I'm struggling to see how they find a way back in.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, we've seen Wolves a couple of times on Consulate, and I think it's not even necessarily about the map. You know, we've seen this change in fortune from Wolves within a game sometimes before, you know, where they just look sort of red hot and then they get to the change and just doesn't really stick, and that's certainly the case right now. Oscar is going to be applying those Fnats for the breach and bottom of yellow stairs to prevent any pushes coming in through there without RTB being aware. But RTB right now, they must be fantastically happy. They've come from 1-5 down to leveling things 5-5 on the scoreboard, and what a story we are having on play day 1 of EUL.
Ain't we just? Ain't we just? 2 more rounds to see them taking that 7-5 and walking away with all the lion's share of points they want to be taking out of this game. Now, at least, still looking to keep them challenged around the map. It's Azat solo roaming on the top floor for now. So that should be the first port of call for Wolves, is to get him cleared out. But easily slip his way down the yellow stairs, though, and rejoin his team here. No bother at all. Cheeky little C4 over the top. There's a good attempt coming on through, but Wolves, I think, are a little bit wise to these C4 heavy antics of ITB. Still, 2 more in pocket, though.
Yeah, Az is just going to be... Yeah, the thing is, you can see those couple of kills affecting these players. Asa gets a good couple in the last round. He's peeking onto the skylight. He's ready to take the fight. And ITB just all seem to be sitting up a little bit straighter here after the last couple of rounds. And it's fantastic to see. Creeds, as I said, he's got himself up to 7 now. Noah on 10. Those 3 really sort of forming a bit of a front line here for ITB that is holding back Wolves. Creeds is going to be above. They've got the battle cams as well that are going to be supporting him. And right now, Wolves, they're on the clearance.
Yeah. They've got the need. Vertical control established. Ram's done a work. You've got people up there still as well. Still 2 more of those boogies to throw out too. Lots of vertical control to come on through. Then the question really turns to ITB and what do they do? And normally the answer when you're starting to get pressure from above is to step off the site and instead try to play proximity. But they're taking the word proximity a little bit loosely here. Tim, does he see the head? Yes, Creeds does. Weaves it through and finds Bibu, but I had no idea that he was even there still. The drone game, maybe not quite up to snuff here for Wolves so far.
Creeds played that super cool there. He knew the drone had missed him, kept himself in position, and it was a matter of time. He's got himself out of dodge. Brilliant play. Text another one, another one. Creeds, absolutely unstoppable right now. Cannot find the last, but it doesn't matter. The damage has been done with a huge triple, and Wolves once again find themselves in a 1vx. Mowgli this time trying to close out the round, but it's almost certainly going to be too little, too late. Wolves fail to deal with Creed, and they've paid the price.
They really are, Tim. I mean, again, come back to what I said at the end of that last round. We've barely seen a round close with anything less than 3 players alive for ITB. There's 4 here. Maybe Mowgli finds 1. Maybe he finds 2. But the round just isn't close, and they've got the Creeds to thank for that. Oscar gets the close. They're up to match point, Tim. 5 rounds on the bounce.
Oscar swinging with the bailiff there for the final kill. And like I said, it's just little signs like that that make you think ITB are really feeling confident here. That's 5 rounds in a row. If you've joined us into this game, ITB were 1-5 down at the half. Wolves not only winning 5 of those first defensive rounds, but they looked so good for it, Des. They were on top of them, and as it went, they were picking up pace. Round 5, round 6, Wolves were, winning by more and more in the first couple of rounds. Yeah, the round had finished. Wolves would have a couple left alive. Round 5, they had 4 left alive. Round 6, they had 3 left alive. They were winning them comfortably at that point. But then all of a sudden, ITB come online. When they get on defense, they've won 5 in a row. And it is now them who are certainly feeling like they can get this one done in regulation.
Tell you what, it's crazy seeing boys that we play around with an Adrian and Creed just running around, deleting people.
I've been watching them do this for months, mate.
I can think that's a couple of quotes, actually. A couple of times I played a couple of the games. I think it was the Adrian specifically. And we're just like, how are these kids this good? And it doesn't seem to ever stop. The pair of them have had a field day, but this time around it's Creed, the man of the moment. Again, a shout out to Noah. The guys all mentioned turned into a bit of a superhero himself towards the back end of last year. And my God, is it continuing? A good few scary teams really starting to rise up here, Tim, who historically have been, lower half teams, but they're really looking like they can start putting big teams to the sword, starting with Wolves here in just 1 more round.
Yeah, absolutely. Bibu's been picked up on the Pulse Heartbeat scanner. That information was being fed into Creeds, but I like this. They've not gone over aggressive. They've not gone running out of the door. They've not anything else. It's just, he's going to come into admin, right? So we need to play for an admin hold rather than getting over aggressive and throwing the life away. So I like to see that because, once you've got 5 rounds in a row, it's pretty easy to feel like you're absolutely indestructible. But no, ITB are playing this smart. They're playing for pace. They're playing for time. They're playing to make life difficult for Wolves.
Yeah, they keep on wasting this time and chunking through it. I know we're only 60 seconds in, but just keep on frustrating Wolves. This one feels like a done and dusted deal. With the Pulse on side as well, feeding that information back and forth and all around, it just continues to be an absolute headache for them. All the information being fed from below as well, as with no one there to deal with him. Also safeguarded someone out by the Legion. But the number of times you've seen them play around this staircase inside of Teller's archives to get back, to get down into archives, it's been absolutely beautiful. Feels like Wolves are chasing shadows at some points.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, they've had 1 minute and 30. They're starting to work their way across that top floor. Still not confidently in control, I don't think. And they know that they've got players around them that are going to make life a misery if they can. Creeds is looking to challenge onto the top of yellow stairs. He knows he's being pushed from multiple directions. 1 kill comes in, Mowgli onto Kenny. This might just be what Wolves need. Bibu, he manages to find Creeds. Can Wolves grab around in the nick of time? P4 is going to be down, but Mowgli, he manages to find Oscar. Wolves have got time to collect P4. 5 versus 2 now, and it looks like we might just get a little bit more enjoyment out of this one before time's done, Des.
It does. Can they come back from a numbers deficit? They've barely been here throughout this half in the first. Yeah, absolutely. But here, considerably less so. Wolves have played the game just right when they needed to the most, Tim. It's been a while since we've seen an attack around win, but it feels like we're building up towards that point. 30 seconds to go, though, and so much can still go wrong.
Yeah, it really can. His time going to be a critical factor here. We saw Wolves have a couple of clutches. Noah manages to pick up more. And there's another. It's now 2 versus 3. Have Wolves left it too late? 20 seconds left to go. And ITB finding kills left and right. Des Azza manages to find one with a nitro. And Noah's up above. They have no idea. Noah manages to shut down Bibu. Dead shot. No choice but to go for the plant. And it will almost certainly be over. But no, they can't get there. He comes out, but he cannot find any kills. Azza, right place, right time. ITB win a 2v4 to close out 6 rounds straight from a 5-1 deficit to win the Playday 1 matchup against Wolves.
That is absolutely ludicrous that they pull out that 2 versus 5. Really completing the circle as well, because we spoke at game start. You're coming up against a seasoned team. They were capitalizing on chaos in the first half, but ITB, a flawless second half. Absolutely ludicrous. And as said, Tim, that's really going to start putting some shivers up the spines of some of our big players and big teams that we've got here in the EU League.
Yeah, what a performance we've just seen there. There's a couple of new names to everybody at home that I think they're going to be thinking, I want to watch more of this guy next week, you know, tomorrow, play days following, and believe me, there's going to be plenty more to come from them. But what a performance from ITB, and what a way to light a fire under this play day. That was a hell of a return tour from them.
If we can have 3 more games like that, I am not going to complain. But Anne and the desk are ready. Guys, over to you.
Thank you so much, Des and Ace. Unfortunately, they didn't get to say the iconic lineup that they're going to overtime, but that final round, a 2v5. I mean, we don't have seats here, but it technically had us on the edge of our seats.
I nearly fell over. I'll be honest.
How the hell did they do that?
I'm honestly like, wow. Like, I'll be honest, that game was a game of 2 halves with some of the most honking attacks I've ever seen inside of a UL. But fair play to ITB. Every single defense on a comeback. That's incredible.
Their teamwork was so much better on the defense. That's the biggest thing. Because we saw the gaps in their attacks and it just nothing seemed to work together. So yeah, it was a rough start for them, but they managed to come that back, and it shows the mental resilience and how good of a team that they are. I said it before, I think they're a better team. Maybe they didn't show they were that much better, but they definitely played and they came to play. They tried stuff in attack, didn't work out.
I think the map played a huge part in the way that this game played out. Obviously, defending Consular is so comfortable. I think both teams, well, especially ITB on their attacks, they tried to be a little bit split with their attacks in terms of position and all go at once. And they were a little bit out of sync. That's kind of the rush you might expect for the first game that they've had in 6 months. And I think that's why they, you know, genuinely looked pretty bad on their attacks. When you give opportunity to Mowgli and Deadshot to take a 1 and then a 1 and then a 1, they're going to take them, and they've got the ability to just win and string those kills together. However, when it flips back over, ITB get on the defense. They were causing so many problems for Wolves that Wolves were just not solving whatsoever. Even in that very last round that we saw there, all 5 of Wolves players dropped a hatch that a Pulse was holding from 2 floors below. All 5 of them went down that hatch. He got 2 kills in a C4, and then the flank came in. Like, wow. It's just mistakes on Wolves' part on that attack there. Wow.
But we have to look at it from like what mistakes were ITB doing. What you were saying in their attacks, it was not really up to the standard that they need to have to be competing at this level. It worked against Wolves today, but they need to time their actual pushes much more together. Because the entire theory that they're playing, which we have that keyword split theory for, that all revolves around everybody doing things exactly the same point, because you're opening gaps for each other by contesting players and basically keeping them busy. They didn't do that because they lost 1 duel, and when they lose the first duel, everybody in Wolves camp can all of a sudden always go 2+1. So they always can be 2 versus 1. So it didn't play off that way.
So what I'm hearing is, and if to summarize that, was that the first half really came down to Wolves having these really good individual moments. Of course, the map leaning in their way as well, with that being on defense, their start. I mean, you saw it in the stats. Mowgli had a great game in total, actually. And then, of course, on the defense of Into the Breach, they were flawless. They were creating these problems for Wolves, but that really puts up a good start for Into the Breach. I mean, we talked about their trajectory, right? 9th in the first stage, then 6th in the second. This is already putting up a really good start for their 3rd stage.
Absolutely. I think as like, I would consider Into the Breach a middle of the pack team that wants to try and be the dark horse to make that 3rd or 4th spot into the major. If they are to do that, they have to beat those teams that are in the 3rd, 4th slots for the majors, which Wolves has been that team for probably the past 18 months. They've done that today, which I think was exceptional.
Yeah, I think they had an amazing game. I'm super proud of them, and I think they should be proud of themselves because they really showed that how good they can be.
Now, we had a difficult time picking just 1 player to highlight on the side of Into the Breach, so we went ahead and we picked 2. And we'll have them up against each other in a head-to-head. I'd like for you to talk about it.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. I think Noah Raz and Creed, both of them putting in exceptional performances today. I think Creed's obviously on his debut, you know, stepping in as a player that's never played in Tier 1 today, really came to his own right at the back end of the game. And then Noah Raz, like, the performance this kid has put in, if you think all the way back 12 months ago, stage 1, he looked like a fish out of water. He looked absolutely lost. The progression that he's had to come in and be as consistent as he has been recently as such a big part of this team has been absolutely incredible.
It has been really good to see that, but we have moved over. I'm joined here by Fabian on our Telestration station because we have an interview, of course, lineup as well. And we are joined by Kengo Kenny, the coach of Into the Breach. We get to ask you a few questions about that game. That first half, they had you in the first half, not gonna lie, but you did came back and it was very good.
Attacks were abysmal. Worse. First day nerves, I'll put it down to. We had all the info we needed to transition rounds, and we didn't have the confidence to call what was correct. And we stalled, and we let them play their retake game. Every round, they played their retake game. They played either to entry deny us or retake. And when we knew that occurred after the first 2 rounds, we still didn't have the confidence to then just go before they're even allowed to retake. So attacks were awful, but Wolves, since stage 2 last year, have a 20% attacking win rate on this map, and I knew it was always possible that we could come back. So even despite our split, I knew that our defenses are amazing on this map. I knew that Wolves are statistically not very good at attacking the map, so I knew it was always possible, and I had full confidence in the team to bring them back round after I had a little shout at them in the timeout.
I have 2 questions for you. First of all, obviously we have to ask, why the 2 players you picked up? Creeds and Oscar, what is the reason for them? I mean, we both know how good they are, but explain it to the audience as well, please.
Well, anyone that has followed me throughout my time as a coach, I like to give talented players the room to grow. And Creeds in South Breach was plus 17 on entry for Jihu. And we had to replace Kanto, who was our first entry. Creeds isn't typically a first entry for how he's played in tier 2. He was more like a lurk flex role. But I think nowadays in the current state of the game, you've got to have, you essentially have 1 support player and 4 flexers. That's how you kind of see the game nowadays. So even your entry needs to be able to play a multitude of operators. And Creeds on defense was exactly what we were looking for. We just had to shape him into the attacking role, and he's been outstanding. The dedication, the motivation he showed to improve in the month we've been with him, been fantastic. Oscar is long overdue his tier 1 shot. He is such a reliable, such a solid player, and we were looking for a player in our backline that would be able to put up the kills and put up the reliability that you think of the best support players in the world. They're reliable. You know, in that late round scenario, they'll get that 1 or 2 kills that could change the round for you. That's why we picked both of them up.
All right, and then the second question. That game was quite a hit and run, you can say, because you took a massive hit in the first half, and then you ran away with it. And that confidence that they displayed, did you, as a team, is this a confidence thing that we can expect in more games, where you guys still keep the cool and keep the calm, even though it really looks like, well, we're not standing a chance here?
The team is always composed, and the confidence is running high in the camp in the month that we've had. And I think Kendry said it brilliantly yesterday. You know how long Kendry's been in Pro League. He said this is the most confident he's ever been going into a stage before. And if that doesn't tell you what this team has potential in, then we'll see going through the season. But started off with a win today. Good stuff.
I think you're going to have to use the confidence, of course, as well with your upcoming games, because the teams you've got coming up are BDS, you got Virtus Pro, you got Fnatic, maybe not in the correct order, but those are some difficult teams potentially to go up against. How are you feeling about that?
We don't see ourselves as putting up the bottom of the pack. We see ourselves as competing with those teams you just mentioned to go to the Manchester Major or the second major in the year. So those teams are just another day at the office for us. I don't care if BDS have built a super team. Yes, on paper they could be stronger, but the game isn't played on paper. Team play, coordination, how you structure things, how you react is how you win a game.
Well, that goes perfectly in line with the upward trajectory that you guys have been having over these last 2 stages. So, of course, we hope that we get to speak to you very soon. Thanks so much for your time, and yeah, we'll see you later.
Thank you.
That was a very good interview, very insightful, of course, on those new pickup players as well. But that was only half of our EUL day so far. We've got an absolute banger of a game coming up after the break, because that'll be G2 versus Fnatic.
Hey guys, it's Users from BDS.
It's Una from G2.
Hello, I'm Gandragati from the Wylde R6 team.
Is it Shinka from Worth?
I'm Leon Gids from Fnatic, and today we're going to be playing Drone in the Unknown.
I don't even know what that is. I'm looking at.
Those like beer gags or something?
Is that a stove? Is that a drum? What is that?
At the moment, I would say Sky.
I don't even know what to guess. I'm guessing Skyscraper again, but I actually have no idea.
I knew it was mining. Oh, that was my other answer.
I've never seen that in my life. That's Chalet. I'm guessing from the wood.
Maybe Villa or Chalet?
Cafe in the spawn. Good, good. What even is that? I still don't even know where that is. Is it one of those plant pots there?
Oh no, it's cafe. Oh no.
I don't even spawn here. That's unfair. I actually always thought when I watch these I'm going to be a genius, and I'm literally absolutely owning a stinker.
It's the back alley spawn of Bank.
That's going to be bank. That's going to be banking just outside on the floor.
Yeah, got at least one right.
Oh yes.
Oh, this is easy. I put my drone here all the time.
Bank kitchen sinks.
This is a bank open area staff room kitchen sinks.
Correct. Yes.
What did I say? My drone goes there all the time. Just for all the teams out there watching this. I know all the EUO teams are watching it. My drone goes on that little counter there. So make sure you're looking.
It's like we're outside.
Ah, this is Night Haven.
It could be consulate or maybe bank.
What spawn is it though?
I'm gonna go with bank, but I don't know where exactly.
Is it a lobby spawn on Night Haven? I'm pretty sure like the west side.
It was Night Haven.
Yeah, surely. That's too easy.
I would have never guessed where it was.
Thanks for watching, guys, and enjoy the stream.
made it halfway through our very first day of Europe League in 2024, and our third game is between none other than G2 and Fnatic. Now, talking about that latter one, the organization coming into Europe, of course, from APAC, but we're super happy to have Fnatic in Europe.
Yeah, so happy. I think, the fact that the org is here in Europe, they've been in Japan and APAC a long time. We've wanted them here, we've got them here, and they're here now. And the one thing, and we're treated it to it on play day one, the one thing that these two orgs do better than anybody else is banter each other in other esports. So I'm so happy for that. If we move through to the Fnatic team, you can obviously see that it is the core of the old Koi/Rogue roster that represented 2023. However, they have added in Tyrant and Jegs. Now, for me, this feels like much more of a complete team than what they previously had. If you looked at the roster they put out this time 12 months ago, they played 3 support players, a lurker, and then a beta that was playing in an aggressive role. Now, it feels like they've got 2 solid frontline players with Jegs and Jigsaw. They've got a link player with Tyrant, and then they've got a solid backline, obviously with Leon and Deepak.
Yeah, and I think they still have a lot of potential to develop even further. Tyrant has been in M&M a long time, and he has had incredible stats. But I think that team was quite heavily friendship-based, which means that all of these mistakes, because I think that Tyrant made quite a few individual mistakes. Now he's away from that sort of environment, and he's in what I would say more of developmental friendly environment, because now he has pressure from people that might not be as buddy-buddy with him. As well as Satus, their coach, I worked with him a long time ago, and I know the standard he keeps his players to. So I think that we have massive amount of development potential in this team, and Jegs have just as much as Tyrant, if anything.
I think that point specifically on Tyrant is, if you go back to SI 2023, he was like the 4th rated player at SI 2023. And we're saying he has such a higher ceiling that he's nowhere close to. He's still got huge potential. The Fnatic know this as well. The team, the player, they all know this, and they're going to try and extract that out of him.
I think the most important thing to do for Fnatic right now is to forget about last year, because it really wasn't all that good for them. But what I'm hearing right now, it seems that the vibes in the team should be a lot better. And, thinking back about that Rogue core at Berlin, that was the most important thing for them.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're going to do. We're just going to completely write off last year as if it didn't matter whatsoever. It's all about the new Fnatic now.
It's new Fnatic, new stability, and now that excuse doesn't matter anymore. That last year went bad. You have everything in your hands.
They're happy now.
Yeah, they're happy. They have everything in their own hands.
New Fnatic versus the same old G2, a roster that we've seen for a little while now, as together as a roster as they currently are. And of course, they couldn't defend their SI title, unfortunately, in Sao Paulo, but still, looking at the previous track record, Fabi, it's been a pretty good time for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's G2. They're always expected to be up there, and I think that even though they end up 4th in SI, that's kind of a failure because you're there to defend your hammer. So maybe they didn't reach as far as they wanted to, or what my expectations on them were, because I always expect G2 to win every single event. That's just how it's always going to be. But then they also struggled a little bit during Malta. They went up against BDS, who in my eyes kind of dismantled them completely in 2 games. So I don't know really what G2 were going to get here, because they also know that they took a break after that as well. So I don't really know what G2 team is showing up today. I mean, they're very talented players. I mean, come on, a year ago they won SI, right? So it's not like they're far behind. This is going to be a very, very even matchup.
They have a secret weapon up their sleeve, and though. They have a secret weapon. That is Doki. It's not even a secret weapon.
Yeah,
We've known about him for literal years now. Now, the reason that I wanted to highlight Doki here, you're seeing his stats throughout the entirety of 2023. So Stage 1 2023, all the way to the end of 6 Invitational. Now, he has maintained a 1.31 KD. Now, Fabian, there's a little French player that I think you would say is the best mechanical player in the world.
I don't know. This is an argument, right? Because Shaiko would be the one that everybody in the league points towards.
Okay, so Shaiko, over about 300, I think it's 320 rounds, has a 1.31 KD. Doki has that same KD, but in double the amount of rounds. This guy has been so consistent throughout the whole 12 months.
Yeah.
He is like G2's, he's not even the secret weapon, he's just the in-your-face weapon.
And on top of that, that team has performed a lot better at tournaments than BDS have, right? They at least they went to SI, and they came 4th as well. So it's like overall the team around him has also been playing stronger, which I think that you can benefit when everybody is just synced up together.
Did I see that right in that graphic, Fresh? 24% of the rounds that he's playing, he's getting a multi-kill?
Yeah.
That is absurd.
2 kills or more in a quarter of the rounds. 1 in every 4 rounds, he's getting a 2K or more. That's...
And the funniest part is, this all comes back from, so when I work with him, right, there was a lot of inconsistency. He's found a girlfriend, and she's made him into a superpower. And I'm not even kidding. Sandra has literally made him into a super player, because somehow she's found the consistency in him. I don't know how. Whatever you've done.
And that's always
Thank
what
you,
he was
but-
like. He was always trying to overreach, right? And
Yeah.
he's now like, stop doing that. He's just playing his game.
Yeah,
and excelling.
because one game he would be up in the clouds, and then one game he would be invisible. And now he's constantly in the clouds. And yeah, something has happened, and that's the only thing I can see.
In the clouds in real life, in the clouds.
Either
in
it's
the
his
cell.
girlfriend or it's Ramalho, their new coach. It could be either one.
We got to see whether the girlfriend buff is going to help them win out this specific best of one as well. And we'll have a look at what map we are going to, because a best of one will lead us to Bank is the final decision, and Fnatic will have to start out on attack.
Yeah, so I think obviously Fnatic have chose this. They had the choice of Clubhouse or Bank. Now, kind of curious because Clubhouse was a permaban for G2 for a long time that they brought in to the Six Invitational and played very well on. So I can see why Fnatic would want to go to Bank. However, we've not seen Fnatic for a very, very long time, obviously. Not 6 months since we've seen them. And during 2023, well, they lost everything. So, of course, they've got a losing record on Bank in 2023. For G2, it's a map they played kind of intermittently throughout the Six Invitational, and they had fairly good results on it. I think when I think about both of these cores over a long term, they were both very, very good Bank teams. You know, I remember Rogue against G2 on Bank back in 2022. It's a map they've commonly played against each other.
Yeah, I think it weighs in all the favor here on Fnatic's side because obviously they've had new players, so they had to rework everything. G2 haven't had the luxury of having that time to actually do any rework. So every advantage, no matter what map it would have been on, I think Fnatic has the advantage in the map. And now it's just go on the server and shut G2 down. Can they shut down that individual firepower that G2 have?
Now, that's going to be a difficult one, but I would quite like to hear a prediction for this best of one.
Do we keep it as is, where I'm always shilling Fnatic, well, Rogue/Fnatic, and you're always shilling G2?
That's what I was gonna go.
Okay, it's going to be Fnatic for me.
Yeah, it's G2 for me. 7-0.
7-0. Okay, that was my follow-up question. Was it going to be a dominant game or a close one?
I think this is going to be a lot closer than people will expect. I think G2, on the balance of it, are the favourites, should win it. But there's something about Fnatic just having that balance and the vibes back where I've got a little bit of belief in them.
Yeah, 7-0 G2. Thank you.
7-0 G2. I mean, of course, we're going to have to see what is going to happen in this specific matchup. But we've talked a lot about G2 and the star players on that side. When we talk about Fnatic, we've had those new additions to the roster. Which is the main attention point of this roster at the moment? Is that Tyrant? Is it Jegs? Who is it?
I think, you know, obviously it'll be Jigsaw and Jegs as the front two. You would imagine Jigsaw should be that pure out-and-out entry, with Jegs being the second entry. I think Jegs is such an underrated pickup. I think we both agree on this, is that we have no idea why Wylde let him go. At the end of last season, it makes no logical sense to us as to why they would let him go. Fnatic, as soon as they could, picked him up. Like, he's been with this roster a while. Tyrant obviously was, you know, going to go to Six Invitational with another team, whatever. Only became available recently because Fnatic were playing with Slebben throughout all of the tier 3 competitions. When a player like Tyrant becomes available, they've got to go for him. And I think that's what makes that front three, for me, if they can lock it and play to their strengths, will be very, very strong.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned Jigsaw for a very short time. I think that the previous roster that they had, his role within that roster didn't make too much sense. Like the roster around him, he himself is fine. But the other players around him didn't really play into where they could enable him.
Yeah.
And now we have that balance.
Agreed.
So we're talking about the two new pickups. Jigsaw is going to be reactivated and see to the APAC player he used to be, and I think he can step up massively. And then most people have talked about Daypack as one of the absolute best flex support players in the world. And then we have Leon, who is also a super experienced player.
And I think those guys in the backline will feel that they will be able to just play the backline.
Yeah.
Because they'll trust their frontline. It's very clear throughout the last two stages last year that they didn't really trust their frontline players and had to change their game accordingly. If they now trust them, those two can go back to being kind of a major winning backline that we haven't seen for 18 months.
Frontline makes less mistakes, which means backline is calmer and tries less aggressive plays to support them, which leads to less mistakes.
Yes.
It's that well-rounded and complete roster that you mentioned earlier. But then on the side of G2, you mentioned as well, it really depends on what kind of G2 you'll be seeing on the day. I mean, if you're expecting a 7-0, then we're going to have to see a really good G2 today.
You know, Alemão only shuts down against Brazilians, so now he's not playing them, so it will be all right, I think. No, it really depends, because some days we'll have a G2 that really looks really, really strong theoretically on top of the individual performance, but they have this individual performance to back it up when their theory fails. So what team shows up today, I think that they have had time to reset. They know what they're fighting for, and it's also kind of, all right, we want to shut down Fnatic's return here, right? We want to shut down Fnatic in their first game in EUL. It feels good, especially when it's org to org the way it is.
You talked about the shutdown against Brazilians, but we all watched Malta. We all saw the shutdown against French. English. the new super team, we saw that shutdown. Who did G2 play next? Is the new super team. They play BDS tomorrow. In my mind, I'm kind of wondering, well, they got spanked by BDS the last game they played. They know they play them next. do they maybe already have one eye on that game? And are they fully focused on the Fnatic game? You would assume, based on the fact that they are professionals and previous world champions, they would be. But I do think for Fnatic, this is a great time to be playing G2.
Oh, for sure, for sure. They are definitely prepared for both games because they have analysts and staff that is good enough to prepare more than one day in advance.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm talking about the players.
Yeah.
Have they already got one eye on the next?
It could very well be like that because knowing the players very close, they have a tendency to maybe move away a little bit too early or maybe thinking about something else that they shouldn't be thinking about once they actually have something important coming up. Well, first of all, they need to beat Fnatic. Will they be able to do it?
And of course, a question as well is like, we saw G2 quite recently, but then for Fnatic, we haven't really seen them in action in official matches for a little while. That's obviously going to play
and we've never seen this 5. Obviously, we saw them play and try and qualify for Malta and Southbridge. Didn't really happen, I'll be honest. Did look a little bit wavy. It was in that transition period. And obviously, they were playing with 7. With this 5, we've never seen them. So it's kind of hard to know what to expect, apart from the fact that we've seen this call last year.
We are ready for this game. The game was ready as well, and we should have our casters ready with us too. Ace and Des, welcome back. I am very curious, how is the excitement level for this game?
It's the one of the day, isn't it? You know, Fresh touched on it at the very start of this desk, like G2 versus Fnatic transcends any individual esport. It is the showdown for European esports orgs basically around the world. I'm really excited to see it come to it. It's just that big question of, can Fnatic really do it over G2 though, Tim?
Yeah, I mean, as you said, we could be looking back on this in 5-6 weeks' time thinking that was one of the games of the stage, and we've had it on play day 1. We've been ruined with that. But yeah, you know, can Fnatic do it? It's going to be tough. They've got, you know, players to bed in. There's also, if you're looking for a reason why somebody won't win this, I think it's easier to find those reasons for the Fnatic roster than it is for G2 at the minute. But it's a roster rammed with talent, so they've got every chance of getting a win here. I think it's going to be close.
Well, the good news is that the game is ready, so we'll leave it to you for Fnatic versus G2.
Thank you very much, and what a desk this what a desk, what a game this has turned into. What a desk as well. You guys are doing a wonderful job, but what a game this is going to turn into. As I said, I'm probably even more excited about the org level competition than strictly players, I think, Tim. But you look back, as they said, a reforged rogue / Koi roster here, a couple of upgrades in their view that really help take this team to new levels, coming up against, sure, a team that isn't the standing world champion, but our previous world champions. That cannot be ignored, and this is going to be an absolutely riveting affair. I really hope G2 are watching the break content that we have, because Leon told us exactly where he puts his drone. It's right there at the back of sight, Tim. So they best be watching out for that one.
Let's get into this then. It's going to be Bank, it's going to be G2, it's going to be Fnatic, it's going to be a matchup that we've all been waiting for. I don't think just today, but since Fnatic announced their arrival in EU, we knew the matchup was on, and it's been an exciting wait ever since for this one. We're going to have Fnatic starting things off on the attack. The bans are going to start coming through, and we will see who G2 choose to take out of the mix to begin with.
Indeed, we'll find out as we step in. Wonder if we'll see a Monty ban coming away. Again, looking at Alamau, one of the players that likes employing that operator. It'll be on Fnatic to take that one off the board, if anything. It still sounds weird talking about Fnatic in European Siege. Every time I say the name, I'm just like, wow, this is cool. Capital taken off the board by G2, though. One of them really interesting operators that actually a few teams offered the thought of just before SI, saying, actually, he is one of the stronger ones in the game. And for the longest time, I've loved it. You know, hard breach gadget, 2 smokes, 2 fire, brings a hell of a lot, and also being a 3-speed at the same time. Definitely not an operator to turn your nose up at, so not wholly surprised to see it banned away. The next 2, though, are going to be that Ying and the Soul is taken offline. No big surprises there, Tim.
No, not at all. And yeah, I'd agree with what you're saying about Capito there. I used to have him sort of marked down as probably the most self-sufficient, or one of the most self-sufficient operators in the game. You know, still very much up there. A lot of variety in that utility, can do an awful lot for himself. I'd maybe say that Booker's just surpassed him a little bit sometimes in my mind. He doesn't have the smokes, but he can bring a Gon 6, hard breach, soft breach. You know, he brings an awful lot to the table. So we are going to see the Book picked up. Not too much of a surprise. Good pick rate at the minute, you know, likely because of that ability, you know, to open hatches, get get a little hole in a wall if you need to, floors, ceilings, soft surfaces. So much value being brought along by Buck. But we will be getting into things then. It's going to be round one. It's going to be G2 versus Fnatic. And this already could be one of the classic matchups. This could be the real start of a years-long EUL rivalry. You know, we look at G2 BDS, we look at these teams that have gone up against each other in EUL over the years, and I just look at this one and think, is this going to be the start of another?
Absolutely. Well, let's get underway. Look straight away at G2's combo. So you always get two varieties or two flavors for defending down here in the basement. It can turn into a very roam-heavy one where you have more speedy operators willing to get out and about around the map, or you really try and dig in deep and just run the clock down. And actually, we saw this kind of stuff playing out in a game between, I want to say it was Scars and Kinotrope over in Japan, a very similar sort of story, where you saw teams wasting about 60 seconds of the clock. It was terrifying to deal with. And here, G2 have really gone for that same approach. 2 C4s on side, Evil Eyes, Goyo canisters, smoke, Tubarao. They're just throwing the literal kitchen sink at them. It's like trying to break into a fortress on this downstairs site. So Fnatic, I think, have got to move at quite a bit of pace here if they want to get their way through. And to be fair, Tyrant playing on this Brava could prove to be one of those helping heroes if he can find the Evil Eyes.
Yeah, that garage bulletproof is a big loss for G2 there, because it puts in the back of the mind that we need to keep an eye on that area. Yep, you always have to catch the, check the cam and everything, but there's going to be a bit of noise there in somebody dealing with it. They've now had to take it out themselves because it was captured by that clutch drone. So that's really good play from Fnatic there. It just gives them maybe another avenue, or it maybe takes a G2 player away from site, because now somebody has to sort of hard hold it. They have to go and stand in there potentially to be confident that nobody's pushing through garage.
And Virtue being wary here that he might find himself exposed if that hatch gets opened up above. For now, it's not being opened up. In fact, I think there might have even been late electrification come on through, because that Kyle Electroclaw is still there. Still completely fully electrified off, which means Virtue can hold here that little bit longer. Don't forget what I said, by the way. 3 smokes, C4s, Evil Eyes, Tubarao, everything gives them so much time to still waste here when we get down to that last 60 seconds or so. I'd wager if there's 45 seconds left on the clock and they haven't cleared everything out, they are going to be in a spot of hot bother. But poor Benja has no idea that that camera has been hacked away above him.
Yeah, Virtue's going to pick up the opener onto Leon Gids. They've nothing really to deal with this electrification on the hatch, and it's causing them a huge problem at the minute. If you want to force somebody out of servers, you open the hatch, because they have to make a choice then. Do they basically give their life away, or do they get back to site? And most times people will leave and get back to site, but Virtue, he's just going to be able to keep playing there in blue. So Fnatic, they need to be looking elsewhere here maybe and thinking, you know what, we're not going to get down into servers confidently in controlling as much time as we need. We're going to have to use the other hatches and maybe go for a drop.
Not much time to play with here as well. They're going to have to move soon. Oh, fine shotgun. He makes it too. Tyrant with Jex following in just behind as the 10 side screens come out. Going to achieve absolutely nothing. A near flawless round coming out for G2, if not for that little kill being snagged away at the end.
Yep, good start for G2, just locking down that first round. Very, very solid. For me, it was just that little bit of lack of preparation on the side of Fnatic, not recognizing that there was a Kaid on board, or if they did spot him with the drones, not bringing along anything to deal with it. Obviously, no soft surfaces around that server hatch, for example. So being able to clear an Electroclaw, very, very difficult. And it just allowed Virtue to stay in position. They had to move away and attack from elsewhere, dropping hatches. G2, again, had sort of read into that, and we're like, yep, you're not going to get a server now. We know that, so we know where you're coming from. Really well played from G2. Excellent first round, and it's 1-0.
They're very convincing to start things off, and now as that drop of Benja dies there, maybe it's a different conversation, because they had so much information on what was going on towards the backside of this downstairs site here. But and getting those kills, no ability to capitalize and really break the backbone of G2. Up we go then, Tim, to the other side of the map, straight up to the top floor we're going to head, and it's going to be a similar sort of story here. I'm looking in towards the castle, I'm looking in towards Mirror, I'm looking in towards the Zami, 3 operators that Ubisoft described as their architects, changing the way that sites often get played, changing how sight lines are presented, obviously opening up some very good one-way angles or one-way lines of sight that you get as the Mirror. Will this again really frustrate Fnatic here unless they can find a way to push on through? And really interestingly, we saw a ban of Zero the other day in Japan, and I said, now I think back to it, the only team I can think of that really used to, well, not really used to, there are a few teams that did, but one of the teams that were most prominent in playing Zero on this map was Old School Road. You saw a lot coming out of Leon. And so with it being available here, unsurprisingly, they still want to try and make use of it, even in the current meta.
Yeah, it's not surprising. I mean, you look at the power of an operator like Valkyrie, you know, up until recently, up until sort of Solus's Army Fenrir, you know, Valkyrie was attracting a very high ban rate because of the value of that intel to the defenders. You know, Zero is basically doing the same thing on the other side, except he's got 4 cams rather than 3. Jigsaw is going to find a beautiful opener there onto Uno, so that gives Fnatic a decent start here. They've got the wall at the top square opened up, and it's paid dividends. Leon manages to find Benja. 5 versus 3, and Fnatic, good position of advantage here. Tyrant just trying to push round onto Spiral Stairs. Alamar it is, though, but manages to find the kill for G2 onto Leon.
Could be. What on earth, D-Pack? I mean, it's one way of getting a window barricade opened up. Yeah, it's open. That's what counts, I guess. A 4v3 for Fnatic with half the round still to play here. Going quite good, to be fair. Got that entry kill and have otherwise kept themselves pretty much ahead of the scoring. Still, it's now how you convert it from this point. And Jigsaw is in, finds a second. Doki being removed. And, you know, although this team had a bit of time, still trying to... I've just realised, by the way, why has he got FBC as his tag in his name? Man clearly hit a typo.
Clearly,
not FPC.
It's next to the key, you know, it's next to the correct key.
It's isn't it?
Never mind. Jigsaw certainly not misclicking in the server so far. He's been finding heads. Jegs is going to take down Alamai whilst Virtue finds Tyrant. Leaves us in a 1 versus 3 for Virtue on the Kaid. Going to be a tough one for him here. We've got Fnatic just using that utility that G2 put out there. Deployable shield being used on the reverse, as you can see against them. Plant does go down along the way. And now, not only is Virtue staring down the barrel of a 1 versus 3, he's also going against the clock as well, just taking long-range pot shots but unable to find anybody. And about 23 seconds left to find these kills if he still wants time to be able to deactivate that diffuser, but it's looking less and less likely. He sees one in stock, can't quite get the kill, and Jegs pops back up and punishes Virtue.
Yeah, big round there for both Jegs and Jigsaw to really get themselves a couple picked up in the round to get things over the line. A much better recovery coming out of Fnatic in that round as well. Admittedly, probably one that you look at and say, a much more open site, much more of the map gets called into play there as well. Where they really struggled in round 1 was the fact that everything was so locked down on the other side. Benja being, of course, the absolute demon of elevators. But I think in this round being given a little bit more freedom to play and getting the result from it.
Right, well, exactly the start that we wanted, I think. Just a little bit of shared spoils. They've managed to pick up around a piece, and that just gives us a little nod towards how close this game might be as we continue going forward. I'll be interested to see whether G2 choose to pick up that top floor site again, or whether it's going to be move on and try one of the mid floors, because that was fairly routine in terms of attacks for Fnatic there. They got the square wall open very quickly. They dominated a lot of the map, and you didn't really feel like G2 were too competitive in that round.
Does, by the way, I also found out from Fresh, a shout out to him as always. FPC was actually the name of their tag while they were an Orgless org between being on Rogue and being on Fnatic. So maybe not quite a typo. They're more holding on to the old days, at least for the couple of weeks in which they were Orgless between those two orgs. I imagine he'll be told, yeah, can we fix that for tomorrow, please, mate? Nice one, thank you.
Right then, Leon on the windows again. Managed to get a kill from there last time after opening up the wall, but as I suggested, G2 this time choosing not to go back to the top floor. They are instead on that mid floor and just going to be looking to force Fnatic to take top floor control, burn a bit of time before they can start thinking about getting down to site itself. We've got Tyrant doing real work on these clutch drones throughout. He's not quite going to get the Vault Camp, but it's going to be Deepek who manages to pick up Alamai for an even bigger start.
Yeah, big fun on the downstairs as well here. So now they can focus on the upstairs, knowing you're not about to get yourself backstabbed from below. Good stuff to find a second as well. Really starting to build a bit of momentum here for Fnatic across these last 2 rounds. Again, when things have been more opened up, we've seen them thriving definitely more than we did down in the basement. The difficulty being that basement site is exactly where we return to in the next round. At least I'd be shocked if G2 opt not to go there after that 2-round cooldown before they can go back to playing it again.
Just going to have that utility clearance continuing. Doki up on the top floor above site. It's holding on pretty well here. We're a minute and a half into the round. Still hasn't been moved. Not managed to pick up any kills in the first couple of rounds, but at the end of the world for him. He's in a tricky position now for the attackers to move him on. And this time keeps on ticking by with Fnatic still not in control with that top floor.
Blessing is that Fnatic have got 2 players up here, like 2 on square, watching and waiting for him to make his move. They know that he can't drop through the hatch. They can afford to just sit and wait a little bit here. I hope Jegs is aware of what's going on. He's got to know that he's going to get swung onto, and sure enough, that's a swing and Doki gets the kill. Turns out they weren't aware of him. I really thought with 2 players on square, they were just waiting for Doki to make his move to then pick him off. And Jigsaw, he's going to do just that. But with the numbers advantage they've had, they've kept it at a 4v2. Benja, though, he's on hitting some shots today, Tim, that's for sure. Almost gets the second, but Deepek's just a little bit better. 3 versus 1. Virtue, yet again, with it all to do against 3 players on the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, Fnatic playing really well in pairs there. Every time somebody goes in, there's another one challenging from somewhere else. And a number of times they've left G2 in kind of no-win situations, really. G2 have done well along the way. Doki manages to pick one up before he dies. Benja picks one up before he dies. So it's not the end of the world, but what it does mean is that Fnatic are just wearing them down. They had that man advantage, 5 versus 4. So if every time they lost somebody, they traded it out, they win the round. It's as simple as that. They'll win on sheer numbers alone. As it was, a good win for Fnatic. G2, a little bit of a problem now on the defensive bank. They've lost top floor, they've lost open, they've only won in basement. That then screams of a 2-4-1/2 for them, and that might not be enough when you get Fnatic on the defense.
I mean, like I say, I'm basically guaranteed they're going back down into the basement here as well. They'd be so silly not to, given the success that they've seen down there so far. Got 3 replays from that last round though, mind you. Again, Doki, I really thought they knew where he was, and they just had 2 players sat holding him ready for when he did try and push forward, but almost paid the price for it. Sure enough, Tim. Oh, it looks that we are stepping down, right? Right? I can't see the site. Please show me the site. Thank God, we are. We are indeed down in the basement. Thank you very much, observers. Similar sort of setup then, at least from the defensive side. Mirror's being brought along. The key thing to really notice in fact, they didn't bring Mirror back in round 1, of course. It was things like the Goyo, the Smoke, the Tuberal, the Evil Eyes. So a bit of a switch up actually in what they are playing.
Not Kaid either.
Exactly, but this screams to me that they want to be far more mobile. Doki, I was going to say Legion is a natural candidate for that. Valkyrie, the same. Mozzie, the same. 3 players looking to get busy around the map here, I'd imagine, and look to slow Fnatic down.
Yeah, the reason that I pick out the not having the Kaid was last time, that was a big part of them actually winning the round. They kept that server hatch closed, and they were able to keep hold of it. Virtue just wouldn't allow anybody in there, and it left Fnatic to drop hatches. This time, that's not the case. Leon's in there already. He's going to take that ground potentially, and so G2 have got to trade that. Like you say, they've brought in more mobility and more positioning around the map, and they don't have the Kaid, so they've given up server, but they've got to trade it for kills elsewhere in the map. If they just end up dropping back and they've given Fnatic server in the meantime as well, then it might not have been the best switch up. If they find the kills and they get the man advantage, then perfect.
Alamar must surely know. Of course, Alamar on the Smoke is playing upstairs as well. Of course he is. Why wouldn't he be? So that's what, 4 players out on the roam? That's bonkers. Yeah, 4 players not on site right now for the side of G2. That's a lot for Fnatic to work through. And again, looking back at the previous couple of rounds, this is actually where Fnatic have found quite a lot of success. Is more of these open gunfights, not having to work their way through what feels like a fortress of a setup. Alamar drops through 1, has the ability to get through the second as well, but for now, at least, more looking to challenge back onto the doorway. Right sort of idea, but it'll just keep on asking questions of Fnatic until they can figure a way through.
Yeah, all Fnatic really want is control of top square and kitchen, essentially. If they can get that locked down so they don't have to worry about that server hatch, they'll start playing into server, looking to open up the wall and potentially get a plant down. But they've got a lot of work before they can do that. As you rightly say, Alamar's dropped away, but he is still present. They can't ignore him. Who knows? Thinking about getting that Nitro out, but it's too soon yet. There's the kill, or at least one that they needed. Deepek goes in and finds Benja. That's likely forced Alamar back, given how low health he is, and given that the push is starting to mount inside a server. The call will have come. We need the smoke canisters down here. So this is really good from Fnatic. And like I say, G2 haven't found those kills out in the map that they were trading something like the Kaid to try and get. So it's not working out as well as round 1 for them.
And Doki's on the hunt here as well. If
dangerous
there's a
stuff.
little bit more of the soft wall destroyed, they'd have found his man, but not to be. Leon into a second as well, a 5v3 temporarily until Uno starts fighting back. 2 kills for himself, but Leon has found himself in the middle of sight here and slicing him up like cheese. Tim got himself a kill, down to a 3 versus 2, and Virtue, the angel of death from above, gets rid of one more. Doki moving his way up though, but they've got no idea where Doki is. There's 10 seconds to go. He drops, they see his feet, and they're gonna find their man. Fnatic make it 3 in a row, and G2, they've got to start asking questions, Tim, because this play of getting out around the map and trying to contend with the side of Fnatic, it's all going wrong.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a chaotic round there. Fnatic did a great job on the clearance. They got the kill onto Benja. They forced Alamau back and took 80% of his health. Did a great job. But then they allowed Virtue and Doki back on the flank, and it sort of completely flipped on its head, and they had sight and were worrying about the hatches themselves rather than vice versa. But Fnatic, they do well. They still get the job done. They had one above. They were able to close it out, get the job done. But yeah, so for me, like I say, G2 there, they had this strategy in round 1 that you feel like might have actually worked again there. Virtue on blue stairs and server, Kaid off the hatch. They still didn't, Fnatic didn't bring anything along to deal with that hatch necessarily. They had the Twitch drone, but it, you know, it's things that you can deal with. But they traded that out. They went for the heavier roam, and it just didn't pay off for them. Fnatic read into it really, really well and got that dealt with. So Fnatic 3-1 here and starting to run away with things a little bit.
I love how invested Leon is in his new team, that he's even got the orange backlights going on in the room and everything. It looks like he's got a full-on Fnatic studio on the go. Only thing he's missing is a neon logo on the back wall behind him, but you never know.
Give it time.
That's it. If he wins today, he'll be getting straight out there to splash on one of those bad boys. So G2, let's see if they can get any kind of odds going back their way. I think if you were to end the half at 3-3, you wouldn't feel too bad about it. Bank's one of those maps that we do see quite a bit of attacking success on, but I'm just a little bit wary that with how the last 3 rounds have gone, Fnatic aren't really showing any signs of slowing down.
No, not at all. Alamau does manage to pick up
he's got a sign behind him.
I've just heard that. He's just
told me.
holding in our ears. Yeah, impressive stuff.
You what,
No, he does. He does. You see on the player cam. Oh, fantastic.
Look at it. He's so committed. I love it.
Thank you, Easy. Looking almost as good as that opening kill for G2. Alamau picking up Tyrant and getting them off to the start that they needed rather than them fighting on the back foot each time. So it looks like G2 have started to make those adaptations, but similar from Fnatic here. Leon's got up onto the rappel. He's opened that wall into square and he's giving the long angle to Jigsaw. So G2 need to be very careful when moving around this site now.
Someone's being shooted. They're trying to impact it out by the looks of it over the top, but just narrowly missing it out, unfortunately. Not quite going to get away with it. So for now, they've got the right idea. One down on the outside. The second one being finished off in a second too. It's looking good. Almost managed to find himself in a spot to be able to do something here, but G2 finally have found the bottle they need, Tim, to get around closed out. It feels like Jigsaw with 5 players to cut through. And I don't know about you, but going through a good number of world champions doesn't sound like the easiest thing to do.
Uno going to find that final kill. Flawless round it is for G2, bringing us to 3-2 in favour of Fnatic still. But G2 just managing to pause the bit of momentum that Fnatic were building. And as I said, this one, it's going to be close. It's going to be toe-to-toe all the way through. I think it's going to be very difficult for either of these to completely lock the other one out. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Leon's setup looking fantastic there.
It looks like he's going to commit, like, I don't know, some kind of like a ritual, just like sacrifice something. I don't know.
I think he's trying to sacrifice G2, if anything.
He's done a pretty good job so far as well.
Well then, let's see if Fnatic can finish this half off in the sort of fervour that they've been able to play through it so far. They're going to be looking for a 4-2 split, but G2 certainly seemed to wake up in that last round. I think the site suited them. Obviously, the roam hadn't gone that well previously. Fnatic's intel game was good, and they got in, they challenged, they left them in difficult positions and forced them back to site, whereas G2 didn't have to worry about that on the top floor. They were able to just play up there completely and get the round won. This now is an important round. This is the one where they've got to do it a little bit differently. They've got to have that extension to top floor. Fnatic dealt with it really well last time. As I said, when they were attacking open, every time they lost somebody, there was a trade there. There was another kill coming in. They were putting G2 in lose-lose situations. Let's see if they can do the same again, or whether G2 can cause more of a problem.
You'd hope more of a problem. Again, that 3-3 split, I think both teams will walk away relatively well. That's a lie. Fnatic, I imagine, having been up 3-1, will be kicking themselves for losing 2 defensive rounds or 2 attacking rounds in a row, given the role that they've been on in the ones prior to it. Good drone up here as well, spots out everything. Benja fully exposed. Poor lad's been sat on cams pretty much the entirety of this half. I think back when they were defending in the basement and the Brava hacked out the default cam, and he was just sat there completely unawares as to what was going on. They see everything, they know where he is, but can they capitalize? That's what always becomes the big question. Just because you can see someone doesn't mean you have an easy or safe path in to get rid of them.
Yeah, as I said, you know, just coming into this round, Fnatic and the Intel game had been very good. They've got 10 drones still on the board. That's going to be 9, but they're just feeding so much information back in. They haven't, like you said, been able to capitalize on it yet, but they've got a very good picture of what's going on ahead and around them. The question is now, how much can they do with it? Jags, he's going to start moving inside of the map. He's looking at top square, knows that there's potentially somebody in CEO and that there's a challenge to be made.
There he is, and they're hunting. Trying to hope they can catch him, but at this point, he is long gone. Ben just slipping his way all the way back in towards lobby, aware that he might be getting pinched, and it's the right idea. Zuno elsewhere to find that first kill, and now Benja's been still on the drone. They know what's going on. They hear the beepers. He's holding close to C4 on the wall. Not a bad idea here. Won't find his man. Jigsaw's cut low, but gets in, and Benja's behind him. Gets what he needs. Doki onto a second. G2 hold on. Benja slips the net once again. Jegs bringing at least one back, but still 3 players to go through.
Yeah, Fnatic certainly fighting their way back into this one a little bit, but with a minute left on the clock, G2 can now think about 2 players on site, and then they've got a spare man who can roam around. It's likely to be Benja. Those Mozzie Pesh just keeping the drones away from him. The ones positioned inside a site, I think, have largely been found and taken out now. Only 5 remaining for Fnatic, so they're going to have to start pushing into places where they possibly don't know where everybody is. Uno's just waiting, but how about that? Jegs, he goes around the long way and finds his man with a beauty.
So cheeky. I don't know if they had a drone on that. I heard some pings coming on through that might suggest a yellow ping was being dropped on his feet, but either way, just really good heads-up play from Jegs to even things out. Problem is, Tim, there's only 20 seconds to go. They've been sat around these drones now, hoping for the very best. One crouches, one goes high, but Benja's up nice and close and sat behind the keeper barrier. He surely shouldn't give this one away. Jegs hits the deck. Doki for the close. G2 with 2 rounds on a bounce bring us all square at 3 apiece.
Yeah, Benja's done a great job both rounds from that position, playing on the quad wall, just making it difficult for them to come in through that door, fighting either side of himself if needs be. He did a good job in that round as well, holding on to Tellers for as long as he did in between Tellers archives. Just great play from Benja, impressive stuff, and it's really kept G2 in it. Those 2 rounds back to back at the end of the half there, it's a good time for them to get a bit of momentum before they switch on to the attack, but I can't wait to see Fnatic on the defense.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting how the rest of this game plays out. I love how I've now got that. Literally does look like a shrine on the wall. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting seeing how the second half plays out, because I look back at 6 Invitational, where we saw teams being really successful, especially our final top 6, which G2 were in, was the capability to attack incredibly well during that defensive meta. So one thing to be very mindful of here is G2 are absolutely not a slouching team when it comes to attacking, especially a map like Bank when there's a lot of possibilities and a lot of things that you can do. So just keep a very, very close eye in the second half. Painful as it sounds, I wouldn't be shocked to see G2 run away with 2 or 3 rounds on the bounce here.
5 seconds to go.
Doki is going to bring the Demos. So, as I said, not too much of a surprise. Great gun in the hands of Demos, and of course, a very useful ability as well, depending who has been spotted out. You can see they've just got 2 at the minute. They've got the Valkyrie and the Castle, and that's going to allow him to make life a little bit more difficult for Jigsaw or Tyrant. It depends whereabouts they are in the map. I think Jigsaw on the Valkyrie is likely to find himself back in towards site. Tyrant just going to be playing in the elevators, so again, could be a good pickup there, because if he does the scan, knows where he is, and it's going to prevent that surprise when they try to maybe play top marble or anywhere else.
For me, I'm just looking at this and thinking, he's Doki the Demos because his army's been nerfed. When I think back to like the old days, I mean, obviously there are different sides of the map, but his army used to be his go-to that they always talk about. Could this be the start of his villain art playing on the Demos and that being his new go-to? Because to be honest with you, I think about Doki being one of the entry players that we always think about. Yeah, he's the kind of guy who would love picking up an operator like this, where you can go on and do your own thing, where you will get given that information, but it does require, I think, to use it at a pro level. a lot of strength when it comes around to communication. You're the only player on your team that gets those pings as Deimos that can then feed that information to the rest of your team, and they've got to assist you in being able to capitalize on that and not get caught up by players on the journey through. Jegs finding out Uno though, and the hard thing there is, Tim, that's the hard breach you're taking offline.
Yeah, beautiful opener there. You don't get to pick those, but as you say, it's worked out perfectly. Doki does know that somebody's playing down here. I think Tyrant is going to drop away because I think there likely was a Deimos scan at a point there. Doki just choosing to go full on with the Vendetta here, not even switching to the rifle. It could be that he's just come out of the hunt, and that is why. But for the time being, he needs to be careful because Jigsaw's spotting him out, and Fnatic have got a great information game here. They were aware of Uno above them. They know what's going on Marble, and with a minute left to go and no hard breach, this ain't going to be easy for G2.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
No, and they spoke about him running around with a pistol. I mean, a couple of shots to the body, you are laughing with that gun. Wiping a rifle and spray 20 bullets when one will be enough. At least that's what he's trying to look for here. Defect trying to play a bit of an inspiration to what we saw coming out of Virtue back in that first half. Just trying to hold the blue as best as he can. He's got these trying to run through. Chooses the wrong time to bring out the keeper barrier. Won't find anyone. Benja making it a double in the round. Going strong in this game, by the way. 9 and 4. Defect doing what he can. He's battling on hard. It's him versus the Maverick, and he loses out.
Yeah, he had to fight that there. He knew that his days were numbered, so just look to get up in their faces, take the fight to them, get a couple of kills. But 20 seconds left to go. G2 are looking pretty good at this point. We're going to see this auto canister come out, though. Interesting choice to prevent that diffuser going down. It's not necessarily directly going to prevent it, but it is going to stop them getting into sight too aggressively. Benja manages to pick up Jegs. 8 seconds left to go. Leon's fighting, picks up one onto Virtue. He's going to need 3 more, though. He's cut down from multiple angles. Benja finds the final kill, but that was a good attack from G2, particularly in that final minute. They did really good to mount the pressure onto Fnatic.
And like I said, Tim, this is where I start to worry because G2 are no slouch of an attacking team. And I'm just starting to fear at this point, even though it's only been 1 round, that was a pretty bloody good attack coming out. And if it keeps on building up this way, I'm worried that Fnatic will really struggle to fight their way back into things. At least for that attack to begin with, you know, we saw a little bit of would-be aggression coming out of Fnatic, but it was a little bit isolated. It was a little bit kind of pocketed all to itself. And that meant G2 never really had too much concern when it came to taking over large parts of the map. 2 or 3 players all committing towards the square take, for example, to secure server side. Really good and easy stuff. And Doki looks perfectly comfortable trying to tackle onto Marble. Just nothing enough to really stand up before them. So now what I want to see out of Fnatic is either what we saw out of G2, really digging deep, get things like the Goyo online, get things like the smoke, let's have some C4s on the table as well, really go for it heavier than we saw in that previous round, or look to commit out to the roam where we had G2 out with 4 players playing around the map. That's the kind of stuff I'd like to look for here and see if they can get up in G2's faces a little bit more and disrupt them. And sure enough, Doki once again is back on that Deimos. I think it's his new main team.
Yeah, I think, like I said, great gun, you know, useful ability. There's just plenty going for it. You know, imagine without the nade changes that we saw recently, and 2 nades in his hand as well, you know, on the old school style nades. That would be an absolute nightmare. But no, I think he falls into a nice area in terms of, you know, it's certainly manageable, gives his own position away, so there is a negative to the gadget as well. Tyrant is going to get spotted out there. Needs to be careful. Doki's going straight in for him, and he's going to find his man. Benja onto Leon. What a beautiful view we've just had of that process from Doki. Finding Tyrant for an easy kill.
He's also going to find more now. Tim has got himself down into the basement. Well, he's trying to claim a victim elsewhere around the map, but he's very much going to be, I imagine, off by himself here, trying to find whatever he possibly can. We've got Jegs sat inside the site here, playing on the Azami. Of course, that's the ability to put up slightly more dynamic defenses here, but it's being droned from every which way. He's in the spook, and out he's gone. Here comes Doki. Boy, you can see that hunt coming in from the Deimos at the same time. Rounds himself on the corner. Not quite there, mate. He's inside of admin. Really locking himself away, but Doki is determined to get rid of this target.
Doki absolutely desperately chasing down his man there, so much so that he's going to run through the Capcan traps. Leon picking up a kill, but Uno, he's getting the plant down. There's no way that Jegs can do anything about it. He's just waiting for him to come back across his line of sight, but no, he dips down below the desk. Uno not going to overexpose himself, and he's going to give himself an opportunity to win the fight, which he does, and G2 take another round.
Don't they just? One of those again. I just think on the attacking side, they are going to be really hard to bring down. that one, that's like, I wouldn't say it was solely on Doki there as well in the spot of playing on the Deimos, but just the information that he feeds over to his team. You could see that immediately the hunt came in and straight away, Jegs was out of there, straight back in towards admin office, looking to hide himself away. And it kind of worked because Doki got himself baited into the Capcan traps and went down to those. The problem is it's taken the Azami out of playing in the middle of site where you want her to be able to put down these more dynamic defenses. He was essentially running for his life, and that gave up a lot of control and a lot of room to G2. So making really good use of the information that comes out of the Deimos there to not let themselves get punished. And it's just, again, really difficult to deal with.
Fascinating, fascinating element to the Deimos there. Obviously, we've spoken quite a bit about Deimos over the last couple of rounds, but just showing there that, that information I'm going to say in the wrong hands, but I'm not suggesting Doki's in the wrong hands. I'll go on to clarify the context of that. A player like Doki, who's desperately chasing kills, that's what he's interested in. That's what he's good at doing. You hear a barricade getting knocked out, he's going to run towards it. That type of player. You give him a location like that and put him on a chase, on a hunt, and there's a little bit of tunnel vision maybe creeping in there where bang, he goes through the Capcan traps. They've not been picked up, and maybe it's too much focus then gets drawn onto that one player. So it's just, again, an interesting little element that needs to be managed with that operator.
Real mind games coming through on the Deimos. Are you the hunter or are you being hunted, right?
Love to see it. So we're going to have a little bit of a technical pause. We've just got a bit of a rehost issue, so we'll get everybody back into the lobby. We can see, I think, from Doki's screen, we could see that a few of G2 had loaded back in. So as soon as we've got everybody, we will be getting back underway. But what a matchup that we have in here. It's been back and forward. G2 started strong. Fnatic came back at them, but now G2 in the driving seat. It's been one to watch so far.
It has. It really has. I remarked on this earlier on that, again, it just feels right having these two orgs in particular, like really going to war, to battle with each other at a time like this in Europe. Just when things are getting started, as well as maybe the key thing to note there too. We always said that having these big orgs face off on what could be a real big deciding game towards the back end of the stage always feels a bit like, why is this happening on day one? But you'll take it because it's been very entertaining so far.
Yeah, it absolutely has. At the end of the day, like you say, everybody's got to play everybody. Matchups are going to come when they're going to come. And we are certainly able to enjoy this. And it really gets us going with a bang, doesn't it? We had a great match in match 2. If you didn't see that, certainly worth a watch back after the play day is finished. RTB versus Wolves. I won't spoil the outcome for you if you haven't seen it, but it was a fantastic one and certainly worth a look. And then we're just following it up with another absolute cracker here. There's a bit of me kind of hoping that we get a little bit of a Fnatic resurgence here. I don't know how much the technical pause is going to play into that. G2, we're sort of playing with a bit of momentum there. You saw it on Doki, getting aggressive, chasing people down, maybe a little bit of time out, and it might just help Fnatic steady the ship a little bit.
I think they're going to find themselves too bothered. I think one thing I've got to raise though, Tim, the music that we've had across the broadcast so far since the start of everything last week has been great. Very frequently, I found myself just sat there like, this is a bop. It's the same in Japan. It's here now, real nice chill vibes in the background too. It's good.
Yeah, it's great. Really enjoying the playlists that we've had. You say both Japan and the UL delivering, giving us a little bit.
I think you'd be really good at as an alternative life, Tim. You'd be a brilliant Ibiza DJ, I reckon.
Do you think?
I could just see DJ Pyrite up there now.
I don't really like crowds of people on the
that's why you get up on the behind the decks, because they're all really far away from you.
Well, I guess I say that, but then again, I absolutely love the events that we have. So
exactly, and you're a casting.
I think maybe ours are only a few times a year, so that's why I enjoy it so much. Like week in week, maybe I'd maybe just do a few sets a year, and maybe we'd be fine.
It's it, mate. Next event, we'll try and get you some DJ decks. Pop them on the desk in front of us, and we'll just pause mid-game, and we'll go into a set of DJ Pyrite. It'll be great. DJ Pyrite. What a time. We are back into game though. That's a little bit of filler done. Into round 9, a very critical round, as you often say, Tim. A 5 and 3, this can either go up to 6 and 3 or 5 and 4. That will not surprise you. Math isn't too hard. But the key difference in that is it's 3 rounds for that losing team to climb from match point as well. it's so hard to come back from. At 5-4 though, you're in with a real good chance of breaking a little bit of momentum, keeping things nice and tight, and things start to get a lot harder for that winning team.
Yeah, absolutely. It really is a big difference in those two scores. So we'll see. But like I say, it's an important round for Fnatic. I feel like they need to stop the momentum of G2. And honestly, I think it might just be the perfect time to pull out a Monty pick as well. We've got Alamo bringing the shield along. And if he can use that effectively, it's just going to make it so much more difficult for Fnatic to actually hold on.
We did touch upon this when we were in the operator bans and we saw that Capital come first. I was like, will we see a Monty ban? You know, Alamo's the kind of guy to bring it out. Sure enough, here it is. Let's see just how much time he's been putting into getting really acclimated with the new changes. A camera from Tyra's going to see him working his way up these stairs. And very aware now that a shield is bearing down on them. And the question that always comes to the Monty is, where are the guns supporting him? Are they behind him? Have they got a cross angle set up? Are they on the rappel at the far windows? So many options, but you just know as soon as he's got eyes on you, that is being communicated to G2, and they are no slouches at making plays off the back of it. And so it turns out, Tim, it was a cross angle from Uno on those lobby windows.
I could be wrong. I do still feel like a lot of the players that we've seen using the Monty are still sort of in the habit of turning the body to change where they're looking. Obviously, you know, that new change of the POV, you can hold down your mouse button and you can actually just move your POV, keep your shield pointing the same way. I don't know. It's maybe just me, or maybe they're doing it for a purpose, you know, shift towards elevators in case there's somebody there. So it could definitely be both ways. I just don't recall seeing too many people actually really use that extensively yet.
At least not yet. I think probably in their spot, they're like, you know, we don't need to look anywhere except forward right now. We see the players in front of us. The turret's out the window, but holds on a little bit too long with the pea shooter. Does manage to get rid of Benja. Uno, though, was immediately there and ready for the trade. So 1 for 1. That works in favor of Fnatic here. Again, taking an attacker off the board early on is never a bad thing. And most critically, it's Benja, who was 13-4.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine from Fnatic's point of view. You know, if you're going out of those windows, there's probably a Claymore waiting for you, or if not, somebody's going to shoot you. It's such a long way to get back into the building. You've made a choice. Tyrant knows he's probably going to die there. He's extremely lucky if he doesn't. So yeah, no problem at all, so long as you get the kill along the way. Virtue on the upside down rappel coming through the main skylight. Just looking to hang about there and see if he can pick anybody up. They are aware of Deepek down in Tellers. Alamo goes in, and they've not really got an answer to the Monty either, as Leon gets taken down, and it could be looking a bit better for G2, but time is the factor, Des. 10 seconds.
Coach is holding on. They're trying to do what they can here, but I think Fnatic have just about done enough. And Tim, we spoke about the criticality. You know, that's a word, but apparently it is now of round 9, and Fnatic have won it. That brings us up to 5-4. Suddenly, you start looking at this and thinking, is overtime inbound?
Yep, Fnatic definitely appreciating the criticality of that round, Des.
Is that even a word? I'm pretty sure it's not.
Definitely not.
Criticality. That turns out it actually might be. No, it actually is.
Oh, good. No, I'm not having it. You did. You had no idea.
It's in Merriam-Webster. You can't question Merriam-Webster, Tim.
I'm sure. I'm not questioning the fact that it's a word. I'm questioning your use of it was shaky at best. Was my point. Let's be honest. You reached for one there and you got away with it.
Nah. Come on now. What was that word that always gets me? There's a word. Contestation is a really weird one. That there was a caster I used to work with who always said it, and I always used to be like, "That's not a word." Contestation. Surely you just say contention, right? But contestation, it turns out, actually is a word.
Yeah.
Specifically. The leg day for that one as well.
That's impressive to drop mid cast is contestation. Like that's that's not a bad one to fire out there.
It's in contestation. It's a moment of criticality, you might say.
Bit of rest, right? We're going to get back into things here. Fnatic, yeah, perfect round to win. 5v4 now. Sorry, 5-4 on the scoreboard. It just puts them right back into things. A little bit of confidence on the defense now. Halts that G2 progress that we've just seen. I think it was 4 rounds in a row before that. So it was just starting to run away from them a little bit. All of their rounds they had on the board had come in 2, 3, and 4 rounds respectively. So yeah, definitely a good time. They've also then they can follow it up with server, so they can go down to the basement, you know, what's generally considered one of the strongest sites on the map. They've got a real chance to level things up here, and if they do, we're going to see all 12.
Whew. I'll take all 12 between these two. Absolute juggernauts wailing on each other. Yeah, Give it to me. Now things are setting up here. The castle, we've seen a couple of times across the game as well. 3 times back in the first half, actually. And this will be the 3rd time we've seen it in this half, too. So almost, well, more than half the rounds we've seen it picked out. We spoke about it a lot when it first came into... We saw Castle getting 4 of those castle barricades. Then had the ability to put them in the hallway, for example, on border. And we started to see a bit of a castle resurgence there. And now, actually... I think it's in a really good spot where it's not like a must bring, but where teams have got a really cool idea for how they want to, you know, again, re-architect the site or play something a little bit of a unique way. It's a perfect pick for that. So I think actually in a really balanced state at the moment.
Okay, using that drop through Skylight onto Marble Stairs a couple of times. A little less direct this time than last time. It was, you know, almost directly into sight last time, but this time he's got to work his way all the way down to basement. Uno doing the job of opening up hatches, and G2 are on a full map clearance here, doing a good job of it. Tuberau is going to slow them down for now, though.
That's his whole goal, right? Try and waste time. A couple of C4s to play behind. Impacts, for example. Smokes in back pocket. However, really is about that 2-minute mark where they're now finally dropping away. So if G2 can get a bit of a wiggle on here and give themselves, what, 60 seconds still to play, they'll be absolutely fine when it comes around to the execute. And as I've said so many times this half, they are one of those teams, one of the top attacking teams in the world. As that reminder back at their side, it was only those top few teams that really had an attacking win rate above 50% that saw themselves making a deep run at the tournament.
Look, he's going to go for... I thought he was just going to go for a little waddle down the main stairs there, but sends a nade ahead of him that's just going to clear out any utility potentially, and dips him back for the time being. Will announce his potential arrival, so instead he's going to move on. He did spot out a Valkyrie camera in here previously, but as he moves away, he sees the one on main stairs. So doing a great job of clearing out that utility. 1 minute 10 left to go, 5 versus 5, and importantly, Deepak still holding on to server.
All we've got to do is keep on holding here. Again, the further down this time runs, the more it starts to stack in Fnatic's advantage. And right now, I mean, G2 aren't even finding themselves poking around server just yet. Deepak's still dug inside of this too. As you said, he hasn't been moved out. And I'm nervous at 45 seconds. That's a fair bit of time to play for when you've got 3 smokes to play through and a C4, as I mentioned earlier on. Doing a great job here, wasting enough time, and G2 are going to be forced to make some mistakes here.
Yeah, and especially with the keepers being deployed as well onto the door. Again, it's just that couple of seconds, but it's also that announcement of here we come. Deepak manages to get a big down. He's just going to run away. This could be a really smart play, Des. With 20 seconds left to go, they can't possibly ignore this, surely.
You say that, Tim. I'm sure they'll still try and find a way.
Seconds to go.
At this point, Jigsaw, you've missed the man. He's in. Doki has slipped the net. He may be a small Scotsman, but he's done a little bit of damage. Jigsaw correcting for past mistakes into a 2-kill for himself. However, it's a 3 versus 3, Tim. Plant is going down. Virtue, pistol in hand, he's seen what he could try and find, but narrowly misses his man. They've managed to complete it out. A 2 versus 2. It's really proving to be a battle of equals. Uno hits the deck, and Virtue once again is left in a 1vx. 2 players to bring down, and he's been caught out. Jigsaw brings down his fellow Aussie, and Fnatic bring us all square.
What a round that was at the end. The first time I've ever seen somebody dash their way into Dirt Tunnel to try and escape the fight. Deepak was unable to make his way back in. I thought it could be a struggle for Fnatic to kind of deal with that, really, because you can't necessarily ignore it. You've got to at least have somebody watching it if you're going to try and get the diffuser down. But they obviously had the man count sufficient inside of servers to be able to do that and still take the fights they needed to on site to get the diffuser down. So well played from Fnatic, and that is going to be the round for them.
Ooh, blimey, Charlie. This is proving out to be a little bit naughty of a game, isn't it? A real clutcher there, and that round to bring it all square. Just when it looked like G2 at 5 and 3 had it figured out in the second half. Yeah, it started out really strong on the attack, but Fnatic have found their way back into it. Open area we go to then in round 11. We get to see at least all 12 rounds of regulation, Tim, and you couldn't have asked for much better in the game between these two.
No, that's it. I really thought the win would come from Dirt Tunnel last time around, but no, G2 dealt with it well, but Fnatic had the answers nonetheless. Tyrant is going to be up on that top floor. We've already seen one EDD kill onto Doki. It was actually Leon who had played the Capcan in that round, but Tyrant's going to be bringing it along this time, and we will see whether he gets any similar joy. Doki is not on the Deimos, so shouldn't have the tunnel vision of the hunt, but is on the IQ, so there is absolutely no excuses for any deaths to EDDs this time.
See, you say that. You say that. I've seen Doki nade his teammates up a window before on this exact map. Not a window player, I believe Pengu told us at the time. C4 coming out, hoping to find the ramp, but simply no joy just yet. Already one of those boogies rolling into that top floor, opening up a bunch of stuff on the below. They know that there's someone upstairs trying to challenge onto them, and moving them out is going to be the first challenge for G2 here. The first mini game, the first hurdle that Fnatic put before them.
Darren is going to drop back down marble, so a little bit of a return to not quite sight, but to that sort of semi-hold of Elevator's archives and tellers that Fnatic are trying to keep a grip on. But G2 have done a pretty good job so far of getting themselves into the top floor. Virtue it is this time, bringing along the Deimos. We're going to see the track there, and that's actually pretty smart from Tyrant, I think, all the way down to basement. Good chance that G2 aren't really playing in through there, so it just means he can wait out that scan before returning to site.
Breach deployed.
Absolutely. All right, starting out with the castle barricade being taken off copy here. That phantom pressure we always speak about will open things up and give a bit more of a sight line through to the site itself for G2. If they choose to play on that angle, otherwise Fnatic will be more than aware of it. It's going to be Tyrant being tracked out here. Not quite had the strongest game himself, currently sat at 2-9. He can't contend that his team are very firmly in this game.
Going to have those vertical angles being opened up. Soft breach, hard breach, it's all going on at the minute. G2 have got plenty of time as well. 1 minute 15, Uno's on the drones. They're trying to see exactly what's going on. They're thinking about a plant here. We saw them successfully do so last time they attacked onto this site. It was Uno who got the plant and then got the final kill straight away afterwards. So G2 going to be hoping for a bit more of that. Jigsaw is in a tough position for them to move though. Just playing on side of the hatch, watching the drop come in, has that plant site locked down, so it's something that will need to be dealt with.
Well, C4 being ripped, but not finding a target, unfortunately. Again, last round really came down to the bitter end. It came down to a scrap, and no one has died here. With 35 seconds still to play. Yes, there's time to skip around the site, but they're going to have to force something, and Deimos can definitely do that, Tim. In with the Pistol of Virtue. Benja in for a second as well. They've just ripped Fnatic apart at the seams. 2 left standing, but a good shot from Leon comes on through. Finds one more coming in for the double door, but it's a left-right from Doki. And G2 pull themselves ahead, Tim, 6-5.
That was so unfortunate for Leon there. He got the first one through the soft surface, and then you feel like the recoil just bounced for him and took a couple of bullets away from Doki and allowed him to find that kill as he came on in through double door. On a different day, Leon maybe gets the kill and Fnatic the round, but there's only going to be one team here that get the opportunity to win this in regulation, and it's going to be G2. 6-5 now, and this is a real scrappy affair, Des. It's exactly what we wanted to see between these two teams. They've both had moments of greatness, and they are both fighting tooth and nail to take this one.
Moments of greatness and moments of weakness that the other side is just so adept at exploiting as well. And I think, again, it's that rivalry that everyone really wants to see brewing. These two orgs bringing it from other esports into Siege as well. The absolute dream. Problem is, G2 really are turning it on in the attack. I know the prior 2 rounds to that, Fnatic looks like they were really with it and bringing it up towards overtime. They've got to get it right here in round 12, or G2 will take all the prize, the whole lion's share of points, and walk away with all 3. But Fnatic, at least within a chance to get themselves a single point on this day, if they still go through to overtime and lose, but could also very easily go on and win it in overtime, Tim.
I just love that from Leon there. Like, he takes the gunfight, he gets the kill through the soft surface, and then he knows he's turning to be challenged from double door, but still has the time and the presence of mind to think, I'm just going to take that drone out as I go past. Like, I probably wouldn't see a drone in that situation if it slapped me in the face. Like, you know, you're getting pushed from both sides, hounded on side, picking kills up. Oh, drone, yep. Amazing stuff, amazing stuff.
Just they're just so attuned to it, Tim. I remember like a couple of times I've seen players holding an angle and the pixel changes color and they just shoot instinctively. Even if it's a teammate, they'll just shoot because they're so honed in on looking for certain things. It's absolutely bonkers. Either way, Deepak at long range here, just holding on and waiting. Knows indeed that we've got the Habana trying to work away up on these windows. It's Uno helping to try and get these castles opened up. Gotta be really careful here and be respectful. In fact, Virtue, no way. Coming in with the backstab, Benson a knock on this map all game long, Tim. It could be the time for him to crack this one wide open.
No, we don't see a lot of knock at all, but the rocket alarm bomb is gonna do its job. Leon shuts him down. Dorky's there for the trade though. 4 versus 4. Benja with a team kill. Not now, Benja, not now. Jigsaw manages to find Dorky, but G2, they keep on fighting. Uno onto Deepak. Can they finish it here and now, Des? It's been an absolute bloodbath in the middle of the round, and Uno, he's going big.
This is just what they need right here, right now. Uno to be the man of the moment and step up. Benja at least has got Square covered off and he's watching down through Janitor. All he's got to do is cover his teammate as he goes in for the plant here. There is a C4 available and there it is. Tyrant's in below. Will he find his man? Yes, he will. Down he goes and it's all on Benja. If anyone's going to clutch him, it's going to be him.
Yeah, he's just in the feet through the drone hole, so he knows where at least one is. Going to make a grab for the diffuser. There is the possibility that he could get this down here. Needs to take out the bulletproof canvas. The challengers, they start raining on in. There's still a minute. There's an age for anybody to try and hold on here, for anybody to try and get something done. Benja, is he going to stick this or is he just baiting them in? You know, that's what they're waiting to find out. But no, Benja, he gets away with it. He looks for the fight. He gets one, but won't get the second. Tyrant with the kill, and we're going to overtime, Des.
Just what you want to hear on day one. And in this fixture as well, it's the absolute dream. I said it earlier, Tyrant might have been having a bit of a stinky game so far, but you win out a 1v1 like that. That's all you need from him. 3 more rounds, potentially, of absolute madness between these two. Oh, I could watch a best of 3 of this, Tim.
Best of 5, best of 7. We could just get them playing all night, Des. This is absolute pure entertainment. Loving what we are seeing. So we're going to go to overtime. It's essentially going to come down to the best of 3 rounds. I'm not sure who is on which side, but it's not going to matter too much because it's been a 3-3 split either way. So there is very little advantage to be found between either of these two teams. They are both locked in, that is for sure. They're both trying to deliver, but how costly could that team kill become?
Just, whew. That C4 was it. I just looked to the left and saw, oh, there's a C4 in Tyrant's back pocket. Where is Tyrant? Shock horror. The camera cuts to him and there he is below looking for the denial. Really well played closing round and sequence there for Fnatic, even though they didn't have control of the site or tons of information on what was happening inside of the site itself. We're going to see that same site repeated. They're clearly quite confident in their abilities to get things done up here on the top floor. G2, we're going to have another swing at this one. The Monty coming along in this round. Doki, though, is back over onto that Deimos.
Yeah, we've seen Deimos change hands a little bit, but as you say, it will be Doki bringing it along this time. No Capcan on the other side, so not too much for him to worry about there, but they will need to be cautious of those Valkyrie cameras because no IQ being brought along this time. Alamo is going to get straight into the main lobby, and he's going to be looking to push up those spiral gold stairs.
He is. It's the place to be. As we've seen him in the previous couple of rounds when he played this. This is where he tried to work his way up and through and is doing just that once. Again, supported by Virtue playing in behind him again. I think it was Uno last time round playing in that kind of position. But just enough that when you've got the Monty up there again, you always want to be aware of the guns that are supporting him on his march through the map, the intel gathering goal that he's got for his team. Taking it nice and slow as well. No need to rush it up just yet. Still got 2 minutes to play. And there you go. Tim, the free look's been used. Happy?
I am exceedingly happy now seeing it brought into action. As I say, it was probably, to be fair, just where he was checking specifically previously. It just brought to mind that I hadn't seen too much of it. Tyrant is going to be out on the marble stairs then, just looking to maybe hold that line of sight, but not much that he can do against the Monty, of course, until Alamo has to turn his attention elsewhere. Doki is going to be moving up. We did see him just having a track on somebody, but for the time being, he's not able to get into a position to maybe just make immediate use of that information. Benja, however, does use some information to find Tyrant. Beautiful headshot there. Leon going to make the challenge. Is he going to get caught out? No, because Benja, he's away and gone. He's finding more kills, and this time it's Deepak.
There we go. Sees the head of one more peeking through there. I imagine as well. Tries to go for the shots. Not going to find Jigsaw though, and Jigsaw wants it. Jigsaw gets it, Tim. A couple of kills fly on through though. G2 are up into a 4 versus 2. Surely we don't let the Aussie clutch up big again.
Fnatic are showing fantastic resilience in this game so far. A number of times we see them in these 2v4, 2v3 situations. They just keep on fighting. But this shows a great use case for Deimos when you've got that man advantage, when they're down to just 2 players, and you can effectively almost take one of them out of it because they're tracked and you know where they are, and you can go in and challenge them just like that. Virtue taking down Jigsaw. Alamo able to get the plant down, doesn't need to, as Virtue makes it 2 in the closing seconds, closes out the round, and it's going to be G2 having that match point opportunity once again.
Just really great use of the Deimos in that round, especially, Tim. The trap that came through onto Tyrant on the Valkyrie, first and foremost, forcing back towards his team, but he assumed he was running back towards safety, not realizing that they had Benja rounding onto them from square, and as soon as he sat back in a comfy position around Logi and Stock, just thinking, you know what, all is all good here, no one's going to be able to find me out. Another thing coming. Benja strikes from the shadows and brings him down. So even though that information game isn't really benefiting the Deimos, as long as the calling is strong and he can say, right, he's fell back in towards Stock here. That exact moment that I was on about for Benja was just ready and waiting for his man. My God, does he strike true, really dragging G2 through the mid parts of that round and guaranteeing them this opportunity to get things over the line. But they've got to win here going into round 14. And Tim, with how things went earlier on in the downstairs, I'm a little bit nervous for them.
Yeah, absolutely. G2 still opted not to bring that electrification of the Kaid that really helped them back in round 1. We will see whether the roam is any more successful for them than it was in round 4 when they tried it last time around. It didn't really pan out, and Fnatic got the win that round. But yeah, just a great example to briefly go back to that last round. You know, if you're maybe new to using Deimos, as all of us are, only coming in this season, and you're thinking, you know, where's the strengths? Where do I use him? That is a great opportunity. You find yourself 3v2, 4v2, you track one of those remaining 2 players, and you pretty much bring it down to a 3 versus 1. Jigsaw on Alibi just tracked out constantly. Information is there. Dorky's calling it. He's swinging, bending, and they're there. Virtue ready to get the kill. Easy as that. So just really well played from G2 and great use of that new operator.
Absolutely, and no doubt more to come from it as time passes by. Tyrant wants his real good swing at the back now as well. Again, probably more being used supportive here for the intel that it provides. So the fact that you can guarantee a 1 versus 1 against someone, at least in terms of the information, is absolutely mega. And if you're playing in a more supportive position, which you might imagine Tyrant to do here, then it doesn't really matter if you yourself are being tagged. Like, you're miles away in safety, and it's actually your opponent that has got to worry. And sure enough, a scan coming out in a second. Jegs is going to find Alamau. Beautiful stuff to pick out one. And there we go. Azami has been targeted.
Yeah, but playing on the hatch, not the end of the world for Dorky. If he feels that the pressure's mounting, he can just drop away back to site, and it's going to give him at least a sort of a sense of safety, if not complete safety. He does drop away there. Benja was also, this is the other thing you've got to remember on the flip side, how do you play against Deimos? Well, if you're playing in a 2 like that, you've got Benja with you, you can potentially bait people in. They're coming for the challenge. They're going to tunnel vision on where you are and might not spot the person that you've got covering you. So much like when you're jackal tracking, you can kind of lure people in. It's another option. We do have a couple of kills that go in along the way. G2 did level things up, but a big double from Leon is going to push us towards that 15th round as he just starts creating a little bit of space for Fnatic.
A little bit of space, a little bit of room. It might just be enough to get them over the line here as well. Found himself going down here as well. Doki picking him off, finishing at the finish 2. 2 left up for G2, mind you, but Benja and Doki, are they those players, Tim? Are they those guys to get this round over the finish line? Tyrant and Deepek out here on the west side. Doki up nice and close. Knows that they've got all this information on him. He's got to be so mindful, because all it's going to take is that one shot to see him going down. And he's playing ring around the roses. He's trying to run away. It's 2 left here. Tyrant round in the corner, can't quite find his man, and Doki can't win it. Tim, say 9.
We're going all the way to 15, Des. This is exactly what we wanted out of this matchup, and great use of that Deimos. 2v1, get the track on and make it really, really difficult for Dorky to keep himself off the radar and just go in there and get that final kill. Absolutely spot on from Fnatic. This is what we wanted out of this matchup. We wanted to see as much of this as possible, and they are delivering.
Ooh.
Tactical timeout as well. You don't often see those before round 15.
They've usually been used by now because they're desperate to try and avoid getting to this point, right? But G2 have held on to it all the way through to overtime, and they've got really one chance to get this right. And we're feeling that on the attacking side is where they thrive best. And given how their first 2 attacking rounds went, I'm inclined to agree. But it doesn't mean it's going to be an easy task to get it done. Fnatic really have put on a show so far today. And Tim, I said it earlier on when we saw the games being played out with some of the new players coming in as well. Speaking about like ITP, for example. Team Secret also looking pretty good. Fnatic are back in contention. It's kind of like that whole Ralph Wiggum thing where now you've got G2, BDS, Vols, for example, probably sitting there going, I'm in danger.
So true. So true. That's it. The time is up then on the tactical timeout. We're going to be getting back into game. G2, Fnatic, both of them have fought their absolute hardest to get this one done. It's been neck and neck all the way. 3-3 half when G2 were on defense, 3-3 half when Fnatic were on defense, and now 1 round each in overtime. So it comes down to this: 3 minutes, round 15, and we will see who comes away with it. It's going to be Fnatic on the defense this time. They are all the way down in the basement. They're in lockers. Leon has brought along the mirror, so they're going to be playing as you would normally expect, a bit of a default setup. Although saying that, no, the mirror window's just going to be a little bit deeper. Instead of being on that red corridor where it can be challenged from the hatch, they're going to play it back inside a site.
I quite like it as well. Really opened everything up to make it that little bit deeper, and you can get some pretty naughty angles when you're playing things like a smoke. Obviously no smoke on side here, but
the risk is garage now. That's the new risk that position has. You've got to hold on to garage.
And they've not really brought much to deal with that. You know, the shields they can plant down in the doorway, for example. But I think also, like you're alluding to, Tim, they need to make sure they've got a hold on that part of the map. And of course, whether or not G2 even read into it in the first place. You've got Doki holding his way on the upstairs too, just hoping someone's going to rotate their way at the top floor. He's quite enjoyed these drops throughout most of this game, actually. The primitive attack. He starts to do a little bit of a Batman through the skylight sort of vibe.
Yeah, I feel like maybe that's something, you know, it's become very much a habit for Doki, and it's, I don't know if maybe something Fnatic could have picked up on potentially. They did lose Tyrant to that drop previously. You know, it could easily have been a freebie at some point. You know, I'm sure that the droning has been done to make sure nobody's in position, etc. Doki's not just going to drop it, you know, sort of blind, but he certainly has made a habit of it. So, you know, potentially could have been read into. But Fnatic are going to be forced back to site pretty quickly here, inside of a minute. So G2 making very good progress so far.
Yeah, really getting a bit of a wiggle on here as well. It's the thing I keep on remarking when you see these very defensive setups is the pace at which you can move at. Still got a couple of hatches to work their way through, for example, but largely established that, as you're seeing here, security is cleared out. A couple of hatches are open. They're burning through the Goyo canisters, that one being quite interestingly placed as well inside of admin, just to slow things down that little bit more. Lobby also being opened up, so really getting themselves to work here with the combo of the Hibana with the Maverick.
Here a mirror window being opened there as well. That could be a big one. I'm not sure exactly where that's come from, but of course it's going to prevent some of that play. I think it is the garage. Yes, it is the garage mirror that's been opened from the hatch. So again, it doesn't matter too much at the minute. I think Fnatic have still got a presence outside of garage, and G2 aren't really looking to push from there. It's still going to be coming from server, and they've still got the all-important hatch there for Jegs to play on.
All right. Now or never, G2. We're into the final 50 seconds, and the stall game begins. Keep remarking on it. The Goyo canisters, the C4s, the Tubarao, the Kite, everything just layers up together. I've got the hatch opened up here with 30 seconds to go, Tim. I think it's drop time.
Watched and enjoyed 14 rounds of this, Des, and it all comes down to this. All the efforts of the players just come down to this sharp point of the game. 25 seconds left to go. Doki, he's looking to go down main. He spots his man. He knows where Leon is. He gets the spray down, and he's going to close him out. Advantage G2, but will time work against him? Uno's in. He's getting the diffuser down. The kills come in, mostly going G2's way, but then all of a sudden, Fnatic flip the script. Tyrant and Jegs, they find one apiece and bring it back to 2v2, but Uno is able to stick the plant, and now starts the game of cat and mouse. Virtue sends out the flashbang. It doesn't do its job though, not well enough. Jegs goes in but can't find the kill. Virtue with an essential one. Is the second gonna be there? Yes, it is. G2 are the victors and take the full win against Fnatic. Not the 3 points.
Search the dictionary for that one, Tim. There'll be a word in there.
I was just too excited.
Absolutely ludicrous again.
Oh,
It was a game that deserved it, all 15. It comes down to a 2 versus 2 at the very end. And of course, Virtue's going to bring out a clutch when it's needed most. Why wouldn't he, Tim?
My glasses are steaming up. That's the level of excitement that we're talking about here. What a finish that was. Virtue with the double at the end. G2 leaving it to the final 15 seconds. But what a performance.
Just one of those where, you know, both of these teams are going to be giving it large across the rest of the stage as well. It's going to be a real battle for those top 4 because I've got no idea who can be going to the major based on these 3 games. We've still got another one to come as well. So what we'll do is throw it to the desk, get their thoughts on this game before game 4. Guys, take it away.
Well, we said it was going to be a banger of a game, and it did not disappoint. All 15 rounds were needed to determine the victor, G2. And you said, Fabian, it was going to be a 7-0. It wasn't quite a 7-0.
You know, it doesn't matter what the score is, as long as you win. That's what's the most important. It's the same as if you drop 1 kill and your team wins, you still did a good job. So all that matters for G2 is that they won. And in my eyes, it wasn't even close.
I'm going to disagree with Fabian. I don't know if that's going to be perfectly obvious. But G2, of course, won, but it was only a 2-point victory because it was in overtime. And I think the general consensus, you know, at least around this desk, is that we felt that G2 should have got this done in regulation. They did get it done in overtime. So obviously they do get the win, but that could be a very, I know it's play day 1, but that could be a very important point dropped when you're looking at major spots later down the line.
And there's so many good teams now, like there are so many competitive teams. I mean, we've seen it so far throughout all of the games that any team can really step up. So I don't think that it's so safe to say which teams will go yet. And it's like, obviously it's the first play day, so it's never safe to say anything here. But we're looking at a much more even league in the overall, I think, than what we've seen in a very long time.
Yeah, I think for G2, I think they looked reasonably sloppy today. I think as much as they win, we've got to provide the context of G2 probably should have won it in overtime. I think they looked like a team that played a LAN event a week and a half ago, took a break, haven't been able to change anything. They've just had to roll into the stage with what they've got. And I think obviously what they've got is good. They're former world champions for a reason. They've been absolutely excellent for such a long period of time that their fundamentals will take them through games as it has today. But they definitely looks like a team that weren't really getting out of 2nd or 3rd gear.
Yeah, they never really did that. If we look at the team they played against with Fnatic had a great game, but G2 were punching all of those mistakes that a not rookie team, but a team that haven't played together for a long time will make. And it was just continuous, like small mistakes. Like the one that stood out to me, like first round immediately, I said to Jack, why didn't they throw Hibana over to the elevator hatch to flash the guy who was standing in there? They knew he was there. Yeah. They even dropped with a shotgun out. You don't drop with a shotgun out if you don't know where the guy is. So we were expecting small fixes to turn this around, and we will see a much better Fnatic team in maybe 1 or 2 weeks that will have those micros together.
You mentioned it as well, right? It's going to be really tight for those top 4 spots for the major.
Yeah.
And of course, we talked about it at the very beginning to put things in perspective. We are still sending the same amount of teams to the major, but we're sending, in comparison to last year where it was 2, now 3 teams directly to that stage 2 of the major. So all these teams, of course, want to be there, but with G2, of course, winning this here today with 2 points puts them up a good perspective. But still, for Fnatic, it really wasn't all that bad from them being so new with these 2 pickups.
I think if you're a Fnatic fan, you are so much more impressed with this team after one best of one today than the entirety of 2023. I think they showed that they really can compete with the best teams. Thought the good for Fnatic today was genuinely excellent, but I thought the bad was also horrific. So, and I think that's, as you say, that's the symptom of seeing a new team, a team that's not played for 6 months. That's the rust that kind of has come out. But if they can improve those bads and make them okay rounds rather than bad rounds, they'll definitely win a lot more games than they'll lose.
Yeah, and it's, as we said, they're so fresh together that all those small mistakes, they will be ironed out. It won't be an issue. And playing against a team like G2, where all of those mistakes will be punished, if they go against what we consider more middle of the middle teams, they won't punish all those mistakes. 1 point today against G2 is great for them.
One player that was specifically punishing Fnatic in this regard, so we got a sneak peek during the stats, was Benja. Absolutely the same performance.
Yeah, I think the thing for Benja is he's definitely a confidence-based player. We saw this through, his initial run in 6 Invitational, right? Where he came in, had confidence, and was the MVP of the event. He then also kind of went through and has struggled at times when his confidence has been low. If you look at the multi-LAN that he most recently played, had a very, very bad time there. Got himself to online play today. He started out like a rocket. He continued like a rocket. And what G2 need to succeed, we highlighted Doki in the pre-game of this game about how he's been so consistent. When he's not been that consistent, because Doki had a fairly mid-game today, you need somebody to step up. That was absolutely Benja.
Ben just sets up for sure. Of course, you mentioned Doki as well. We're standing here because we have an interview planned with Doki. We should be able to get him up very, very soon to ask him a few questions. Good evening.
Hi.
It is good to see you. I hope you're feeling well after this victory.
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right, thank you. I mean, we talked about it. It was all 15 rounds that you needed to determine the victory today. How does that feel?
It was closer than it should have been, I guess. But I also think they played good, to be honest. Like, they played really good. I thought they had some good defenses. Like, when you're playing against this new meta, you don't know what the first game is going to be like. So yeah, we just took it and ran with it, and yeah, we won. It was a close game. Could have been better, but I'm still happy with 2 points. So yeah.
So your old best friend is here as well, Jack. I have some questions for you. First
Hello,
of all,
Dad.
hello, son. So this short break you guys had between 6 invitationals into Malta into now. How has your preparation for this stage looked like?
Oh shit! Oh, sorry. We haven't had a break. I'm actually knackered. I'm so knackered. It literally feels like I've just been going for 6 months and it just hasn't stopped. But I guess that's the life of wannabe world champion. So yeah, I don't know. We haven't had much time at all to prepare for EUL, if I'm being completely honest, and we haven't really. So, but I think we are good enough with the things that we already had to be able to get a top 4 place at the end of it. So I'm not so worried about that. I think the main work's going to come in when we get to the major. So yeah.
Well, you mentioned the new meta, and you mentioned that, you haven't really been trying new things. A few things that you've been adding so far, though, was, of course, Damus. You've been using a lot of Damus, I think the most so far of any single team that we've seen. How do you feel like he's been helping you?
He's good. Sorry, I just realised I'm so red. What's going on? The whole face
The
is
lighting,
red.
maybe.
Sorry about that, guys. I'm not actually red. I just get really sunburnt in Malta, but that's what it is. Deimos, yeah, I love Deimos. He's just broken. I see people saying that he's not good. I just think he's the best operator possible for entry fragger. You're gonna 90% of the 1v1s you take, you're gonna win because you have such a crazy advantage. And it's just, yeah. He has nades and Harvey's gadget. He's just a beast, so... I think he's really undervalued, and I'm surprised teams aren't playing him a lot. And I see people on Twitter saying like he's so useless and he's bad. Like, they're crazy. So yeah, I love Deimos.
Well, maybe they need to take a page out of your book then for the next few
Maybe they
games.
do.
But just to make sure that we don't keep you any longer and you can go and prep for your next few games, we'll let you go for tonight. Thank you so much for speaking to us, and we hope to speak to you again.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I'll try and fix the cam for next time.
You've been drinking too much tomato juice. We've gone over this.
It's too much tomato juice.
Yeah.
I stopped the alcohol, Fabian, and I'm on the tomato juice.
Wow,
Like,
honestly,
it's a
an
positive.
applaud to you.
It's
I
a
am so
positive.
proud of you because that was an issue.
Yeah, that was an issue.
That was a massive
Yeah.
issue.
Yeah, all right, I'm gonna go grab a beer, Celsius.
Thank you so much, Joki. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Healthy journey is what we're seeing so far with these players. They're very, very good. But we have one more game tonight for Europe League, and that is our best of 1 between Wylde and BDS, which will be with us after a break.
let's start. I think my first option will be
Shaiko from BDS.
I don't really need to speak much on Shaiko because Shaiko is probably, if not the best player in the world.
Put as a second support because I think his playstyle fits the draw very well.
he's amazing. He has one of the best teams in the game.
My first pick is British, the best support in the world.
I will pick Benja from my team. I would put him like lurking on my roster.
My second pick will be Deadshot.
I've played a lot with him and huge teammate, never negative, always positive.
He's good at entry, he's good at playing more flex.
Knows how to stat in entry, so...
For my dream team, I will pick myself.
Because he's like a good entry.
He really plays good, like he has strong gun power, he makes a lot of frags, so it's important as well.
At the moment, I'm the best first entry on the game.
I think I will take Tyrant. He showed a lot of good face during all the stages he did with the M&M.
I think we need more supports here.
Shepherd is like the hard support.
Because he's one of the good support on EU.
He's like the most like calm, cool and collected like player.
Has experience in the back lane.
A really good statistic of plans.
Yeah, we take Dan. Of course.
He's just a goat. As an entry, as a flex.
He can play whatever he wants.
To be honest, no, I would pick Deepak and I would put Deepak as support.
Deepak is like the second flex support.
He's really good.
Deepak's probably one of the best fragging supports in the world.
I would say it's Noah from ITB, and he's keep improving. He's also playing really good as a flex.
I would have Azza from my team on flex. He helps me a lot with like calling and stuff. A really good teammate.
I think I will pick Alemão. Sometimes he's calling crazy stuff.
To IGL, I would take Ifak from BDS.
For me, I think it's one of the most talented young players. For pick, I would pick Doki.
He's really good at entry.
Like even if he dies early, like he's still like super vocal and like he's a super positive guy.
So I think it's important to have that X factor in your team.
I'll pick always to like vertical.
I will pick Savage from the Team Secret.
I think he's reliable player.
When we're playing scrims versus them, it's really hard to play versus him.
He has ideas to give to a team, so I think on a flex war he could perform with that team.
I think I'd probably do Liloon from Wolves as my coach. Her players speak of her really highly.
The last option for me will be coach for Wylde, Zeus, because like they have really good performance in last year's stage.
So for the coach, it's Agdar.
I know him personally. He's French, of course.
No matter the player you will give him, he will make result out of it.
Put the ENCE coach to be the coach, but he would have to listen to Benja, so...
Really working hard since the beginning of the game.
I learned a lot with him, so he will be the coach for this team.
Time is flying by on our first day back for Blast Europe League in 2024 because it's already time for our final match of the day, and that is between BDS and Wylde. Now, both these teams, of course, having made some changes to their roster over the transfer period, over the window ever since SI and everything that came before that. But when we talk about BDS, the word super team has been coming around here and there. Is it fair?
Oh, I mean, BDS as an organization, as a team, have been watching G2 have super team after super team after super team. They watched their matey try and fail with a couple of super teams, and they thought, hold the phone, let's create the best super team that there ever was. I think this team, in terms of raw mechanical talent, game sense, and just being a top player, like if you did a top 10 player list of last year, All 5 are on this, right? And they've got them all in one team. I think mechanically, this is potentially one of the best teams that has ever been concepted.
Maybe I would point it and say that this is the best mechanical team that's ever been assembled. Because we were praising the former team of Users and Solotov, M&M, so much because of how good they were mechanically, but they were committing mistakes. We said for Tyrant that going out of that team into Fnatic would be great for him is development. I think we're going to see exactly the same thing for Users and Solotov going to BDS. Now there's a team that, well, we're not as good friends anymore, and maybe we'll have more expectations on us from the rest of the players in the group. And they have, in my eyes, like if I guess probably the up-and-coming, well, up-and-coming is one of major, the in-game leader that's like the youngest with the most experience and has so much more future to build. And now he gets that firepower on top of already having Shaiko? Hello?
And the lack of success that BDS had over the last year, they had to do something drastic.
Yeah.
And to take a full French-speaking team to now an English-speaking team. Leakafak is now having to IGL in English. Brede, Shaiko, English. Like, have you ever interviewed Shaiko? He barely speaks it, but he's committing to learning it and speaking it and being in a team with players for English. That's how serious these guys are. This isn't just, let's pick the best 5 players available and clump them together. This has been identified as an opportunity, and they've gone, we really want this.
That is a big point, of course, because a lot has been changing for the structure of this team. You mentioned League Effect now fully taking on the IGL role. The team now speaking English instead of French, because if you taught BDS, you thought of French-speaking players. That no longer is a thing. But then for their opponents, I feel a lot has changed in the structure as well, because we've seen open applications.
Yeah.
We heard words about a 6-man roster. There is a lot going on for Wylde as well.
Yeah, I mean, they picked up some of the most experienced players in the games, right? I mean, Kanto Raketti has won all. He's won everything there is to win. Nello has been around for 145 years. I mean, he's almost that old soon. And Lolo, who has had so much experience in Tier 2, and now he's finally coming in here, being able to play. They have a 6th player as well, not on the screen, obviously. I don't actually know how exactly to pronounce it because it's kind of doo-doo, which obviously... please correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, they have a very good lineup. They have so much experience. What I do fear a little bit for them is the firepower, especially against a team like BDS. That's where it's like, yeah, Kanto's a little bit past his own prime in terms of raw gun skill. Nello has never really been that gun skill player either.
Yeah.
So they lost Jags, who was one of the better ones there. So I don't question the roster moves so much. I mean, they make sense. Players are good. But they're not on the same level as BDS in firepower.
I mean, that's the thing as well. If you add into that Pack Bull as well, and, you know, Ted, both of them negative over the course of last year.
Yeah.
It's a very creative team, and I think we'll like that. It always has been with any team that has Pack Bull in it. Adding Nello will add to that creativity. But in terms of raw gunfights, gun skill, mechanical skill, can they stack up? That's the big worry for Wylde.
If we look at how they played last year, though, they were pulling out some really wonky stuff that really worked well for them. Like, they looked like they were masterminds on how to play a new game style.
Yeah.
Maybe they have even more of that now, though, because they've added more brain power. And yeah, me saying Kanto's a little bit past his prime. He's not a bad fragger nonetheless.
Maybe we'll have some new maps as well for both these teams in their map pool, because of course for Wylde specifically, we haven't seen them in a little while. For BDS, of course, we've seen them quite recently, almost a week ago, but we'll have a best of one ahead of us between these two teams. So we'll have a look at what map we're going to as well in this best of one scenario, and it does look like we're heading to Cafe, and that means Wylde will start on defense, which probably should start them off very well.
Yeah, I think they'll be happy with that. I think it is a curious thing because obviously BDS will have banned last week at Malta with the view to EUL in mind, so that might not necessarily be as necessarily accurate as you might take from it. And I think, but if you look at both of these teams over the last year, I know it's different rosters, but kind of cores have remained the same. They both loved Cafe. Wylde won it 80% of the time they played it. BDS won it, I think, 10 out of 13 times they played it across the last year and a half. So these cores absolutely love that map. So I'm not surprised to see them go there because they're going to want to go to a familiar map on their very first game.
Yeah, and it suits Wylde's playstyle quite a lot because you can segment up Cafe quite easily.
Yes.
Because you can take like one step and then you calm down and you reset and you take a second step and then you take a third step. And that's what fits their playstyle really well. If they can leverage their teamwork against the raw firepower that is BDS, I see them standing a chance. How big that is, because I don't know if you can actually leverage that much against the firepower of BDS, I am not going to promise anything.
We'll have to wait to see what's going to happen. But of course, it's our last match of the day. We can get our casters in for one more time as well. Let's bring back Ace and Des. We see some waves on the...
I just wanted to wave at them both. Hi, boys.
Yeah, you haven't actually been able to speak to them so far.
Yeah, it's because they don't like us. They don't want
they don't like us. They requested not to speak to us.
Is that true?
It's only you, Anne.
don't like fresh. Fabian I love, but nah. I
My
can do without
heart,
fresh.
my soul.
Even if he's doing that to you, that's
sure
just
Tim loves you. Tim loves
sweet.
everyone, don't worry. Fresh, you're not alone.
I rinse
Fresh.
Des for all the money he's got, so it's fine. he doesn't need to love me.
That's true. That's true.
We had a lot of discussion here going on in the rehearsals and everything. There was a lot of talk, but I'll let you two do the talking, of course, for our final best of one of the day. You can take it away for BDS and Wylde.
Thank you very much for this one. And yes, our last game of the day coming up, and one that I still think is incredibly exciting, Tim. I think across the whole weekend that we've seen of Siege and today so far, the one word that comes to mind has just been consistent quality, especially after that last game we've seen. And I think everyone is very excited to see if BDS can get back to being that #1 top spot here in EU.
Oh, it's been a brilliant start. If that's like, if this is played A1 and the games are going to get to mean more as we go on and things are going to get closer and players are going to get better and teams are going to settle down, then what a foundation we've got. How can we go up from here? It's been a brilliant start, and I think this is going to be no less at all. There's, as you say, BDS, the newest EU super team, about to get things underway in EUL. I, for one, cannot wait to see them. Obviously, we saw them play in Malta. We've seen them as a roster, but this just means a little bit of something different, and I can't wait to see how it all comes together.
I think it's so interesting that they've made this combination, of course, switch to comming in English as well, which means, yes, Shaiko is speaking English. What is going on? But it is a bit of a significant change for them, I think, to finally make that breakaway where you look at teams like Wolves, for example, you look at BDS, it's always been that real strong French identity, French-speaking players only. But there comes a limit where, some would look at the changes that maybe Wolves have made over the last couple of years and be asking, there are stronger players out there, but you can't get them because they don't speak French. And so it is a big commitment from BDS, I think, to try and become a more international team. It will have introduced some changes, no doubt. Obviously, two massive players coming in the form of Yuzus and Solotov. Really excited to see just what they can do here in Tier 1 Siege. But Wylde, there's a lot of experience on that team, Tim. Kanto needs no real introduction. Nello feels as old as the game itself. And Patbull, he's been around in this team forever as well. So lots to look forward to. Can't wait to get into it. Bans are done and dusted, and things are ready to get underway.
Yeah, I'm excited about this Wylde roster. Like you say, you've got a lot of experience there being brought to the fore, but you've also got Teb and Lolo in there. Obviously, Fabian spoke about Kanto's fragging ability. Teb, Lolo, both very capable at finding those kills. So, yeah, it could be an interesting one to watch. We will see as they get underway in what could be the most difficult fashion of all. It's going to be BDS on Cafe. Never an easy prospect, put it that way. But, of course, BDS have undergone changes, and we will see just how that impacts the map pool for them as well. So we're going to get right on into this one. Round one, and it's going to be top floor in the cocktail and bar to kick us off with Wylde on the defense.
It feels strange that we haven't spoken about BDS like at the Major, for example, or, of course, at SI. Like, it just feels like we aren't really getting the chance to speak about them really at all, to be honest, with how things went for them last year. It's a big change in terms of a new-look roster. But looking back at how the 6 months of map bans have gone for them, this map, Cafe, along with Skyscraper, is the only map they have opted not to ban ever. They've always let other teams take it away from them. And in fact, the teams that they've picked in the best of 3 to play first, Cafe have been 4 of those 5 picks. If ever there's a description for a team that loves a map, this is all you've got to see. Now, Patbull, feeling a little bit ratty here, maybe. He's maybe fancying himself a little bit of a cheeky chance of catching out a member of BDS on their way out of the spawn. But to begin with, nothing too crazy. BDS keeping it nice and safe.
I mean, we had Lolo and Nello both waiting for the potential peaks as well. Wylde certainly wanting to fight at the boundaries, really, and, get involved early, send a little bit of a message, bring a bit of aggression. Not necessarily a bad idea. What they need to be careful of, a team like BDS, they're going to hurt you if they've got a man advantage. But it's all worked out. The first minute is done. BDS get themselves up to the rooftop. Patbull keeps himself inside the map for now. And Wylde have got themselves set on the top floor, ready for the BDS push.
Something really special about seeing Kanto on the dock, isn't there? Knowing he's charging around with the magnification as well, just looking to do a little bit of hurt. And it's got a good angle here, crossing out across the entirety of the map, able to see all the way through to the back corner of Piano, but also has the ability to challenge onto White up through Cocktail. A very critical position for his team coming into this round. And Brede Getting ready here with the bees. Out they come here, looking to sting their way through into the back line of the side of Wylde. As you also hear, the Candela's doing exactly the same. They're in a great position. BDS are aware.
Yeah, Teb uses one of those impact nades just to open up below Heaven window there, make it difficult for them to repel on him. We're going to hear the Candelas coming out. Leakerfact manages to get aggressively into the washroom as well. Does he know there's one to his right inside a bathroom? I'm not 100% sure. Looks like there is a red ping on there, so should be aware. Leakerfact does indeed pick up Nello, but it wasn't the one inside of Freezer. Users just baiting out that attack from Teb to tell him that he's underneath. A minute left on the clock, 5 versus 4. BDS gaining some good ground here, but Packbull with an important kill onto Breedy, and Lolo backs them up even further by taking down Leakerfact.
Hold on strong here, and this is exactly what you want to see as well, being able to give it to the side of BTS and make them have to fight for every little inch of this top 4 that they want. He's just going to try again here. The last Candela in back pocket might find himself like full white flashing out Shaiko here if he's not careful, but the drop comes in, finds his man. Patbull's gone down. They've got bar control. When Shaiko and Users get rolling together, Tim, is there any stopping them? And you still got Solotov to come yet. Bursts his way up white stairs, can't quite find his man. Now Kanto's got it all to do, but he's been found out, and Solotov will get the final kill. The top fragger for BDS, and their 2 new pickups combine to get a brilliant round close over the line.
Yeah, I think both teams certainly had their moments there. BDS's aggression impressed me. They got into piano. Leakerfact stood inside a washroom, you know, without even really having complete control of the area, taking that onus to get in there and really push, you know, that attacking agenda towards Wylde. But Wylde stood up well to it. They got themselves a couple of kills and they leveled things up. And for a minute there, you thought they might just be able to hold on. So definitely moments for both teams to look at positively. BDS coming away with the round. It's 1-0, and I'm going to be interested to see this. When we were looking at the map and we were talking about the teams, I mentioned something, and that was when BDS are attacking onto Kitchen, Shaiko's speed and aggression when clearing out those top 2 floors on a roam were always a thing of legend in my mind. It was always the one thing I really remember about BDS on Cafe would be a drone barely 10 feet in front of Shaiko as he just sprinted through the top 2 floors and cleared it out. I'm interested to see whether that is still the case today or whether there's a little bit of a shift in that with the new lineup.
Think back to the days of when TSM, that's back in a good while ago now, back when they won 6 Invitational, the go-to air quotes method that we saw M&M, the team that these 2 players were on previously, tried to employ was to have a backline 2 players, you know, Charla and Geo back in the day, and then have your front 3 that can really go on to do some damage. And I think we all know exactly who those players were coming in for TSM during that World Championship winning year. It was very much the same story for these guys on M&M. It was Users, Solotov, and Tyrant really looking to do some work. And I think here, actually, what you've got is Shaiko is the front of a triangle of 3, and really Users and Solotov looking to do some work. And where that really then starts to lead Leakerfact is anyone's guess. We'll, of course, see as the rounds progress exactly what the shape looks like. But based on round 1, at least, that was the sort of triad of players coming together and really looking to do some work.
Again, you know, I speak about the speed and the progress BDS make on this clearance. We often looked for the verticals to be started at about 1 minute 30. Instead, it's 2 minutes 15. BDS are 45 seconds ahead of that sort of threshold, that benchmark that we use for opening up the verticals into sight. They are unbelievably motoring here, more so than I've ever seen before.
And they are, yeah. 60 seconds in, the motors of the Boogie's already been out and getting the work done up on this top floor. We've also got Users in here as well, so plenty of vertical destruction to go around, guys. Don't worry. We'll put those floorboards and get them replaced for you in no time at all. Leakerfact just trying to dig his way through those vertical angles as well, see what he can find. Kanto, if he's starting to feel the heat a little bit here, checking seemingly every door and every angle, and he checks the wrong one at the wrong time. Solotov punishes him for that small misstep over towards his right-hand side, and now they've got to deal with this VIP player. Right idea, Lolo, but do you know what's coming in behind?
Users is just going to continue opening up. BDS haven't been able to do too much with this yet, and they haven't really found anybody inside. Apart from obviously Kanto has gone down, but as you can see, wow, just done what you usually do when those verticals, and look how much of that has been opened up. You basically move away from sight and you play for a potential retake. They're going to drop themselves into Freezer likely at some point, and there's the vertical challenge. Packbull losing his life though. That could be an important one. Solotov on the window, just teaming up. Great interplay from BDS there to guarantee themselves the kill.
That's what they need. couple coming out is absolute beauty for them to get things going. And 35 seconds still to play. That's tons of time. They don't know about Teb. And for a second, I really thought he was going to whip that one. But look at that, Tim. There's 2 players following Solotov inside. You get rid of one, you best be damn well sure you can hit the rest. Lolo gets rid of Shaiko. Big kill. 3 still standing for BDS, though, as Lolo now hits the deck. It's all down to Nello. He's white flashed him. He's terrified behind the shield. And BDS get themselves a closeout.
Yeah, another good round from BDS there. The speed, the aggression that they took those top 2 floors with, the volume of verticals that they opened up, but the way it wasn't just about the verticals. The verticals, they are important, but not, as important as the other work that BDS did. So what they did, they made it impossible for Wylde to stay and play inside a site. So look at a player like Packbull, for example, had to move out into Wedding and then was dealt with from multiple angles. So it was just great stuff by BDS. Right, we've got the verticals done. Yes, they're going to be outside of sight. So now there's a limited number of places where they can actually be. So we're going to go into there in numbers and we're going to take them out one at a time. Really well played. Lolo got a brilliant kill on that. That headshot on the reverse angle was fantastic, but just couldn't get anything else going from there.
Fresh is absolutely raging in our group chat right now. And I think it's worth sharing about when we're doing this. It shows just how big his brain is that he can remember this. Eminem Gaming's go-to strat on that downstairs site used to be running a clash. But as we saw, it was kind of Nello tucked away in the back corner behind Sinks, and he's playing it against 2 gaming players. They're going to know exactly what to look for. And it also locks you into a 4 versus 5 guns scenario against BDS. I don't know about you, Tim, but sometimes it feels like 10 guns aren't enough to bring down BDS.
No, at the minute, it really doesn't seem like it will be. They're just increasing pace round after round so far after those first 2. You just wonder how aggressive it's going to continue to be through the next 4, but Wylde somehow need to find a way of slowing them down. There's no traps on side. I might have liked to have seen a Legion or maybe a Frost knocking about just to give them something BDS to think about before they go rushing in. Maybe a Capcam. We've already seen the EDDs doing great work for Fnatic against G2. Just something so that they can't necessarily be pushing quite so aggressively. That'll slow him down, though.
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, Solotov's had a good couple of rounds overall, but he has been caught out by some real stinkers at points. The previous round being one of those, and this one just there. Literally punch a barricade and suddenly, bam! You're gone. Kanto has found his first victim of the game. 2 minutes to go, sorry. Still 1 down, but at least BDS are impeded for a short amount of time. You've got Teb feeding that information back and forth with the Pulse as well. Kanto on the Valkyrie, lots of info for Wylde to play behind, but have all the info you'd like, boys. The problem is you still got to win those gunfights, and BDS don't look too likely to be letting those slip.
No, I mean, Wylde have done exactly what they needed to do up to this point, and that was slow BDS down. Don't allow them to keep running over you like the first couple of rounds. So a good start on that front. Leakerpack does manage to take down Kanto. He was already low health, so not the end of the world. He's going to be straight onto his black eye cams, just feeding information back into his team. The Demos there of users just having a little bit of trouble picking out for those scans and getting them locked in for the minute. The mute jammer's going to be making that difficult by the looks of things. Lolo manages to pick up Shaiko. Big kill there for Wylde with a minute left to go. Gives them a man advantage. Leakerfight's going to be taken down on a beautiful quick peek from Packbull at the bottom of White Stairs.
Really all he needed there as well. Great bit of info being fed, and Teb has really placed himself well in this round, just basing himself around the center of his team, giving them all the information they need. Feels to a degree like having hacks of some kind, just knowing what's going on at seemingly all times. And users, yes, we saw a lot of joy from Doki about the Deimos in his interview earlier on, and of course in the game itself, but not yet been able to do nothing this round to see getting anywhere near a close for his team. Finally, we're going to see Wylde getting on the board.
Yeah, good stuff from Wylde there. It took a couple of big fights, Packbull particularly, bottom of White Stairs, really closing down the potential for BDS to put a thorn in their side by creeping up there and getting the direct line into sight. They'd have been pinched then between both sides of the push. So really well played from Packbull and Wylde. To say how aggressive those first 2 rounds and how successful BDS have been on those first 2 rounds, it was important that they stood up to them at that point and got one on the board. So good stuff from Wylde. 2-1 then it is. We always expect a good performance from BDS on Cafe, whether it's a new roster or not. You've got to think that's likely to continue, and it has done so far. But Wylde, they're keeping themselves in this. It's 2-1 BDS.
It It is. The one thing I get nervous about on this map in particular is the defense. And I say worried about it in the way I'm worried how attackers ever manage to break it down. I feel unless teams are really composed on the attack, especially trying to get control of, you know, Piano, for example, and comfortably get yourself inside top red, experienced teams like like BDS, who absolutely love Cafe, will just tear you asunder, and you'll really struggle to break down some of the holes they can bring out. So far, BDS have done well going 2-1. You've really got to see Wylde here start to accelerate things for them, really find themselves coming out at 4-2, if not 3-3. Otherwise, I just worry that door gets slammed shut in their face. That said, Tim, I said exactly the same thing earlier on about the Wolves game, and well, look how that played out.
Holding a gross angle here, really just peeking down from the side of the bakery, hoping to catch a few feet, but he's not going to get away with it as Leakyfat gets himself up onto that bakery rooftop. Now then, BDS was super fast last time at getting themselves in and getting those verticals. It forced Wylde away from sight so early. It's going to be the same case here. Look how confident they are in going in. Wylde are wanting to turtle up on sight again. They've nobody out in the map to make this difficult for BDS, and they've really maybe got to take a look at that and think how it's affecting, you know, particularly the defense of this site, because again, they're likely going to spend about 2 minutes outside of the site, and BDS showed an ability to just pick them off one at a time last time.
Really tells you a lot about the comfort of a ramp, and you can afford to throw your gadget through a barricade to open it up, bolt through, pick it straight up, and then actually get to doing what you're meant to do with the gadget in the first place. It is a really good use case. You know, some players are supposed to about, you know, why is RAM so popular on certain sites? Because they even turned around, I think it was Sadoki, and said, right, we're seeing teams play it on the top floor of this map, like, why? And he was like, well, it's easy to get things opened up and chuck it straight in, for example. A little bit of I don't know why they're bringing it for that site, but maybe it's just a comfort thing of getting barricades opened up. R4C, obviously a great gun as well. Not the fastest in the world, but some teams now, you really are starting to see that RAM rise in popularity.
Really good nitro kill from Nello there, showing fantastic patience, waiting nearly 30 seconds, but a great understanding of exactly where that sledge was going to try and work around, and took down users. So a great kill from him. We're going to get this hatch open. Going to use the initial X-Karos pellets to clear off the electrification, which is going to be job done. Still a minute on the clock. BDS have time, but certainly not looking as confident attacking this time as they did last time onto this site.
Now they're just sat in bunker as well, just hoping to God that they drop through and give him a good chance to at least win out the gunfight here. They know, though, the drone is on and they can see him peeking back and forth. Does Prede fancy it, Tim? Do you think he does? Does he really fancy the reverse drop?
Still not going to be an easy one.
No, but they're trying to hit him with nades, they're trying to flash him, they're trying to do everything here, but they're just missing everything. A frag has missed, 2 flashes have missed as well, and they aren't feeling confident in this drop here, even though Shaiko has started his push on forwards.
Yeah, with 30 seconds left to go, they're going to have to make a move. Lolo is still inside a VIP as well, so has the angle, so he's going to be able to back Nello up, and that's just only going to help. But here comes Shaiko, manages to get one, but there's the Nello kill on the drop. They still don't have Freezer yet. They can't necessarily rely on Shaiko to just kill everybody, as Nello manages to pick him up as well. Leakyfat gets 2 though. However, Wylde hold on. It's Teb finding the final kill, and that is going to be 2-2 now as they manage a much better kitchen defense this time.
Those that you look at and just think, what actually happened there as well? Because we know that the rounding came through into top bakery, but it looked like just before that they managed to get a kill coming back the other way. But a bit of a chaotic, scrappy end to the round, but a round nonetheless being won out. Nello, the man of the moment as well, like we saw as he was sat in bunker, flashes, frag grenades, everything flying towards him, but still he held himself composed, closed out a 3K, and really was the reason why they won that round, because it forced the last 2 players to have to push their way through restaurant, try and make it in through red double doors, but simply did not have enough time. So big play from Nello there.
Yep, really well done from Wylde, just adapting, changing things up and getting the job done. So that's going to head us into round 5, 2 apiece and nothing to separate these 2. And we're getting, you know, yet another. There's only the first game today that was a little bit quick. Other than that, it has been back and forth, tooth and nail between everybody who has played, and we're getting more of it now. And hopefully it will continue. It's going to be 2 more defensive rounds for Wylde. This time, it looks like they're going to be trying to hold on to mining and see whether they can do a better job of keeping hold of that top floor for a little bit longer.
Yeah, it does feel like you're starting to see Wylde warm into this down the defensive side as well. Starting to look that little bit extra comfy after BDS had a real flying start, at least to begin the game with. Got that pulse coming back on side, and remembering last time around, it was the real thorn in the side of BDS, you know, catching Leaky Fat walking through white below, turning the scanner skyward, of course, being able to use it laterally too. Just really good information gathering by the defensive side when you've got things like a Solus being banned away. Sure, you can't clear away the drones, but you can very easily find players.
Absolutely. Teb going to be on the stairs. Just there you go. Picks up his 2 scans at the time. It's just going to be 1 as somebody else drops away. But again, information being fed into the team. Let's see what Wylde can do with it. BDS definitely stacking up for this east side of pressure. Going to be Kanto and Lolo who are facing up to it. Lolo does drop away for the time being. Has Nitro in hand, and we've seen that used up through the hatch onto that east rappel before. So something that BDS needs to be aware of. But for the time being, out come the boogie drones, and the vertical work gets underway.
Does, and we keep on speaking about that vertical speed, how fast teams are getting in spot to start opening things up here on the top floor. Inside 60 seconds is looking great. Trying to play cat and mouse here as well, but simply Leaky Fat can't quite find the shots. Lolo down to only about 25 HP, mind you. One more bullet will be enough to knock him over.
Certainly will. He's just going to hold on. Little head glitch behind the bomb for the time being. See if he can just get a pixel as somebody moves around, but needs to be very careful that he doesn't get spotted out first. Solotov's going to be hitting the mining window, just having a look through. Nobody inside. Wylde are doing well here. They're keeping themselves off the radar. Solotov knows, though, you need to be careful. And Teb is just going to show a little bit too much of himself there and get taken down.
As well, 2 players injured. At this point, it's down to just 2 left standing against the onslaught of 5 blue BDS players. Right idea from Patbull, and will find himself 1 and save his teammate in the process. Suddenly, Tim, it's no longer a 2v5, it's a 3v4.
That's a really big swing from Patbull there. What a move. The Candelas come out from users, but there's not going to be too much of an aggressive push behind it. They were almost defensive, if anything, but Breeder is going to be getting the diffuser down, trying to fight it from underneath, but Teb is unable, and BDS take a big stride towards potentially winning this round. Lolo has to make a move, and those few hit points that he has left are ripped away by Shaiko. There's another one. Patbull bites the dust, and it's 4 versus 1 for BDS now. Teb has it all to do and does not have the hit points to do it.
Does not, and he's sprinting straight upstairs there, and as we all know, in the current patch, that's not going to end up getting you a kill. Leaky Fat with the conversion, a 3-2 for BDS. They'll be ecstatic with having 3 attacking rounds here so far on Cafe. Sets them up really well for a good second half, but of course, still round 6 to go. A chance here to either pull ahead to 4-2, or we can see the side of Wylde bringing things all square at 3 apiece. I'm loving how close some of these games are proving to be.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a 4-2 half, like you say, it's a real win for BDS. It sets them up going on to, you know, their defensive side. But then again, Cafe, you know, the attackers do quite often have a little bit of joy on here. So I'm sure there's rounds in the second half for Wylde to find as well. And a 3-3 would be, you know, a reasonable start for them, I think. Solotov, like I said, just spotting those couple of pixels. But it was a great job of picking Teb up to get him back in the fight. Unfortunately for Patbull, it just wasn't quite enough. This is it. What a swing. Gets the kill and then picks his man up as well. Really turns things around. But final kill is nice and easy for Leaky Fat. This is the thing with Cafe quite often, even on that mid floor, if you've got a post plant and 3 left alive, 1 underneath, it's as simple as 1 person holding each staircase. There's not really too much to it. So BDS get that one finished out. 3-2 as we head into round 6.
A really fun one that feels very topical, actually. I remember going through Reddit a little bit earlier on, and someone's really put in a bit of a shift. They've gone back and looked at all Tier 1 Siege competitions and said, who are the 20 highest rated players of all time? Guess who is number 1?
Rated? We're talking
Yes.
rating.
Rating.
The number 1 rated player of all time. I mean,
I'll give you a hint. They're in this game.
Is it Shaiko?
It is Shaiko, mate. Just above Parlu. Shaiko's got an all-time rating of 1.22. Parlu at 1.21. And many will be happy to know Hengdu is still up there at 1.18 in 3rd place.
I mean, all just slightly less than me on 1.26. So, you know.
What was your KD again earlier that everyone was giving you a stick about?
No, I'm not getting stick for it. I'm getting bigged up. I'm on a 0.9 now.
That's what. Oh, yeah, sorry, no stick. Sorry, you are getting bigged up for it. Yeah,
I'm
I remember you couldn't do, mate. It's unreal. But after the thermite of the old days, there's nothing but plants.
Not anymore. Nothing but kills. Patbull on a 0.9.
Mate, I swear to God, Solotov has had the unluckiest game in the world.
Really has.
It keeps happening.
I was just laughing at myself for saying there was nothing but kills on a 0.9. That's ridiculous. Leakerfack's going to pick up back full, and that brings us back to a 4 versus 4 as BDS get control of that top floor. We've seen this so many times. Out come the boogie drones. They really are loving the verticals. Leakerfack just trying to take out that FNAT before it's going to activate on him. I'm not sure if it is one of the activated ones or not. Yeah, I think it was. I think he shot it out, so that's going to keep him safe, because obviously it's just an identifier then for those below to spray through the floor at him, and this gives away his location a little bit. But no, BDS are safe for now. 1 minute 15, 4 versus 4, just trying to soften up sight a little bit.
Absolutely. At least in a spot where if I manage to get the trade back on the other side, it's not going to feel too bad, I suppose. Look, it feel terrible if you Solotov, admittedly. Like I say, the man just seems to be the unluckiest sod alive in the server today. And long may that continue, because I can imagine him absolutely raging off the back of it. Guess when these verticals opened up as well. Again, all this information being fed, though, back by Teb, does let his team know where the main point of ingress is so far for the French side. That said, 3 of them slowly starting to walk their way across here, encroaching in towards White Stairs too. Right sort of idea, as there is someone halfway down it, but Leakerfact surely wants to be looking in towards the site here. Knows about the one, going to flash it out entirely. Try and push him down as well, and Shaiko's got the bottom side. Amazing pincer play coming out from BDS yet again.
It's been one of the real standout things for me so far. I tell you what, standing out before I finish that point is Lowo. Manages to take down Breeder and continue the fight on site, but Shaiko, he is able to grab Nello underneath, and that is now a possibility where BDS could think about getting this diffuser down, as Lowo is forced away as well. Lowo does still have Nitro in hand, as does Tebs. They need to be very specific about where they plant here. Leakerfact is going to do it on a solid surface, but there is the potential for the work to be done through the soft surface next to it. Tebs finds Leakerfact, but the plant is down.
Just got away with it, and we had users trying to hunt down Teb as well below. They knew exactly what the play was that was going to come, just didn't quite manage to get away with it. Either way, the plant is down. A 2 versus 2 ensues. It's the difference between a 3-3-half or a 4-2 to BDS. 2 working their way up here as well. Tucked in tight is Shaiko, but Teb's hit the shots. Yuzu's the new boy. It's time to clutch him.
He finds the first. Does he need to find the second, or can he just duck away and take this fight from above? Lowo's only got 4 seconds. Realistically, he's going to have to stick this. There comes the drop, and it's easy done. He forces him off, or he gets the kill. Either way, Users and BDS win, and that's going to be 4-2 on the half. BDS looking solid, and partway through there, before Lowo got involved in that battle around the bomb chassis, I was making a point about BDS. One of the things that's really impressed me about them today has been that interplay as a team. To say that they've had these adjustments and new players coming in, they're working fantastically well together. You picked up on the pinch that they had there, Des, and how well it worked, and that's not the first time we've seen that from them. I love what they're doing. I love the way they're working together. BDS looking super confident today.
I think the beauty of watching a top team play like that is just so satisfying as well. When teams get really good. In fact, the thing about, like, well, old W7M at this point, Furia, who interestingly lost yesterday, which will come as a surprise to many, they're in a position where they'll just get so good at identifying a single player, and inside 15 seconds, there's 3, maybe 4 players just all pulling together to absolutely slam that player into next week. And it's so satisfying to watch. That was a really simple, just 2-man stack up, a couple of flashes to give him a nudge down the stairs, and immediately runs into the waiting arms of Shaiko. That kind of stuff is just magical to watch. I could watch it all day, honestly.
Let's see then how the next few rounds progress now that the sides have swapped. Wylde are going to get themselves onto the attack. Will they be able to have any more joy, or will BDS continue to run rampant on this one? Teb's going to bring along the Kale. Interesting pick. Kale, of course, great at dealing with mirrors, and we see the mirror on side for Breeder, so that will be the reasoning behind that. Obviously, the sniper is an absolute monster as well. If it hits, it's almost always a down. You know, doing some great work if he can find the shots, but the most important thing is going to be those lancers, just getting them in there to shatter those mirror windows, much like an ace charge does now, and it's just going to remove a little bit of that utility from BDS. However, keep an eye on Solotov underneath. Wylde have to deal with that.
Ready and waiting just in case there isn't a bit of cheat coming out from BDS. The answer for now is no, and I do like how we're seeing that instant mute Mozzie come out. The slowdown is the idea on the other side. Of course, can't ignore on the other side. Kali, as said, like, it's one of those things that we've seen very, very fleetingly. Had a couple of changes, I'd probably say, God, what was it now? About 6 months ago we saw the changes come in. The Ash one, there was a second one that came in as well that made her feel at least a little bit more viable, but in a spot where wouldn't really go as far as saying she's kind of a staple. In fact, I think Alems used to play her quite a bit for BDS as well back in the old days. So a bit of a throwback there when I see that operator come up.
Fact just going a little bit too soon with the Nitro onto the window frame, and Lolo will remain safe on the rappel. Shaco just being smaller and smaller box there as the washroom wall gets opened. Out goes Fact. Gets his kill, but taken down in a trade. Solotov tried to jump out as well and hits a Claymore. So that leaves us, after it all shakes down, in a 4 versus 3. And Shaco seems to just be huddled in a tighter and tighter ball in the corner there before managing to escape.
Don't get me wrong, the double jump out failed, but at least they failed together. That's the way that I look at it. They get the 1 kill, sure, and it's onto the Lion. Hardly the end of the world. What do they trade for it? Trade a couple of C4s. The kind of things you really want to be holding on to for the denial-based gameplay they're probably looking for. But Tim, one thing I probably will touch on here is how the time is varying. I'm sure Teb should know that he can blow this off the wall as well. There we go. Same as Ash, you can use the Kali to destroy those mirror windows, or at least shatter them. Not going to remove them, but they will no longer be of any use to the defender. Shaco hits the deck, 4v2 for Wylde.
Not going to be an easy shot to make there should the peak come around, but Teb will not know there is nobody playing in behind that mirror window any longer. Kanto able to take out the Fnatic that was just guarding from any drop. We're going to have Shaco downed, so we're effectively 4 versus 2, 25 seconds left to go. Brede and Users trying to hold on. We know how much of a clutch player Brede particularly can be. Look at the utility raining in. 3 flashes is going to allow the drop. Packbull gets aggressive, finds the kill. That's exactly what Wylde needed, and what a first attack we're seeing from them. Packbull straight in and getting the diffuser down after that kill, not messing about. Users on the spray down though, 2 versus 2. Shaco is down, so it's all up to Users as he dies out, and that is going to leave us now 1 versus 2. Can he find his 2 men at 25 seconds to do it?
Doesn't know that he stepped away at this point. He's rounding himself on. Nello though was locked in. That pixel changes color. He presses left mouse button, and sure enough, they get themselves the round on the board. Tim, are you feeling this one building up already? Because I sure am.
Yeah, it's certainly looking like it could be a close affair. As I said, the attackers do tend to have a bit of joy on Cafe, and Wylde have definitely found that on round 1. I think we'll see BDS probably move away to a different site, if I had to guess. You know, I've made no secret of not being a fan of the top floor site, which is the one that the defenders just lost. So I think, yeah, head away to Reading, head away to Kitchen, try and get yourself 1 on the board. It was 4-2, it's 4-3. 5-3 doesn't sound too bad for BDS, but 4-all, wow, you start thinking then, can Wylde do even better on their attacking half?
Only 1, but it can build into many more is the way to think about it. I know that round was quite slow and composed. I was starting to get a bit worried around the 60-second mark when it was, you know, a little bit of piano control, but it was very shallow piano control. It was like stages on their side. Chyko still dug inside a bathroom. Like, they hadn't really unsettled the players that they needed to get out, despite chewing away slowly at that bathroom box. But I feel once Chyko hit the deck, everything kind of changed, and Wylde realized, okay, there's only 2 players up. 1 is playing in behind a mirror window. The other is on white stairs. We can just overwhelm. Brede sat on this mirror window. And that's exactly what they did. Great utility usage as well. 3 flashes come flying at him, and they managed to push and get control of the map part of the map they realized was the weakest. So good realization from Wylde there to adapt on the fly. This time around, maybe a little bit more shallow. It's going to be a bakery start for this Monty. On a push on through, much more lateral than vertical.
Okay then, as you say, let's see whether that causes any problem. BDS do have a player up above, I think, at the minute, so that's going to need to be dealt with. Shaco is going to be able to stay in position for the time being, but not as the utility flies in. Flashbang actually hits him and does a little bit of damage. Not going to be a problem, but it does.
We had a kill with the flashbang today, didn't we?
We did, yeah. We had the player downed on Skyscraper, it was, on the drum stairs, yeah. And very low health Jaeger that got taken out with a flashbang in Japan. So Solitov is going to detonate the Nitro. I think he's going to clear off those X-Kairos pellets for now, potentially. I'm not sure. They're either there and muted out or they've been taken away. But right now, Wylde are doing a good job of pushing BDS around here. None of the BDS players are kind of, you know, being able to just stably sit in their position. I like this.
What I will remark is they've tried so much to force Chyko away. He's been flashed out like 3 times, full white screen so far, but he keeps on pushing back into the same kind of position. Look here, he's straight back up red again, and now Leakerfat's worked his way up brown. The 2 of them looking to kind of make a bit of a retake on the go here. Got to be mindful though, because Lolo is prowling.
And Lowell has shown an ability to win those gunfights so far. Had a couple of nice kills to his name, but he needs to be careful here because he might just find himself outmanned and outgunned if both of them find him at the same time. Leakifact roaming through train. He knows where the vertical may be. Shaiko drops back down and takes out Teb on the main door. What a start that is for BDS at the minute mark.
Almost shooting the Monty in the back there as well. Patbull in the backside finally gets put down, and Shaiko proving to be an absolute demon. He was hanging around red stairs, forced down by the flash, and since then he's taken over front door and coat, taking over the old position of Leakifact that forced him to go and push upstairs. He's regained that, and if Dolo's not careful, he might get challenged from both sides here. The yellow ping did just come on through. They've got the right sort of idea. Yuzu's also looking to challenge. What can he do except kill them, Tim? That's exactly what he'll start doing. Shaiko's gone. That opens up coat. It starts to free them up on site itself, and now they can start their march on forwards.
That was an unreal shot from Lowo onto Shaiko, but it might just not be enough here. Kanto gets taken down by users. Lowo still trying to get something going from red stairs. Nitro comes out, not going to do the job against Nello, but Nello is kind of all alone inside here. He's going to need that support from Lowo, and it just doesn't get there in time as Breeder takes him down. 10 seconds, and Lowo needs to recover the diffuser or find kills. That's the first one for Solotov. It's going to be 4 for the round if he can close it out. Breeder, he's just run away. He knows he doesn't need to make the challenge. He lets the clock do the hard work for him, and that's going to be BDS taking round 8. It's 5-3 now.
It'll be so frustrating for Lolo as well. He did so much work on red stairs. Got himself a 3 in the round, kept Shaiko under lock and thumb. Users was being challenged upstairs, for example. Even Leakifact couldn't get across to help deal with him. Just an absolute rock for the team, but sadly you can't do much when the clock is running down to 0, and ultimately they pay that price.
They do. It was really, really unfortunate for Wylde there. There was a point where you thought Nello just needed that a little bit more support inside of sight on the Monty, you know, and maybe things could have been different, but very difficult for Lolo to push forward from his position, at least until Shaiko had been taken out, which he did with a fantastic shot. And you just feel like Lolo maybe deserved that a little bit more out of that round. Maybe he deserved that extra 10 seconds to try and hunt down Breeder and get that last kill. But nope, it wasn't to be. BDS, they play the game, they play the clock, and they get themselves the round. 5-3, and they're going to head now to reading room.
I just flashed up on my screen to the right a tweet from the R6 Esports EU account saying player cam with the deepest mood award goes to Teb because he looks so chill, but then he's got like a really faint reflection of himself on the other side, so it's almost like he's got a mirror behind his monitor. You'll see it when we get next time round. Like, look in the bottom right corner. I can't even see his reflection, to be fair. Maybe at the end of the round, if they win and you get to see his cam, you'll see exactly what I mean. But it does look like a bit of a vibe, I'm not gonna lie.
I like that we're starting sort of the webcam awards. It's great. We've got Leon with the stylish. You know, we've got Teb with the mood. I like it. It's good.
Yeah. We'll keep on assessing. They'll be down to like mouse mats and all sorts next. I mean, Doki had the too much tomato juice in his bedroom by the looks of it, as we saw earlier on.
Definitely the case. Right, here we go then. Wylde are going to be trying to get hold of the top floor. That much is clear already on that piano rappel. And there is quite a strong top floor setup that has been brought along by BDS. They've got mirror windows up there. They've got all sorts going on. All sorts of problems for Wylde to solve. Patbull straight up to the roof. Going to look to open those hatches more than likely. And that is going to allow them a little bit more access. Red hatch is opened. You can see the silhouettes on your screen. You hear the Rotero drone detonate. And that's going to allow Wylde to start this push into piano.
For now, just got themselves control still of that upstairs for the most part. That's always going to be part 1. Forced them away from top floor, more down towards site. Kanto has done at least that around red here, protected himself on the backside, as we've seen those players from BDS fall back down towards site itself. At least a couple of them, as you can see, 1 or 2 are still lurking. All red that has been taken away. White is still a safe avenue for them to get back down towards site. C4 at the ready. I tell you what, you can see just how far he's playing away from that window, Tim. Does not want to get caught in a fight with the C4.
No, absolutely not. The book just getting a bit of information with the red ping there, but can't move on it quickly enough. Will open up the floor. Leakifact does get taken down, though. The movement away from the book takes him into harm's way. Teb managing to find that kill, and that's an opener for Wylde. 5 versus 4. Can they use this man advantage now? They've got Kanto established up on the top floor. He can't get those bulletproofs from that sort of angle. I think Kanto knows that, but he just really wants it cleared out.
Shaiko's interesting horizontal. 1 more for a distraction, I imagine, as the round boils on. right sort of idea, but finds a couple of shots onto himself, has to dip away back towards safety. Probably quite fortunate to be getting out with his life here, Tim.
Yeah, I think so. You know, getting spotted like that, it's maybe a stray bullet hits the head and it's job done, but no, Shaiko will keep living to fight later in the round. Fnatic just preventing Teb from moving in too confidently here. Goes in, takes out the gadget, will wait for that effect to clear off before heading back in through Snow Door. 25 seconds left to go, and Nelo's got himself into an advanced position here, Des. There's a potential for him to find a couple of kills. They really do need him to at this point. Wow, they just need that little bit of extra space to get themselves on in to a point where they can plant.
10 seconds to go.
So they're looking for it, but that clock starts running down here as well. The pressure starts building for Wylde, a little bit like a pressure cooker. Nelo's in, getting things down here, but he's down to the last man, and Yuzu's cleans up his old teammate. BDS very firmly in the lead here up to match point. And you start to wonder, is there a way that Wylde can fight their way back into this?
Yeah, BDS are doing really well. You know, Wylde are making a good game of it. I think that's fair to say. It wouldn't surprise me if they got another round or two. You know, they're going to be coming out of this thinking that they've done well, you know, either way, because they've had some great gunfights. They've worked together well as a team. And I think it's a good marker for them. So, yeah, not a bad performance at all from Wylde so far. But ultimately, you're coming up against a team that just look like they're playing on a 9.5 out of 10 so far. You know, BDS, you know, in almost all areas are doing things very, very well.
Looking absolutely prolific, and, you know, to give him a shout out especially. I know poor Solotov's had a real rough game. He was 3-2 at one point. He's now 3-8. That's 6 rounds in a row of getting slammed with barely any contribution given back. But you can't ignore Yuzu's coming in as one of the new boys. We always knew that he was strong from his time back on M&M, but he's at 12-4 right now. And that's not taken away from players like Leakerpack and Shaiko, two of the big entry players on this team, or at least arguably formerly for Leakerpack here, and maybe slightly pushed out to a different role. But Yuzu's really showing that he's got very comfortable incredibly quickly on this team. Absolutely fragging out so far on Cafe.
Solotov this time on the Valkyrie rather than Shaiko. Just going to be getting those black eye cameras out. Maybe another one inside of mine just to give that bit of information there as well. But as you can see, very strong hold towards Piano side. They know that's where a lot of pressure is going to come from. And Wylde straight away up onto the roof as would be expected. Get the hatches open, and they're going to be playing into some serious electrification, mirrors, and a lot of other utility very, very soon.
Absolutely. For now, at least holding fire. Kanto, not the strongest game for him either, to be fair as well. But as we always keep on saying, they're going to just come to some of these teams as well as things boil on forwards. Shaiko just swinging out on towards Teb on the window there, hoping to try and unsettle the demon himself. But I think as we've seen, it doesn't matter what you do to that bathroom box, Shaiko will not be moved. I say that as Pat will get to kill, but it's all down to him as the last man left standing. 4 players alive for the French side, and this one feels like it is toast. Done and dusted, Tim. Arguably one of the stronger games that we've had of the day, and a result that many would have expected. But at this point, BDS really putting a flag in the ground and saying, we're here to claim that top spot.
Yeah, I think Wylde just wanting to get in there and, you know, get a little bit aggressive, play their game. It's not really worked out for them in this round. It has in others, but BDS able to just stand up, get 4 kills inside of the first minute. It's always going to be tough from there. Packbull just hoping to use that time. This is about, you know, just trying to bait out a kill or two. Just see if BDS do get aggressive. See if they do get a little bit thirsty for that final kill. Maybe you pick up 1 or 2 as they do. It becomes a 1v2. A lot more manageable. So he's playing it smart here. He's giving himself every opportunity to potentially win this.
But it's not going to happen. Let's be real. Solotov, despite the punishment over those prior 6 rounds, will reward himself with a kill to close things out. BDS has said, putting a big claim in their first game here to say that they're here to party, and they want one of those 3 auto qualification spots at the Manchester Major.
Yeah, BDS looked absolutely fantastic throughout the majority of that. For me, the 2 overwhelming factors was the speed and aggression that they worked with, and also that interplay as a team. Absolutely fantastic stuff. There's going to be a lot of teams worrying about playing BDS over the next couple of weeks, I think.
I would not be looking forward to playing against with how they played today. And that's even with a couple of the players not really having the strongest of time, and they still look like an absolutely formidable force. However, I'm sure the Desk have got loads to say about this game, Tim. That's us for them for tonight. Let's pass over to them, and you guys can break it down for us.
Thank you so much, Ace. It has been wonderful to listen to you guys' casting today, but especially this game, it was a very dominant one, we could say. Even though it was a 7-3, a very solid performance from BDS.
Yeah, they weren't only standing out that they're exceptional mechanical players, they actually played really good as a group as well, and you have to give them praise for that. Because in the end, no matter if you're really good individual players, you still need to be a team, right? Because that's what takes you to the first step. When you're having these rough games where someone is struggling, obviously BDS didn't have that really right now, but when you have those games where maybe 1 or 2 players are struggling, you need to be able to fall back on your theoretical point of view of the game. They did both really well today.
Yeah, I think that was the big thing is, as such a brand new team, you're kind of expecting, teams to be making mistakes. We've seen teams with new players make mistakes today, specifically on the attacks. BDS go on to what a lot of people would consider a defender-sided map, and they attack it absolutely excellently, playing off the back of each other, playing for each other. It's not the one-man show that we used to see out of BDS, which was invest a lot of utility into Straiko, and then you kind of hope for the best. That wasn't the full fundamental of it. But now they've got four players and then Brede on the backline. It's kind of the perfect situation. Yeah. But we weren't, I wasn't at least, necessarily expecting to see so much team play right now. I was expecting BDS to still make some fundamental mistakes being so new, and then cover for that with their mechanical skill. And we didn't see that in the attack. We saw them be fundamentally sound and then have the mechanical skill on top. So even though we expected them to win, the manner in which they did, I was very impressed by.
Yeah, so it's also on top of that, like when they actually went to disadvantage in the rounds, we could see that they committed team play into that mechanical ability. It's not like they just went and, okay, now we're going to cover up with our mechanics. They actually did things together. Yeah. And when you see that, even in man disadvantage and in that sort of high-level mechanical environment, because they all know they can just go crazy, they still don't allow themselves to go just crazy and run at it. They actually pick it apart.
That is a very scary thing, because if you have those mechanical players that can individually step up, but also that team play to cover for it in case someone doesn't have their day, that is a very scary prospect for all these other teams in Europe League. And now talking about Wylde, of course, as well, in the specific matchup, they won 3 rounds in total. Is it what we expected? What are we looking to see from them? From improvements, maybe?
Yeah, I think it's probably 1 or 2 rounds more than I expected personally. Just because of the firepower of BDS, I didn't expect Wylde to stand that good of a chance. But what they have to play against a team like this is that they have to play flawless games play, right? They cannot rely on their mechanical, because we all know that there are class there. But they need to play flawless gameplay, and even though they played good, I'm not going to say that they played super poorly, because they didn't. They still got outgunned, and that's where it all came down to.
Yeah, and I think that was the worry, right? Is that even if, and it felt like it from the start, is that even if Wylde put out their best, BDS would have to be at 80% because of their mechanical kind of superiority, if you want to put it that way. That will be the ongoing worry for Wylde. Yeah. I don't think they played badly. They had a couple of nice ideas. Like you say, the fact that they went back to the train bomb site twice with the pulse below, I think was a bit of a strategic mistake, if I'm being totally honest with myself, on the defense, because BDS read into that the first time, certainly read into that the second time. So I think a lot of learnings, but that's what you're going to see when you're a new team. You're going to want those learnings, and you're going to want them fast. So maybe, yeah, they got schooled today, but they can come back tomorrow and go for it.
And what better time than now to play BDS, right? Because if you get that game out of the way, now it's more of an even
all the opponents get easier after today.
They really do. Because, yeah, G2 they won their game today. They didn't look that great in comparison to what BDS have looked like. Yeah. So now you have these opponents where, first of all, you get more time to gel as a team and actually get better, with then also opponents that are slightly weaker. Perfect combo for them.
But then we're talking about BDS, and my main question is, when are they going to have this real test? Because this maybe was a game that they should have won. It was quite simple for them in that regards as well. And then when we talk about last week during the Malta Cyber Series, the best of 5 against G2, the first map was really strong from G2, but then after that, it looked like G2 didn't come up to play anymore after that. They're playing G2, of course, after this as well. So far, BDS have been able to do most things on second gear, maybe.
Yeah, they have been, and the next game is when they need to really show up. Because this is the one against former world champions from last year. This is the game for them. I mean, they've already proven themselves beating them twice. Can they do it again?
Do you know who I was super impressed by? I was super impressed by Shaiko today. And the reason for that is actually that if you think about old BDS, the whole roster was kind of built around Shaiko. The utility was put into Shaiko. I know that Leakifat coming in obviously changed that dynamic, but it was still the player that they looked to have such a huge performance every single time and time again. Shaiko has had to take a personal loss by going into this super team for, I would say, team gain, if you want to put it that way. He's had to take a step back and accept that he won't be the main guy. He hasn't got the same utility. However, he is still pulling up double digits. He's still putting in these mad performances, and that's just a testament to him as a player.
Of course, Fabi and I have now moved over to the screen here because I believe we should have a duo interview ready, and I'd be so excited for that. Of course, we do. We are joined by Brede and Solotov, and I believe this is from you guys' bootcamp location as well. That would actually be my first question too, because you played Malta, you now play EU, all between the span of 1 week on a bootcamp as well. How have things been?
It's been great since we won the Malta Cyber Series. So now we're just prepping for EO from the bootcamp, which is great.
All right, so my first question comes to you guys, and it's about the firepower in this team. Because obviously, I think that you guys both understand, you guys have unquestionably the highest amount of firepower I think we've ever seen in Europe. How do you guys back that up with all the theory that you have? Like, how do you invest your utility? Do you guys have a special person like Shaiko used to be, or do you just guys spread it all over the place?
We just basically play our own game. Like, there's no any special player doing like his own thing. We just do what we're supposed to do on the attack. Just EFAC IGL. He's a great IGL. Whatever he says, we just do it.
So
that's how we play.
No questioning, you're playing your own game, and then you rely on the mechanical and, well, theoretical ability you guys have as a group.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly, yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, now we mentioned that you played on the Malta Cyber Series against G2. Your next game will also be against G2. Does that make things awkward, or does it even get you in a better perspective, like, hey, we already won against them?
To be honest, no. We will play like we are playing another team, because even if we are already beaten G2, sorry, it's not like we are coming very confident because it's G2, you know. So we will prepare the match properly, and we will do our best.
All right, and one question more for you, Brede. How is it speaking English again in a team, and how is it for the other guys that haven't done that before?
So to be honest, it's a bit difficult, because even if I used to play, I used to play with non-English people, sorry. It's a bit difficult because I'm not fluent, like you can see, and of course some words are not coming like in French, you know.
Yeah.
So I have to work on it, obviously, and then it will be okay, I think.
It's normal when you're speaking a second language, of course, but I feel like for so far, you guys are doing a great job with that, of course. It's a big change for you, but I'm excited to see what it'll bring for you for the future. Thank you so much for joining us for this evening. Good luck on bootcamp and for the rest of your games as well.
Thank you. Bye.
I love doing interviews. It's always nice to hear from two players at the same time, but we, of course, have some group settings to go over. And Fresh, if you could please introduce us to how things are standing so far.
Of course I can, Anne. And it is actually going to be Team Secret that will be top of the pile. I think all of the results today, I think Secret, BDS, ITB, G2, if you was going to pick out the favorites from every single game, you would most definitely, I think, have picked them. Maybe you would have picked ITB. And I think, you know, obviously VP have sat there, watched today. They've seen 4 teams win, 4 teams lose, and will be ready for tomorrow. I think they've had a big advantage in that. But yeah, it will be Secret that top the group out because of their round differential. BDS will follow that up. Then ITB, and obviously G2 and Fnatic. G2 and Fnatic going into overtime, that 8-7. So that's how the group is going to shape up.
As of right now, if we would call things quit, that would send Secret and Into the Breach and BDS
Oh,
to
that'd
the
be
major.
great. It's so nice having one group as well. Can I just say that? Like, last year having 2 groups was a unique dynamic, but the fact that we're going to see all 9 teams play each other, you know, we didn't see G2 and, well, what was Koi Rogue last year. Obviously, we've seen the first game, but the fact everyone plays everyone, I love it.
It makes it an even playing field. Anybody can go through if they have a few good games.
Very true. But of course, we mentioned Secret at the very top of that group.
Yep.
Unfortunately for them, though, they have their off day tomorrow. So they're going to sit there. They're going to see all these teams potentially overtake them at the very top spot of the leaderboard. But looking at our schedule for tomorrow, we do start again at 5 p.m. CET. And that'll be starting off between ENCE and Wylde. Our second game of the day is going to be Virtus Pro versus Wolves, 2 teams that have made it to many international events quite consistently. We'll have BDS versus G2. As I said, the Malta Cyber Series rematch is going to be a very, very good one. And then we'll end the day with Fnatic versus Into the Breach. And of course, that means that Secret have their off day.
Yeah, it would be super easy of me to say those middle two games are probably the games to watch of the day. But I just want to highlight that first game. Wylde against ENCE could be a huge game in the context of the lower half of the table from what we've seen today. And then Fnatic ITB, I think both of those teams will be poking in around the 4th, 5th spot. So that could determine, I think, who is kind of the dark horse to upset the established teams.
Yeah, all of them three.
That's a huge play day already tomorrow.
Massively important, all of them. And right now, I don't think we can judge and say like, okay, maybe this is the favorite of the dark horses, because I think we can have arguments for why all of these teams should at some point be able to qualify for the major. We have an incredible year, I think, an incredible stage with the teams we have right now. So excited for every single play that is.
I don't even look at any game there and think, yeah, that's going to be a slaughter.
No,
I genuinely don't.
Not a single one of those, no.
No.
Very even, all of it.
That's the most exciting thing, right? We have so many play days and still all these games matter so much in the context of the entire group. And putting things in perspective for today, I mean, thinking back about our pre-show as well, we talked about the changes coming in with the meta, with the scopes, ADSs, shield changes, Azami, Damus, everything. What's your main takeaways from today regarding the changes in the meta?
It didn't really play out the way I expected it to. I thought that it was going to be way more defender favored, but we're seeing that teams still know how to attack.
Do you remember Consulate?
Well, there's that one game with the one team that doesn't know how to attack, even if
the
their
two teams
life...
that don't know how to attack.
Well, one of them especially doesn't know how to attack, even if their life depended on it.
Railroaded you there.
So, yeah, of course you did. You put me on the spot anytime you got the opportunity to. Yeah, but it didn't really play out the way I expected it to well, but at the same time, I'm pretty happy about that.
Pretty happy. And we'll, of course, have some games very, very soon. It's only one more night until we continue with some EUL action. Thank you both for the wonderful analysis today. It's been a great one. But as we said, only one night, and we'll be back with some more EUL games. Thank you so much for watching. It's been a pleasure to have you with us, and we'd love to see you again tomorrow.
Attackers are active.